Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 34, Priori Incantatem.
It's starting to make me a little bit sad that Riddles only has like three
It's
more.
only got a few more.
3 more chapters.
We are so close to the end of this. We've got Priori Incantatem. We've got Veritaserum. And then is it the Parting of the Ways?
Is there the beginning as well? Or is that
the Parting of the Ways and then
the beginning?
And then the beginning. So 4 more?
Yeah,
right,
yeah. So
man.
we're closing. I can't believe we're getting to the end of Goblet of Fire. I was talking to our dad about the podcast over the weekend, and he was like, "Wow, you guys are on like Order of the Phoenix already? Like you guys are moving through it." And I was like, "Yes, but like also when you think, but when you think about the fact that like Goblet of Fire is as long as Philosopher's Stone and Chamber of Secrets combined, it's like it doesn't seem as bad.
Yeah, and then Order of the Phoenix is going to take us like most of next year.
Right. Yes. It'll be lengthy for sure. I think like just it's like 40-ish chapters maybe.
Yeah.
So it's 52 weeks in a year, so that'll take a decent little chunk there.
That'll take a decent chunk. Plus there will be like the Dumbledore's big plan break in there, and
there's that. Yeah. So not to worry, guys. I mean, it's not we're not at the point where we have to start fearing the end and what we're going to do after all of this. Nothing like that. No, it'll be fine.
We're just at the middle.
We're all good. Oh man, no, I am excited for this chapter though. This is as we've been kind of saying, the finale really takes place over quite a length of chapters here. So there's a lot of the story kind of being wrapped up into this perfect little bow. But as we look at the chapter art for Priori Incantatem, I can't help but feel like it's the wrong choice.
I feel like okay, so I was thinking this about the art and the title of the chapter.
Okay.
Like the artwork, you're right. It's like it's Voldemort's eyes and they're creepy, and I hope that's what they look like in the show, but it's like I don't know why that's the chapter art specifically. Well, like I feel like it should be like the Golden Dome or Lillian James or Harry shooting a spell from his wand, or
right. Like it makes for a very ominous looking chapter art for a chapter that is kind of about like Harry overcoming circumstances. So it's like, I mean, maybe for the reader, especially on like a first pass, what you want is it to be kind of like, oh man, like it's about to happen. Like he's going to have to duel. Like because the last thing we see is now untie him, Wormtail, and give him back his wand.
Right.
So like what you, the reader, know as you like close the book on an evening, because you're reading one chapter per night and you have something to look forward to tomorrow night, is like, okay, Harry's about to have to face it down.
Yeah.
He's about to, this is like full scale Voldemort with a body, with a wand, surrounded by enemies. He has no help. Cedric is there dead. Like there's, I mean,
it looks bad.
It looks bad. So, I mean, I can see a world where the idea here is to introduce that. However, if you go back to the second sentence of chapter 3, you kind of get like a fairly specific description of Voldemort and what he looks like now. And it really matches, because what we get is these two kind of sharp shaped eyes with sort of like the cat eye looking situation going on there. It looks very like almost like devilish,
Absolutely.
It kind of reminds me of the little purple emoji that like looks kind of like, I don't know if it's...
Oh, like the little devil emoji? Yeah. No, exactly the one. You're like, yeah.
Yes. There's like one that's like kind of smiling. He's looking
a little sneaky.
Yeah. And then the other one's kind of like, ooh, just evil. Yeah. But all right, so here's the second sentence of the previous chapter. His hands were like large pale spiders. His long white fingers caressed his own chest. Weird. His arms, his face, the red eyes whose pupils were slits like cats, gleamed still more brightly through the darkness. Like that's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Like why not make that the chapter art for the last one?
Yeah, right. Make that what was the chapter art for the last one? Oh, it was the Death Eaters.
The very unusually plotted graveyard.
Yes, where everyone's buried about 3 inches apart.
Right. Or maybe they're using some type of like Tetris based system with different depths of the grave where it's like
gosh.
the one all the way
Don't dig too far.
Yeah, stage left here is basically like, that one's like 20 feet down. And then the one like immediately to the right of it's like 16 feet down. It's like, it works. We have like a feathering system, know? Yeah, it's no problem. Then we don't run into each other.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, so I think it's a straight chapter art. So I drew my own stick figure version of Harry and Voldemort invoking Priori Incantatem.
That is pretty much what I kind of thought it should be. Also, I think the title Priori Incantatem, like it makes sense after you've read the chapter. Well, not even after you've read the chapter. After you've read the chapter after this chapter, it kind of makes sense. And like you've been introduced to the idea of Priori Incantatem back at the World Cup when they use it on Harry's wand to find out whether or not that was the wand that cast the dark mark, which it was. It has not come up again, and you saw it happen then, but at that point they like said the spell Priori Incantatem, and this time it happens. But even if you remembered that from way back at the beginning of the book, you're probably not like, oh, that's what's happening right here.
1,000%.
Other than I guess it's the title of the chapter.
It's not even the next chapter that we're going to get what Priori Incantatem is. Like it won't be, it'll be 2 chapters away. Chapter 36 before Harry, Sirius, and Dumbledore all having the conversation, and it ends up being like, the wand's connected, he said, looking from Harry to Dumbledore. Why? Harry looked at Dumbledore again, whose face was an arrested look. Priori Incantatem, he muttered.
All right, and what chapter is that in? Is that The Parting of the Ways?
That's chapter 36, The Parting of the Ways.
Okay, The Parting of the Ways is such a good title for that chapter, but you could have also called that one Priori Incantatem.
That would be a great way.
What would you title this chapter, though? Like The Duel, or like...
honestly, I wouldn't hate The Duel.
Yeah.
I know it feels like very like basic. Here's another one that would be like really tricky, but like Lily Again or something.
Oh yeah.
Like, ooh.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. Or what else could you? It could be like, even if it was like Expelliarmus or something.
Oh yeah. No, that could be a good one. Avada Kedavra would probably be.
Avada Kedavra would be a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Avada Kedavra is pretty solid,
especially if you're coming into this and you're sort of like, well, there's still, what, how many chapters did we say left? At least a few chapters left here. It's like in this chapter, he's about to fight Voldemort, and it's called Avada Kedavra.
He already killed Cedric.
Right. It's like, this isn't looking good.
It's not looking good for young Harold. Yeah.
So no, I think it's an interesting one. I mean, I can only imagine what the stress is like when you're coming up with chapter titles and what to depict in instances where we have chapter art period. Because you're giving the reader pieces of information. So
right.
There's only so much you can do. And for the most part, you look at it for a split second and then you keep moving. It's not like most people are spending as much time on it as we currently are.
Well, we are, man.
Well, we are. That's part of the process. So anyway, yep, that's what I would change it to. I would change it to Avada Kedavra.
Okay.
I think that would be very ominous.
It would, especially when it's like, he's like, oh, we're going to duel.
Right.
Yeah. And like, you already know that. Yeah.
Right.
All right. So anyway, so let's read our first sentence here. It says, Wormtail approached Harry, who scrambled to find his feet to support his own weight before the ropes were untied. And then the dragons arrived.
Ooh. You're so screwed now.
I know.
It's like, I think it's the scene from Infinity War when Thor shows up in Wakanda. And Bruce has like the helmet down on the Hulkbuster.
On the Hulkbuster.
Yeah. You guys are so screwed now.
Yeah.
Because then it feels like the dragons are absolutely. I think I said something very similar for the last chapter, but the dragons are definitely there to help Harry.
Yeah,
that's my thought.
Of course. Yeah. In this situation, it's like Harry's scrambling up. It's like, oh my gosh, hurry! Boom, the dragons. Oh, thank God. Here we go.
I know. Yeah, that turns the tide awful quick for young Harry.
Also, I think I misspoke last chapter. I thought that the only thing Wormtail ever did with his silver hand was crush that twig into dust, but also he cuts through the bonds tying Harry to the gravestone.
You are right.
He does do one other thing with it.
This hand is like, it makes me feel like it was an abandoned plan.
It was like,
because it feels like the setup here is basically like Wormtail, who has just been this like, little scared man with watery eyes who kind of vaguely resembles a rat, like now has this like really formidable, like, asset
Right.
in the form of the silver hand. And it seems like it's really strong. Like the exact phrasing we get is that Wormtail raised his new silver hand, pulled out the wad of material gagging Harry, and then with one swipe cut through the bonds tying Harry to the gravestone. Like,
right.
That makes it like Harry has been immobile this whole time. So the fact that he's just like, shwa.
Yeah. I mean, like, hands aren't sharp,
Not historically.
Not historically. So this is a pretty strong hand.
Right.
For sure. But that's about as exciting as it's ever going to get until it chokes him to death in a couple of books here, or 3 books from now.
Right.
It's not going to be like, there's never even going to be a situation where it's like Wormtail punched down a door or something.
Yeah, right. I know.
Right.
Yeah, it feels like you could do that, or like even like use it to like intimidate Snape, or because like if anything, it seems like what's really going to happen to him is he's just going to become like really a like pathetic henchman.
Yeah,
like
that's kind of it. Like he doesn't even show up to the battle of the Department of Mysteries.
Right.
Like, which is bonkers to me. That would have been actually hilarious if like Harry tossed it to Peter and the silver hand crushed the orb and like that's how the prophecy got smashed.
That would be so funny.
That would be so Voldemort too, to be like, oh, you made the thing that defeated you.
It would even be like kind of poetic justice too, because like on the flip side, James is like the seeker who can capture. Well, he wasn't. Was he a seeker? That's always like
we don't know. I mean, he plays with a snitch.
He plays with a snitch.
Yeah.
But either way, I think we can assume James would have caught the ball.
Yeah.
And that would be an instance where Wormtail, who seems by description less coordinated, and with this cumbersome, overly powerful hand, can't do the delicate work that Harry is doing,
right?
By comparison,
yeah, it would also feel like fitting for like, I don't know, for Wormtail to be punished, because like Wormtail is only ever put in this position of power because the because the prophecy is made and the Potters are hidden, he is made the secret keeper.
Right.
And so it's like, oh, now like you delivered the Potters to Voldemort, but you like fail to deliver the prophecy or something.
Right. Yeah. That would have been awesome. But anyway, so let's see here. Yeah. So Harry is cut free, and Harry basically falls to the ground. He has that split second where he considers running for it, which I mean, this
might have considered running for it. It's like telling you, it's not even what Harry thinks. It's just like the narrator for your benefit is like, in case you're wondering, Harry had about half a second where he could have thought about running.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I highlighted that. I was like, as if.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's like, there's no way in the way. I mean, not just for like main character energy purposes. That's just not Harry.
This is not Harry.
I mean, it's like, I don't know. I mean, I guess it vaguely reminds me of like when he thinks that like, Sirius Black deserves the Dementor's kiss for like a second, and Lupin's sort of like, do you really think anybody deserves that? And then in the end, even like when he discovers the true betrayal of Wormtail, he's like, no, mercy.
Yeah. Mercy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But no, yeah. In this case, there's no instance where Harry's running for it.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So the Death Eaters close ranks. They're forming a tighter circle around Voldemort, so the gaps where the missing Death Eaters should have been filled. Wormtail walked out of the circle to place Cedric's body. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry.
To the place where Cedric's bodies lay.
Yes, Wormtail walks over to where Cedric's body lay and returned with Harry's wand. Fortunately, he didn't crumble that.
Yeah, I know. Because that would have been so bad.
I would have been like, uh-oh.
Crunch. Here you go.
Especially given the extreme importance of what's about to happen.
Oh, I know. He could have done it. We know we can crush a twig, so this could have been it. It would have been like, give him his wand, Wormtail. Snap. Here you go, Harry. Whoops. Ha-ha.
Right.
That would have felt like, but it also says which he thrust roughly into Harry's hand without looking at him, which I think that sentence right there is like, you're like he cannot make eye contact with Harry. Like he is ashamed a little bit.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I wrote the same thing. I was like, he can't look James and Lily in the face and the eyes.
Yes, exactly.
Because like he's looking at James's face and Lily's eyes, and it's like he can't. He
already knows that, like, because this is the thing. Harry spared his life.
Right.
Voldemort, he just helped bring back, and then he threw him against the headstone.
Right. Right. I know. Yes, exactly. It's like
he's just like
Wormtail. Read the room.
Man. It's like, he cannot make eye contact with Harry. And eventually, I guess he will, and that's when he has his like moment of. Can you imagine if it happened here, where if he was just like, sorry?
Oh my gosh! I know.
Just immediately.
I mean, honestly, as useless as he's going to be for so far into the future, it almost feels like that's just what should
may as
happen.
well. He doesn't do anything else. Yeah.
Right, I know. But yeah, then you get the line, you have been taught how to duel, Harry Potter, said Voldemort softly. So I actually put a little speech bubble next to the chapter art and wrote that little speech line there, because then it says, his red eyes glinting through the darkness. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, that line is what
That's the chapter art
That's the chapter art, is the red eyes glinting.
Not to duel, Harry Potter.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So then, of course, Harry like tries to remember back. He's like, I guess I sort of did, but all he can remember is the disarming spell, Expelliarmus, that he learned from Snape of all people back at the dueling club in Chamber of Secrets.
Right. And it says, what use would it be to deprive Voldemort of his wand,
I know,
even
I was
if
like,
he could?
Oh, Harry.
It's like
immense.
like the most use.
The most use. You were about to like signature spell yourself right here, bro.
He's about to signature spell himself. He's about to go full defensive when Voldemort's about to go full offensive. But also when it really comes down to the flaw in the plan, the big duel between these two in the end.
Yeah.
It's like what Harry has already preemptively done by stealing Draco's wand is deprive Voldemort of his wand.
Yeah.
In effect.
He disarms him.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's sort of like, it's like Harry here is doubting what will literally be the finishing move on the Dark Lord.
Do you know what is interesting? I haven't really considered this, is that like in this situation, they are in like Tom Riddle Sr.'s they can see the house where he grew up. It is like as much, this is like Tom Riddle's home. It is Voldemort standing with Harry in a circle, but the circle's all Death Eaters. Meanwhile, the next time this is going to happen is going to be in Hogwarts, which is like Harry's home, and they're going to be surrounded by people, but it's going to be all of Harry's supporters.
You're right.
So it's like the complete opposite.
Yes, the tables have quite turned.
The tables have quite turned. Yes.
Yeah, that's a very good observation. I love that so much. But like in this particular instance, though, I mean, it really is driving home the fact that Harry is like, I mean, there's almost nothing he can do. Like he knew he was facing the thing in which Moody had always warned, and it was the unblockable Avada Kedavra curse.
Even here, the hiding of Moody's identity is present.
It is.
Right.
Yes. Like even inside of like the very moment Harry is thinking about what he has learned from actually Barty Crouch Jr.
I know.
Yes. So then we get the niceties, which is definitely Voldemort just playing with his food a little bit. But,
absolutely.
We bow to each other, Harry, said Voldemort, bending a little bit, but keeping a snake-like face upturned towards Harry. Come, the niceties must be observed. Bow to death, Harry.
Well, he also says, Dumbledore would like you to show your manners. And it's like, why are you talking about Dumbledore right now, man? He is just like Draco with Harry. He is like obsessed with Dumbledore.
He really is. But it's a good observation of what Dumbledore would like, because Dumbledore weaponizes manners so often.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like, it is the kind of smart I aspire to be in life, is to be able to be unfailingly polite while still potentially being able to control a situation.
Right.
Like, it's sort of like, I don't ever want to get to the point where I have to use like raw intimidation.
Yeah.
I would just like to be able to like have enough sense of self and confidence to be able to like do what Dumbledore does.
Right.
But I do think it's funny that it brings up
hard.
manners, because I do think Dumbledore is really big on that.
I know.
But then even the bow to death, Harry, is very interesting, because
it is.
Ultimately, that is what Harry is going to do.
That is how Harry beats him, is
Yes.
by bowing to death.
Yes,
I was
yeah.
like, that's hilarious. Like
I
he
know.
says to do it, and it's like, yeah, he does, and that's how he wins.
Right.
There's so much happening on this page. There's also, it says Harry, it's like giving you Harry's point of view. He thinks he's outnumbered 30-1. That's actually just a poor estimate by Harry. There are not 30 Death Eaters. I think at most there's like 23 or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's if you count the people in Azkaban, and we've already gone through the people in the circle. There's not 30 of them there, but I'm sure it feels like that to Harry. I love like the description to it. It says, and Voldemort was right. His mother was not here to die for him this time. And it's like, well, she's not there though.
That's true.
And he says he was quite unprotected. And it's like, that's what you think. Like, no. Well,
you're currently quite protected by twin cores and also
the Love Crux.
The Love Crux.
Yeah.
Yes. Which I hope catches on eventually, because I know that we've always referred to Voldemort taking Lily's sacrifice into his own veins as a love crux.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I've ever successfully heard anybody else or seen it like on any like wikis or anything. But
Love crux. Someone add it to the wiki.
I know. Oh, gosh, we're gonna make those people so mad.
No, we're not.
They're gonna be like, no, you can't just make up words.
You can't just make up words. I mean, it could just be like a trivia thing at the bottom. Just make it like a trivia fact,
like a trivia fact.
Like if fans have dubbed the drops of Voldemort's blood or Harry's blood in Voldemort's veins as a love crux, since it operates similar to a Horcrux, but is powered by love instead.
Exactly. I love it. Yeah. So anyway, then Voldemort is able to control Harry a little bit in this instance, which is interesting because of what's going to happen here in just a couple seconds. But he says, "I said bow," and Harry felt his spine curve as though a huge invisible hand were bending him ruthlessly forward, and the Death Eaters laughed harder than ever. So I mean, obviously, like as far as they're concerned, the Death Eaters are witnessing their victory parade. Like, like everything that has been so undone for 13 years is about to find its way back to even footing.
Right, exactly. And he's totally just taunting him here. And he says, "And now you face me like a man, straight backed and proud, the way your father died." So it's just straight taunting him right there, which is bad news for Voldemort. But then he does hit Harry with the Cruciatus curse. It describes it as pain so intense, so all-consuming, he no longer knew who he was. White-hot knives were piercing every inch of his skin. His head was surely going to burst with pain. I cannot imagine how painful it is.
I know. I mean, it's very interesting, and this was something that like. I think it's a very interesting observation, even as it pertains to the themes of the book, because what he is feeling here is extreme physical pain, and what Voldemort is attempting to get him to do is to beg for death.
Right.
Like he is basically trying to get Harry to ask him to kill him, and the thing that it reminded me of, because it will say he wasn't going to obey Voldemort, he wasn't going to beg. But when Dumbledore is in the cave drinking the drink of despair, he's experiencing not physical pain, but emotional pain, because he is having to witness Grindelwald torturing his brother and sister.
Right.
And at some point in time in the cave, he will literally say, "Kill me."
Right.
So like Dumbledore, under those circumstances, who is a very strong individual, both in magical power and, will, is basically begging for death.
Right.
Yeah.
From presumably Grindelwald, I guess.
Presumably in that particular instance. But I think that's interesting because it's like Voldemort is trying to go for physical pain, but really what he does in the cave is actually more effective. Like that's what really gets through to Dumbledore. Like you probably could never physical pain Dumbledore to death, but you can cut through to his heart.
But how would Harry have reacted to the potion? Do you think he would have begged for death?
That's a good question. What do you think he would see? What would Harry see if he drank the drink of despair?
I don't know. Probably like Sirius going through the veil and Cedric dying. Probably those seem high on the list of.
They seem high, but they're not his fault.
Well, but like I'm sure the potion would make you really feel like they were.
That's probably a good point as well.
Harry likes to assume a lot of blame in these situations.
He absolutely
even when
does.
It's definitely not his fault.
Right.
Yeah. So maybe that. And then surprisingly, Voldemort's like, a little break. It's like, dude, it was one spell. You tired already, dude?
Right. That hurt, didn't it, Harry? You don't want me to do that again, do you?
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly like what I think it's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to get Harry to beg for death. But I think that this is also one of those instances where I think Voldemort has no idea just how much he is playing with fire, because making Harry want to die on purpose is the worst thing that he could do.
Well, I mean, and he's there immediately. So like the big theme, I think, in this chapter is that is exactly what you said. It's like he wasn't going to obey Voldemort. He wasn't going to beg, which is like such true like Gryffindor spirit right there. But like even there, he is kind of accepted. He's like, I am against a way more powerful wizard. I am surrounded. My leg is injured. There is just no way out. And yet he is like, but even so, all I have control over is the terms of my own death.
Right.
And I will be dying on my own terms. I will not be begging for it. I am not going to I'm not going to, what does he say? He says he was going to die. Like he was not going to die like Cedric, that punk. those pitiless eyes. That's not what it says. I'm not going to die like Cedric.
Jay, too soon.
Those pitiless red eyes were telling him so. He was going to die, and there was nothing he could do about it, but he wasn't going to play along. He wasn't going to obey Voldemort. He wasn't going to beg. That is like such like a character statement about Harry. It's like because that's what he does when he walks into the forest. It's like Voldemort tells him, is like, come into the forest and I'll kill you, and that'll be it. That'll be it, Then I'll have what I want. Just do it. And he's like, but Harry goes in, and it's like what he says later. It's like, it's the difference between being forced into the arena and walking in with your head held high.
Right.
And it's like, this is the like choosing to die. It's like Harry doesn't get forced into the forest. He walks in intending to die. And even here, he is not like, I'm not going to like beg you to kill me. Like, I'm going to stand up and I will do it on my terms.
Right, which I mean is very impressive. I mean, not the least of which because he's just 14.
Yes.
But like also to the onlookers, it's like he's making Voldemort look bad.
Oh, he's about to make him look real bad too.
Oh, yes. I mean, the chill that must run through the spines of the Death Eaters with what happens next must be so significant because they, as individuals, all standing there, even though they stand aligned with Voldemort, are all scared of Voldemort, and what's about to happen is going to stump them.
Oh, yeah. They're going to have nothing for it. So, yeah, what happens next is Voldemort tries to put another unforgivable curse on him, the Imperious Curse. And what he wants him to say is the word no. He says, I asked you whether you want me to do that again. Answer me. And he's just suggesting in his brain, just answer no. Say no. Just answer no.
Right, yeah. So basically, he is trying to get Harry to beg for mercy, effectively. But then you get the line, and I love this. I love the phrasing of it. It says, I will not, said a stronger voice in the back of his head. I won't answer. Just answer no. I won't do it. I won't say it. Just answer no.
And then he yells, I won't.
Yes.
So this is interesting because Harry can hear that. Harry and Voldemort must be able to hear this entire conversation, like between their own thoughts or whatever. But to everyone else, what it sounds like happened is he says, I asked you whether you want me to do that again. And then he casts a spell at him and he goes, I won't.
Yeah, right.
He's like,
right.
What?
What does that mean?
What does that mean? What do you say?
I guess I feel like we missed something.
But man,
was anybody running Legilimens just now?
Yeah, come on. So someone said. But man, what a return volley this is. Voldemort thinks he's serving up an ace, and Harry slams it back down his throat.
Yes,
like if you're the Death Eaters, you're like, what just happened?
Yeah,
did he just throw off the Imperious Curse from Voldemort from Big V? This can't. What?
That can't.
That's not right.
Right, and that's exactly what we get. You won't, said Voldemort quietly, and the Death Eaters were not laughing now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's again, you got to think of the context. It's a 14-year-old who literally just like overcame the person that everybody else there is deathly afraid of.
Yeah, and at this point, Voldemort, I feel like he's doing a good job of keeping us cool. He's like, Harry, obedience is a virtue I need to teach you before you die. Perhaps he's like, okay, all right, I'm going to recover real quick. You know, it did work, that Cruciatus Curse. I'm going to go back to that one.
Right,
but
yes.
What's really ironic right here that he throws off the Imperious Curse is, and that he's going to use Expelliarmus later, is that Harry's able to throw off the Imperious Curse because a Death Eater taught him how. And he's going to cast Expelliarmus because a Death Eater taught him how.
True, yes. Yeah. I mean, it all funnels into the same column, which is this constant, unfailing knack that Voldemort has for constantly being his own demise.
Yes.
Like everything is always his fault, just coming back to serve him what he's due.
Yep.
But then you get another interesting line here. It says, Voldemort raised his wand, but this time Harry was ready. With the reflexes born of his Quidditch training, he flung himself sideways onto the ground. He rolled behind the marble headstone of Voldemort's father, and he heard it crack as the curse missed him. The reference to the Quidditch training is sort of another one of those things that like we constantly use this quote that Dumbledore says in King's Cross Station, but it's like the of children's tales and house elves and children's tales. But like when it comes down to the final duel, like I think Harry will cast Expelliarmus, and it will say like with the unfailing
skill of the Seeker.
With the yes,
caught the Elder Wand.
Yes. So it's just another one of those instances where something as like innocent, happy, playful, joyous as Quidditch. It's even the first thing, like when Harry is first riding his broomstick, it's the thing he thinks of to try to cast his first Patronus. It's like, this is something that makes Harry happy, and he is able to use the thing that makes him happy against Voldemort.
Right. It's like it happens here and in the next time, because those are such, I think it's no accident either. It says yes, with reflexes born of his Quidditch training, which, it mentions Quidditch while he's dueling Voldemort. It will mention Quidditch the next time. It is just like house elves and children's tales, just like you said. It is the kind of thing Voldemort doesn't understand. He doesn't understand sports.
Right.
He doesn't understand like community or any of that stuff. So like the fact it's like no surprise that Harry is able to use those sorts of things to beat him.
Exactly. Yes. Or even teamwork for that matter. It's
Yeah.
like, he could claim that he has a team, but really he has servants.
Right.
Yeah. To his wishes, to his bidding. Let's see here. So then he starts taunting him a little bit more. Yeah. So he's keeping his game face on. It's like all you could think is that Voldemort is reeling in the back of his head, and he's like, "This is so not going how I pictured it right now.
You are embarrassing me."
Right. "We are not playing hide and seek, Harry," said Voldemort's soft, cold voice, drawing near as the Death Eaters laughed. Okay, so now they're laughing again. They think this is hilarious. "You cannot hide from me. Does this mean that you are tired of our duel? Does this mean that you would prefer me to finish it now? Harry, come out. Come out and play then. It will be quick. It might even be painless. I would not know. I have never died."
Yeah, but what you went through was pretty painful, is what it sounds like.
Yes, it was super painful. And also, I mean, on some level, you will never die.
I wrote that too. I was like, yeah, I've never died. I was like, and you never truly will.
Right. So it's like really what you experience is way worse. Especially compared to like what Sirius says, in the forest again, it's, Harry goes and he can't help it. He's standing in front of the people he sees as like his parents, the people he could look up to in life. And he's just sort of like, "Does it hurt?" And, Sirius is like, "It's quicker and easier than falling asleep."
Right.
And, so it's like on some level, I think that that's supposed to be part of like the sense of peace that we're supposed to have with our perspective towards death. Whereas Voldemort is convinced that it's like filled with pain and agony and despair and humiliation and all of these things that are incorrect. But the irony is that he will get stuck in limbo experiencing all of those things forever. And so, it's so much worse.
Yeah. So I guess he kind of gets what he wants. He never truly dies.
That's right.
Yeah. But see, then we get back to sort of the same sentiment we had on the last page. It says he was not going to die crouching here like a child playing hide and seek. He was not going to die kneeling at Voldemort's feet. He was going to die upright like his father, and he was going to die trying to defend himself, even if no defense was possible. So once again, on his terms, like he knows he's going to die, but at least he has control over how it goes.
Yes. And the one line I want to point out, because it's going to matter here in about a page or a page and a half, just as something to like kind of like mentally earmark, is the phrase, "he was going to die upright like his father." I think that's something. I think this is something I want to come back to, because there is actually a modification, a very important modification that happens to the story here on the next page. And it's like I think that there is one small, I like the change, but I think that line conflicts with the change.
Yes, I think it does. I think this was intended for the initial. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes. Okay. Yep. So just a small little piece there. But before Voldemort could stick his snake-like face around the headstone, Harry stood up. He gripped his wand tightly in his hand, thrust it in front of him, and threw himself around the headstone facing Voldemort. And so,
once again, he's doing it on his own terms. He is stepping out there. Voldemort didn't flush him out or anything like that. He is just like standing up,
right,
ready to fight. And Harry shouts, "Expelliarmus!" And Voldemort says, "Avada Kedavra!" And there you go. Green meets red, and here we go.
Yes. So the green and red, of course, we talked about plenty of times, but it's the constant mirror between the two: the Slytherin, the Gryffindor, the eyes, the spells. It's they are meant to sort of be like two sides of different coins or something.
Yes, but then when they meet, they turn into a big golden beam between the two. I think it's gold specifically because it's a phoenix tail that they both have in their wands. Which phoenixes are, of course, red, but the tail feathers are gold.
And this sort of got me wondering a little bit, because you're right. Like, there's going to be a lot of really positive things that come from the phoenix, especially Fawkes in particular's tail feathers inside of these two, particular people's wands. And they're all things that seem like they come to Harry's aid, but there's also going to be a moment where like Voldemort is hearing things that Harry's not hearing. And so it makes you wonder a little bit if their experiences are both the same but different, or even if there's like a duality to phoenixes, like which we've never really scratched the edge of that, surface at all. Like phoenixes seem to be exclusively held in just high regard.
They do. There doesn't seem like there's a real negative side. I mean, in the Cursed Child, there's like the augury, which is like sort of like it's not like when you read about the animal itself, it doesn't like it's sort of described as like a dark phoenix, but like it's not at all in any way like magically or thematically at all.
It's mostly misunderstood.
It's just
mostly like a
yeah.
thestral problem.
Yeah, it has a thestral problem. Mostly just like it like people think it causes rainstorms, but it doesn't. It just like cause when it's about to rain. It like gives warnings, but then people think it's the same thing or something.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's like I mean, yeah, and like the augury is like a character in the Cursed Child, which incidentally we're seeing tomorrow. That's
true. Yes, the new traveling show up in DC.
But either way, it's not present at all in this situation. Like the Phoenix they both have a Phoenix tail. So it's like I don't know if Voldemort, like if he hears music like the Phoenix song, like I've always thought like I can't tell if I think the song of the Phoenix specifically it has like a magicalness to it, or if it's more just that like Phoenix is singing extremely beautiful songs and music itself in any form is like magic.
Right. I mean, there is that line that we have in all the way back in Philosopher's Stone where Dumbledore says like, music, a magic more powerful than anything we teach in these halls.
Yeah. Yes.
And I agree with that. I definitely think there's something to it. But this is kind of like one of those interesting things that I always forget about this next little piece because it's not depicted in the film this way, but it certainly is the canon explanation as to what happens. But it says nothing could have prepared Harry for this. He felt his feet lift from the ground. He and Voldemort were both being raised into the air, their wands still connected by the thread of shimmering golden light. They glided away from the tombstone of Voldemort's father and came to rest in a patch of ground that was clear and free of graves. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why this happens. Like, because it's not like part of me thinks like, as far as the plot goes, it's a way to like make sure that like the web can appear and no Death Eaters are on the inside of the web because they're kind of like regrouping. Like
right.
if you want to write that situation and it's not like anyone got trapped inside, but I don't think it'd be that hard to be like it just appeared before the Death Eaters or whatever. Like unless it's like the specific action is specifically moving them away like from graves or from dead bodies or something.
I know that was the exact curiosity that I had. It was kind of like what is exactly going on here, because it doesn't as it's written, it's suggesting that the power associated is strong enough to lift both participants of the duel clean off the ground and carry them to a different location. So it also wouldn't have just been hard to say that like the surrounding Death Eaters were forced backwards by the dome that was created. Like, if anything, that just makes more sense, as if like the interior of this dome is reserved for those involved with the duel itself.
Right. Or it could have just kept them both floating in the air the whole time and had like a big like bubble around them or something.
Yeah,
you know, there's like ways to get the Death Eaters out of the way. That it's just sort of like it happens and it's just like it just moves.
Right.
For some reason.
Well, yeah, it just moves for some reason. I guess there's something to be said for the fact that phoenixes are, in a sense, immortal. So like maybe like it doesn't want to disturb like gravestones. I don't know if there's like
could it have like awoken some kind of like, but like, okay, but is this okay, so there's gonna be some question of like Priori Incantatem happens if two wands with twin cores meet each other.
Right.
So if you had a wand that had a unicorn tail hair and a unicorn tail hair from the same unicorn and made them fight, that would also get the same effect.
Correct.
However, obviously this version of it has the golden beam, which is at least we don't know if the unicorn one would be like white or something.
Sure. Or silver. Yeah.
Or silver or something like that. But this one also Harry is going to hear the Phoenix song. So it's like, like, and clearly that's coming from this specific core. So like if you had a unicorn Priori Incantatem situation, like would you hear some other magical aspect of the unicorn, or would it be different in some other way?
I know, yeah. Like,
so
go ahead.
What about them floating away is related to it being a phoenix feather, and what about it is related to just the act of Priori Incantatem?
It's a great question, because I do think, I mean, notably, phoenixes have the ability to lift extremely heavy loads.
Well, yeah.
You know, so there is that. Phoenixes can fly, whereas, you know, like a unicorn certainly can't.
Right.
You know, so like the ability to like lift might like lift and move seems in keeping with the phoenix. It still doesn't necessarily seem like it's primary or most important trait of any kind. We know that the phoenix tears have healing powers. So I mean, it feels like way too extraordinary a reach to suggest that possibly like the phoenix song could like reawaken the dead in the tombstones. And
yeah,
it's almost like,
I don't think about that. I mean, there is like when Harry is running for the cup, it says no longer aware of the pain in his leg. So like, I don't know if that's like, I've always assumed that's just like adrenaline.
I think it is adrenaline, because I think that's going to get taken care of in future chapters. So it's not like that's like healed.
Yeah, it's like it's healed.
Yeah, so that doesn't necessarily solve anything in particular there. The other thing that I think is interesting is that when Harry is ultimately running away, this is gonna be like after the dome is broken. It says 10 feet from Cedric, Harry dived behind a marble angel to avoid jets of red light. The marble angel I think is interesting because I've never picked up on it before. 2, it feels heavily symbolic because it's an angel that's going to block a spell that could have potentially harmed him, but it feels out of place. And I don't know if it's just because I'm picturing the graveyard in the same way that like graveyards are spooky at night, but like during the day, they're kind of beautiful.
Yeah.
It's like in my mind, because marble I think of also as being like pure white. So like it feels like, is it possible that somehow like this angel like sprouted?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Like because it's hard because you've seen the movie. It's like the graveyard looks so spooky, and it's like Voldemort's family is buried there, and like horrible acts brought them there. But it's like not everyone in the town of whatever Little Hangleton was like a bad person.
I mean, realistically, probably not even the favor in which the Riddles would have requested. Their what am I trying to say here? Like, what their tombstones would have looked like. I think in the film, it's like a Grim Reaper.
It's like a Grim Reaper.
Yeah. And it's like, but the real Tom Riddle Sr. was kind of like a hoity-toity, wealthy person. It doesn't seem likely that, in his will or wishes, he would have requested that.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, you're right. Like it seems odd. I'm just trying to think of like anything that happens that we can piece together. Cause the movement, I was like, this is strange. I don't necessarily know why I think this is happening.
Like the guardian angel thing?
No, not the guardian angel thing. Just the physical
movement.
The
moving. The moving of the bubble.
Yeah. But anyway, so they come to rest on a patch of ground that was clear and free of graves. The Death Eaters were shouting. They were asking Voldemort for instructions. They were closing in, reforming the circle around Harry and Voldemort, the snakes slithering at their heels, some of them drawing their wands.
I think the sentence, the Death Eaters were shouting, they were asking Voldemort for instructions, is interesting because like they are probably in a position, like the bubble hasn't formed yet. So they're like in a position to just like shoot stuff at Harry at the moment.
Right.
But like they don't. They're asking, but it's not because they're afraid of Harry and what he's doing. It's because they're afraid of Voldemort.
Right.
That they're like not acting, which again is just Voldemort defeating himself.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yep. Yeah. Let's see here, because you're right. The next thing it says, 1,000 more beams arced high over Harry and Voldemort, crisscrossing all around them until they were enclosed in a golden dome-shaped web.
Yeah. And then Voldemort does start shouting instructions and says, do nothing, which is like, okay. And Harry saw his red eyes wide with astonishment as what was happening. So Voldemort started to lose his composure. It's like up until now, he's like, all right, whatever, I can roll with this. I'm still in the power position here. But now he's just like, I have no idea what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
This was not supposed to happen.
Yes.
And it is interesting because it also seems like Voldemort is fighting to break the thread of light, still connecting, his wand with Harry. So it's like ultimately Harry will be the one who is able to break it, whether it's because he's given so much strength from instruction from his parents or, seeing everybody or what. But it seems like they are both struggling to physically hold on and keep the connection, but also can't break it any easier either.
Right.
Yep. The golden thread remained unbroken. Do nothing unless I command you, Voldemort shouted to his Death Eaters. So it's kind of like, okay, well, that explains why nobody attacks Harry.
Yep, as ever. And then here we go. We have, and then an unearthly and beautiful sound filled the air. So this is the Phoenix song. It was the sound of hope to Harry, the most beautiful and welcome thing he'd ever heard in his life. He felt as though the song were inside him instead of just around him. It was the sound he connected with Dumbledore, and it was almost as though a friend were speaking in his ear. So that all of that is just so interesting because it's like it clearly lifts Harry up and like swells his like confidence in the moment.
Yes.
In a way that it doesn't seem like it's working for Voldemort, which doesn't seem incorrect. It doesn't seem like Voldemort would be like able to understand, music or anything in the same way that he can't understand Quidditch or house elves or whatever.
All those other things, yeah. But it's also interesting because like this is the piece of lore that we never really properly got to understand about Phoenixes as it pertains to the Dumbledore family. Because like when inside of Fantastic Beasts, we got some really important lines that were kind of like, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. But, Dumbledore will say that he's always had an affinity for the birds, and that a Dumbledore or a Phoenix will come to a Dumbledore in need. And it's kind of like we do ultimately discover that Credence's character, is in fact Aurelius Dumbledore, and that like a Phoenix does arrive to Credence, but then there's questions as to like at what point like is that Phoenix Fawkes, and like what happens to Credence and how does it become Dumbledore's? And
I know there's so many unanswered questions. I feel like we're just never going to know because they're never going to make 4 and 5.
I know.
And
yeah.
It's like just you know what? Just write the books. Just write. You can start over. Go to Fantastic Beasts and just start over and just write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right.
It's fine. I'll take it.
No big deal. Yeah.
No big deal.
We won't complain.
I'll redo the first 3. You can even change it some. It doesn't have to match the movie. Change it.
It's all good. Yeah. But
it's all fine. But then, okay, so this line here, though, says it was almost as though a friend were speaking in his ear. This was a big, a big crux on our Once Upon a Theory. What if Dumbledore made a Horcrux?
Yes.
And the idea was that Dumbledore had made Fawkes into a Horcrux.
Yes.
And then that prior to Fawkes giving the tail feathers to the wands, meaning that each of the wands was then also holding a tiny piece of Dumbledore's soul. And so when Harry hears the friend speaking in his ear, don't break the connection, that it's actually Dumbledore and that's his piece of soul in there. That obviously it's not true, but that was just so you know, this was like this line here, that theory got noticed, or it got noticed by J.K. Rowling, and she responded on Twitter and said, I can't believe anyone would believe this or something.
Yeah. Well, I think it's still a pretty it feels like that happened, and then the Fantastic Beasts series came out, and we were learning like a lot about Dumbledore's past and his relationship with Fawkes and everything to do with all of the associated bits. And it was sort of like, okay, you say you didn't like it, but also it feels like a lot of this stuff is exploring a lot of the same things.
A lot of exploring the same things. Feels like, maybe, who knows? That would be that'd be wild. That'd be wild if it was connected in any way.
Well, so yeah, the other thing I wanted to add there, just because I feel like I have an additional piece of curiosity to expand upon as it pertains to Dumbledore's and Phoenixes, is whether or not they become Phoenixes in death.
I know that is like a big question,
right? Because it seems there is a line in Half-Blood Prince where basically the White Tomb is set into place and sealed, and I think like a burst of flame comes out of it, and it's I think Harry says for like a fleeting moment he swore he saw like a bird erupt, from the top of it, but then it was gone.
Right.
And so it's very curious because it makes you wonder whether or not, like, does a Phoenix appear to a Dumbledore in need, or do Dumbledores become Phoenixes like in death? Like,
right.
What is actually happening there? And again, to go back to Fantastic Beasts things, you have the whole situation where there was, the
baby swap.
The baby swap ends up making everything super complicated, because then there's also the predictions of Tychodonus, which is like return Great Avenger with wings from the water or whatever. Like the wings from the water very clearly seems like it would be like if
the
a baby
who died.
If there was a baby who perished who was a Dumbledore and then reemerged as with wings from the water as a phoenix, then it would be like Dumbledore's phoenixes. Like it all
feels like it should fit, but then it's not actually the Dumbledore baby that drowned. That's the real Credence. Not the real Credence, the real oh my gosh,
Lestrange,
Corvus
Lestrange.
It's the real Corvus Lestrange. That's who perished, and then Aurelius Dumbledore, aka Credence, is the one that Lita ends up accidentally saving.
Yeah.
And so, but then you can see where it's like, oh, well, look, you two babies clearly had some sort of like fated, not fatal. Well, fatal also, but fated moment together. One of you drowned, one of you was saved. And then there's this prediction about Return Great Avenger with wings from the water, and it's like, okay, so we have a Dumbledore and a prediction that Return from the water, someone drowned in the water, and now there's wings and phoenixes appear to Dumbledore's, and it's like, did the baby become the phoenix? Is that what happened?
Exactly. I mean, these are the questions, and in case you guys are wondering, or if it's even like hard to follow, I completely understand, because I think we studied the heck. I mean, we spent so much time with Crimes of Grindelwald because we wanted it to work. Like, we wanted there to be a reason why it wasn't just pure nonsense. And it was like, we spent, I don't even know how many theories we made out of it.
So many.
Like, I mean, we tried so hard to it's like nobody could say that we didn't try to enjoy what was being given to us. It's such a mess.
Even his name, Corvus Lestrange, that just means the strange raven, which would Phoenix would be a pretty strange raven,
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Anyway,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I feel like we broke for a rant about Fantastic Beasts in the middle of one of the most important scenes.
This is such an important scene.
I don't know what we're doing. I'm sorry. Okay. So don't break the connection. I know Harry told the music. I know I mustn't. But no sooner had he thought it than the thing became that much harder to do. And I feel like I've experienced that before too, where it's just sort of like you're kind of like, I can do this. And then it's like, now it's harder.
Right. Yes. I know exactly this feeling. It's like there's this game I play on my VR headset called Beat Sabers.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, sometimes if you're just sort of staring down towards the end of the row of like, what happens is you're like holding lightsabers and you're like hitting these blocks and there's music playing or whatever. And if you just sort of like stare down past the blocks, you're like, peripheral vision will pick up the way you're supposed to swing the blades and hit the arrows and whatever. And it's like, but every now and then it'll throw you like a tricky one and you'll miss it. And you'll be like, hold on, let me try and look at the blocks and stare there. And as soon as you start looking at the blocks, you can't do it anymore. Yeah.
It's like riding a bike. You can't stare at the wheel in front of you. You got to look forward.
Exactly.
Otherwise you'll make too many micro movements.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Harry felt his wand give a shudder under his hand as the light beads began to slide slowly and steadily his way. So this is sort of like all of a sudden, Voldemort is able to kind of like use all of his just sheer raw power to kind of like win the argument, if you will.
I guess I don't even read it as like Voldemort is like doing this intentionally. I sort of, my take on this is that like Harry suddenly sort of gets it. He sees the beads and it's like, it's coming towards him because Voldemort just happens to be way more powerful.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't feel like Voldemort is like, forcing it.
No. I think that's really what Harry ends up doing, is that he like sort of makes eye contact with the beads and then sort of like not knowing, why, or what he's doing. It says he concentrated every last particle of his mind upon forcing the bead back towards Voldemort, his ears full of Phoenix song, his eyes furious, fixed, and slowly, very slowly, the beads quivered to a halt. And then, just as slowly, they began to move the other way.
Oh, and it was Voldemort's wand that was vibrating extra hard now. Voldemort, who looked astonished and almost fearful, very afraid.
Yes.
Very afraid.
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of the beads of light was quivering inches from the tip of Voldemort's wand. And it's like, you start to wonder, like, how far apart were they? It's
I know.
Like, in my head, it's like 30 yards, but in reality, it's probably like 10 feet.
Yeah, right. Like, they're probably pretty close to each other here.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Harry didn't understand why he was doing it. He didn't know what it might achieve, but he now concentrated as hard as he'd ever done in his life on forcing that bead of light right back into Voldemort's wand. And slowly, very slowly, it moved along the golden thread. It trembled for a moment, and then it connected.
Yes, boom. And now we're going to get the big thing. And it just, not for nothing, and not to talk about Fantastic Beasts again, but if you watch the duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, like in Secrets of Dumbledore, this is exactly what happens.
It is exactly what happens.
Exactly what happens.
A dome forms around them, and their wands connect, and they're both basically like forcing
there's a bead
back and forth, and
which,
it's sort of
which must means they have twin cores, and we know that Grindelwald has the Elder Wand, which means Dumbledore's original wand must have a Thestral hair in it.
It's so infuriating.
It's so annoying that we don't have the answers. I'm so
It's either it's one of two things. It's either brilliant and frustrating, we don't have the answers, or it's sloppy and it's like using plot devices that we all have a strong affinity for and just throwing them around. And it's like you can't just this is very special and important.
Right.
So it's like if you're gonna do that, the outcome has to be very special and important.
Words have to mean things. Okay?
Yes, exactly. Don't mess with us.
But please make the fourth movie. Or just tell us what was going to happen.
Can you guys feel the tangible frustration? Because I can't even tell you. It's like for people who love something so much to be so frustrated with the same thing so much. Anyway, it's not the point.
You know what? The casting for the TV show looks really good.
There's that.
There's that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. One of the curiosities I have that I wanted to bring up is what do you think would have happened? Like, you know, if it had gone back into Harry's wand, it's like, it seems ominous. Like it seems almost as if like Harry losing that like battle, that bead, you know, back and forth, like push game that they're playing. Like it seems like something bad would happen to Harry, but realistically it would just start regurgitating his own spells.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it would have Expelliarmus would come out. Well, not even that. That's the current spell that's going on. So I don't think that would go. What's the last spell he did? It would just be everything he was doing in the maze.
Yeah, I think it's like Impedimenta and Stupefy,
Yeah, and
maybe
Stupefy.
against the spider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of 4-point spells. You know?
Yeah. It's Voldemort's over there like, boy, this kid really doesn't know where he's going in life.
Nerd.
What is that? Was that a compass?
Yeah.
That's embarrassing for you.
Come on. How hard is a maze, Potter? Keep your right hand on the maze. You'll get to the middle.
Is that a fact?
Well, there are some. Yeah, I think that's like a trick where it's like if you're in a maze and you keep your right hand on the wall, it means like you won't like retrace your same steps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because then even if you get turned around, you'll be going the other direction.
Right. Yeah. You won't. Yeah. I think there are ways that if you were a clever maze maker, you could avoid this and trap people in a circle or something. But in general, that will work. Yeah.
Wow. Huh.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. You'll end up, you might go down a bunch of dead ends, but you won't like backtrack or anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Because your new right will be your former left.
Right. All the time. Yeah.
Okay. I love that.
We'll get there eventually.
Yep. Let's see here. A dense, smoky hand flew out of the tip of it and vanished. This is like one of those details that I feel like I often forget about is that Wormtail's hand is the first thing we see. So that's a little just like piece of trivia. Like what is the first piece?
Well, the first one is actually the Echoing Screams, which is the Crucio he put on Harry.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
Good point. So
Yeah.
let me modify in case somebody asks us that. Because I'm going to write Wormtail's hand on tour when you inevitably ask me this question. But the correct answer, and I personally am saying it right now, are the Echoing Screams, which is the Cruciatus Curse that he used on him.
Yeah.
But notably not the Imperius Curse.
Totally not the Imperius Curse. Exactly.
Right.
That should come out, right?
Right.
He still cast it. I guess it wouldn't. Let's see. At once, Voldemort's began to emit echoing screams of pain. So it just sort of, maybe because that one like didn't really work.
Right. Yeah. That's.
Or I guess there's not really a good way to like visually show it or something.
It's just like I imagine it's just like a little like puff.
Yeah. Poof. Yeah.
It's like, hey, what was that one?
What was that? What was that?
I hear the screams. What was that one?
Nothing about that. Nothing to see there.
Nothing to see there.
Oh yeah. So we have the silver hand, which comes out and then vanishes. That's the ghost of the hand who made Wormtail. More shouts of pain. That's when he was doing Crucio on Avery. Then something large began to blossom from Voldemort's wand tip. And Cedric Diggory is back, but not really, guys.
But not really back.
Yeah.
No. He is completely gone.
Yeah.
But also back. And it is interesting to get the description because it is sort of like the thick gray ghost of Cedric Diggory. Was it a ghost? And this is kind of like an interesting one because we have had a theory before where we've broken down the Resurrection Stone because we've talked a little bit about. We just sort of mentioned it, how there could have been a brother wand to the elder wand, which would be essential for what I'm about to say next. But whether or not they could have, like, you have the three brothers, the Peveril brothers.
Right.
So it wouldn't be completely unusual if there is like the elder wand and then the other brothers have wands that also have that same
Came from the same thestral.
Exactly. And maybe if the Resurrection Stone was basically created by essentially forcing like this almost like Priori Incantatem
effect like into a rock.
Into a rock.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like you've created for all intents and purposes like a shortcut to the ghosts that come out of Priori Incantatem, and that is what you can return from the dead.
Right.
But not the real thing.
Right. So instead of just like, but it feels like it's not like, because this brings back the like shapes from people as if they're like behind the veil or whatever.
Right.
And which is like what the Resurrection Stone does. But like Priori Incantatem is like reverse spells. So this would have to be like something else about the stone has to be like able to bring back just specifically the people you love or something. You know?
Right. Yes. Like it has to be like a very, very, very specific and focused like regeneration of this kind of magic.
Right.
But really what I'm trying to say is I think that the similarities between how the second brother's late fiance is described is quite similar to what we get about Cedric.
Exactly.
And because of that, it kind of makes me believe that somehow those brands of magic are tightly woven together.
I agree. It feels like there was a brother wand, and that it was some version of Priori Incantatem was like instilled into the Resurrection Stone, and that's how it was created.
Right.
That's what it feels like. Anyway, Cedric gets up and he has a hold on, Harry. It said, not even he. Poor Cedric. Its voice was distant and echoing. Harry looked over to Voldemort. His red eyes were still shocked. So, and the number one thing Voldemort fears is the dead. So he is like really freaking out right now.
Yes. This would absolutely do it. More screams of pain from the wand. Then something else had emerged from a tip. The dense shadow of a second head, quickly followed by arms and a torso. An old man Harry had seen only in a dream was now pushing himself out of the end of the wand, just as Cedric has done. And his ghost or shadow, whatever it was, fell next to Cedric and surveyed Harry and Voldemort and the golden web and connected wands with mild surprise, leaning on his walking stick. He was a real wizard then, said the old man. Killed me, that one did. You fight it, boy.
So yeah, this is Frank Bryce from the very first chapter.
Yes. Okay. Here is something that I think is kind of interesting, is that when the next person who's going to come out is going to be the shadow of Bertha Jorkins, and it's going to say, "Don't let go," she cried. Her voice echoed like Cedric's, as though from far away. It's interesting that it echoes like Cedric's when Frank also talked.
Right. That is interesting.
Everyone else's will echo, but Frank is the only Muggle.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting too. So it's clearly not ghosts because Muggles can't go back as ghosts.
Right.
So this is a very unique experience for Frank, especially.
Yeah.
Because
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah. But I think that's very interesting because it's going to come back. I might have to scan ahead just a little bit to find the line. But it seems like that sort of like echoing voice. Okay, let's see here. This is going to be when James comes out. It says he walked close to Harry, looking down at him, and he spoke in the same distant voice, or the same distant echoing voice as the others, but quietly, so that Voldemort, his face now livid with fear as his victims prowled around him, could not hear. It's interesting that it seems like Frank is like excluded from this echoey voice phenomenon.
Well, it says the others, which could vaguely refer to all of them.
It could vaguely mean that.
Yeah.
But
it doesn't specifically say it when he does talk.
Right.
Yeah. And it does like skip over him after Bertha. So it does make you wonder if there's something about like wizards versus muggles coming back in this like form.
Right.
But it just affects their voice, you know?
Yeah, I don't know what else it would be, but I was like, well, that's kind of like a weird thing there.
I guess. Oh, I don't know. No, I was going to say maybe it matters if you're like near where you died, but we're right next to Cedric, even though we're also pretty close to where Frank died.
That's a good point. Yeah. You could make the argument because it's sort of like everybody, James and Lily are traveling theoretically from Godric's Hollow,
right,
or the graveyard there.
Yeah, like maybe it sounds like they're coming from that far away.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But then Cedric would sound like he was right there.
Yeah, because
he is.
He's like 12 feet away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. But then here is where we get to what you were talking about earlier, where they change something.
Yes.
So because the next person to come out is of course Lily, and it reads, and Harry knew when he saw it who it would be. He knew as though he had expected it from the moment when Cedric had appeared from the wand. Knew because the woman appearing was the one he thought of more than any other tonight. And this is, of course, Lily Potter coming out of it. But that sentence was initially misprinted, or at least not misprinted. But the order was incorrect. This was initially James coming out first, and it said it was the man he'd thought about more than any other tonight.
Yes. And that is what I think is really interesting about it, because this order is correct, because James dies first,
right.
which means that he would come out of the wand last.
Yes.
So that does make sense. But the big switch up there, so it's like, now we have the right order and Lily is coming out when she's supposed to come out. But I think the big thing is that, like, even going back to the maze, Harry, when he casts his Patronus against the Dementor, is like sad to see it go.
Right.
And Prongs is his father for all intents and purposes.
Right.
And going back to that line, I had earlier, it's basically like, he was going to die upright like his father, and he was going to die trying to defend himself, even if no defense was possible. So, like,
but even before that, Voldemort says you're going to die like your father, standing upright or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, you're right. You've had Prongs in the maze. You've had 2 references to James in the duel.
Right.
You've had Peter not able to make eye contact with Harry.
Right. Also that. Yes. So it's like in no part of me would ever undersell the utter importance of Lily to this story.
Yeah.
But
she has not come up.
She hasn't come up in the same way that it feels like James has throughout the course of this particular evening.
Right.
So that's like the one thing where it's like, I feel like they changed this piece, but maybe didn't change those other pieces.
Right.
And so, yeah, it's like, it's just maybe a little bit like, is Lily the person he thought about more than anyone else tonight?
Yeah, that sentence catches you off guard because it's like Lily hasn't been mentioned while James has been mentioned 3 times.
Exactly.
And that is because it was initially written with James in mind for this sentence. And there are copies of the book where it says James came out, but that is just like a bad math on which order they were supposed to come out on.
Yes. Yeah. So it'll even go down and say, like, your father's coming, she said quietly. Hold on for your father. It will be all right. Hold on. And even that line used to say, your mother's coming, he said quietly. Hold on for your mother. It will be all right. Hold on.
Right. It feels like it feels like Lily should be the last one because she's the one who made the big sacrifice. Like, she should be like the big finale.
Right.
But that's not obviously what actually happened. But I can see why it was written in the wrong way because, like, it makes it has better rhythm with what's happened for the rest of the night.
That's exactly right.
It's just not what happened.
It's just not what happened.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. And I think that might be like one of those like moments in writing where you just sort of have to like sit with the resolve that is the narrative and lore that you've created and just be okay with it not being perfect.
Right.
That to me is like the best way to accept it. It's like this is how it should be. It makes it mildly imperfect.
Right.
Yeah. But that's okay. That's okay. I still love this moment. This is a glorious, and very important moment for the whole series. So, but anyway, yeah. So, Lily shows up, and says, your father's coming. Hold on for your father. And he came, first his head, then his body, tall and untidy hair like Harry. The smoky shadow form of James Potter blossomed from the end of Voldemort's wand, fell to the ground and straightened himself like his wife. He walked close to Harry, looking down at him, and he spoke in the same distant echoing voice as the other, but quietly so that Voldemort, his face now livid with fear as his victim crowd around him, could not hear.
Yeah, I bet he is like, what is happening?
Or, gosh, I don't know if Peter can see this, but...
Oh, boy.
That's a tough one.
I bet he can. He is just like, oh, James. Oh, dear. Sorry about that.
My bad, buddy.
My bad for me. You don't know the Dark Lords, but I tried.
I agreed with Lupin and Sirius. They should have killed you.
Yeah.
No. When the connection is broken, we will linger for only moments, but we will give you time. You must get to the Portkey. It will return you to Hogwarts. Do you understand, Harry?
How could they possibly know this?
That is literally what I wrote.
Yeah.
And I wrote it in really sloppy handwriting, and then I apologize to whoever gets this page for the sloppy handwriting.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like, so this is one where it's another one that we've written many theories about because there's a huge argument as to why the Portkey works twice. And we've always sort of come back to this sentiment that Voldemort always intended to return. And just here recently, I think we actually sort of expanded a little bit on this since last week's episode came out. But like the potential role that Nagini could have been playing here, we know that Nagini can take the form of people, a la Bathilda Bagshot. And the rough idea is that the last person that Dumbledore would have wanted to return, or the last person that Voldemort would have wanted to know of his return is Dumbledore, because Dumbledore is otherwise his biggest obstacle past Harry. But if he could send Nagini back as Harry, as a highly venomous snake, and then the first person who encounters Harry upon his return is Dumbledore. He could have just basically had Harry dissolve into Nagini. Nagini shoots out, attacks Dumbledore, and 1-2 punch. He's killed Harry and Dumbledore in the same night.
Heck, and then Fudge is there too. Just,
I mean, just go for the trifecta while you're at it. The other thought that did cross my mind upon reading that particular sentence is the outside shot that somehow the James, Lily, Cedric, all these people can inject the magic into the portkey.
They can set it up.
How else? I just don't know how they know about it.
Well, okay. Here's my theory on that: is that like when Dumbledore meets Harry in King's Cross Station, he seems to kind of know everything Harry's done.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
Like, even though he's been dead.
Right.
Like, so it suggests that there's a certain amount of like the dead are just like watching over. Like they can just watch what's happening. They can't do anything about it, but they can watch. They can see it.
Right.
So like that makes it sound like they were able to watch and hear Voldemort give the plans to turn the portkey or turn the cup into the portkey. And like they know what the full plan is and they can tell Harry what to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that.
Okay.
Yep. That makes a lot of sense. And plus it keeps intact all of our other theories, which I like better.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So anyway.
Always love things that help our own theories.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then you get the just honestly, I know we've made so many jokes, but this is truly heartbreaking, which is just Cedric saying, Harry, take my body back, will you? Take my body back to my parents. And it's sort of like, this is like a massive thing, because I think it speaks to really both the characters, but it's an additional layer that Harry's going to have to account for in his quest to return. But it's so important to even Harry, that it's like, it is worth the extra seconds it will take me.
Yeah, I know. Harry's not down there like, were you kidding me, bro? You got kind of busy.
It's like, I gotta go.
Yeah.
But no, I think it just speaks to Harry's goodness that he understands the importance of this request.
You know who Cedric doesn't mention here? Cho. And she's gonna ask about it. She's gonna ask.
She's gonna want to know if I had anything else to say. And I did.
Yeah. Harry, you look at Harry. It's not like he doesn't follow up. Anything you want me to tell Cho? No. Okay. Yeah. You were gonna break up with her? I'll tell her. Yeah.
You liked Fleur the whole time.
The whole time? I got it. I got it.
Okay.
All right, cool. See ya. Bye. Bye.
Do it now, whispered his father's voice. Be ready to run. Do it now. Now, Harry yelled.
Harry yells now, not James.
Right.
No! His father was like, what's now?
What's now? Where?
Oh,
we're being ambushed. He pulled his wand upward with an almighty wrench. That's what I was referring to earlier, is that like it just seems like Voldemort himself also can't break it. So something has changed, or the ghosts basically have given Harry so much power as to kind of enable him to do it.
Right.
The Phoenix Song died, but the shadowy figures of Voldemort's victims did not disappear. They were closing in upon Voldemort, shielding Harry from his gaze. Oftentimes, I always think that like I'm surprised that this is as effective as it ends up being. But I think the real thing is something you've already shed light on in this chapter, which is that Voldemort is terrified of death. So these, apparitions,
dead shapes,
approaching him are probably scaring him beyond belief.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yep. So they basically just give Harry like 2 or 3 seconds worth of time to like confusion to break free of the crowd and just start sprinting.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Then, and I like this. As Harry ran, as he had never run in his life, knocking 2 stunned Death Eaters aside as he passed. I like to think one of them's not.
Yeah. Right. Not that having a good night.
He
thought it was a good night. He's like, oh my God, honey, reunion. I'm going to the party. I'll be back late.
Don't stay up.
How'd it go? Not good. Not good, pun intended. Voldemort laughed at me. The other Death Eaters laughed at me. The Potter kid got away.
Look, I have a bruise on my shoulder from where he knocked me
hit
over.
Me. I was just like, there was this bright light and there was a golden cage and...
I'm not going to lie to you. The Potter kid's pretty cool.
He cast Imperius on him and it didn't work. And I was kind of like, whoa, that's weird. Like, are you really sure we're back at full power, Big V? I had to play it off like I was cool with it because I didn't want him to like attack me. He hit Avery with the Crucio curse.
Right.
He gave Worm. You remember Pettigrew? No, he was just this like the little squirrely kid. He like gave him a silver hand or something. I don't know.
Seems strong.
Guess he's a rat now. I don't. Missed a lot. I feel like I missed a lot. People were not telling me anything.
I was just confused.
I was confused.
Mostly I was confused.
Well, did you have fun? I'm just, I need to go to bed. I'll talk about it in the morning.
Right. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, so then as Harry's running full bore right through Knot, Voldemort is screaming, "Stun him!" 10 feet from Cedric, Harry dived behind a marble angel to avoid the jets of red light and saw the tip of its wing shatter as the spells hit it.
Boom. Let's see. Then Harry, he shoots an impedimenta back behind him. I guess maybe he hits one. I think he does the same thing in the Battle of the Seven Potters, doesn't he?
Who do you think he hits?
Not, obviously. Then he hit me with he bruised my shoulder. I got hit with a pediment. I couldn't even chase him. I was like stuck in slow motion for like, no one remembered. Like he was gone and Voldemort's yelling at everyone and I'm over there like, I was like falling down for 10 seconds. Ugh. It's terrible.
It was embarrassing.
It was embarrassing. I don't know. I guess we're going to start like a whole brand new dark regime in the morning. There's like a whole meeting I have to go to at Lucius's, but like I'm
tired.
spent. I've been back at work for one day,
right?
And I'm not in the rhythm of it. I'll get back. I'll get back to it.
Yeah. Sure thing, sweetie.
Sure thing. All right.
Let's see here. He jumped over the cup and dived as he heard more wand blasts behind him. More jets of light flew over his head as he fell, stretching out his hand to grab Cedric's arm. "Stand aside! I will kill him. He is mine!" shrieked Voldemort. And if he had just let anybody do this, then his plans may have actually worked out better.
Might have. I guess they're all shooting spells at him. They're all missing. I like how also Harry forgets he can do magic here and says, but Cedric was too heavy to carry.
Oh, yes.
I think he tries to lift him first.
Right.
Oh, God. Oh, man.
This guy is strong.
Woo, oh, boy. Yeah. All right.
He was hitting the gym.
Yeah, it was.
Dang. Sorry.
The cup was out of reach. Voldemort's red eyes. Oh, here we go again. And Harry uses Accio to summon the Triwizard Cup to him, the same spell he used to get past the dragon, and also suggested that he master from Barty Crouch Jr.
Yeah.
So we got Expelliarmus from Snape. We got Throwing Off the Imperious Curse for Barty Crouch Jr. And we got Accio for Barty Crouch Jr. So all three things Harry does on this evening could be super avoided at the Death Eater. And yeah.
He's just like storming around. He's like, who do you think taught him those spells?
Who do you think? I don't know. Not me.
Not me.
Not in the mood. No? Okay. Sorry.
Try twice. What are you going to do? Harry caught it by the handle. He heard Voldemort scream of fury at the same moment that he felt a jerk behind his navel that meant that the portkey had worked. It was speeding him away in a whirl of wind and color, and Cedric along with him. They were going back.
Boom. They did it. We got away from Voldemort somehow. Man, do you think this is like, do you think Voldemort ends the night thinking like, do you think it ruined his like I have a body now? Or is he just like, well, man, you know what? It's okay, guys. Because guess what? I still got a body.
Who wants drinks?
Who wants it? I'm going. You guys want to go to the Hanged Man? It's this great little pub in town.
I know Dot down there.
I know
she'll be thrilled to see me.
It's gonna be good. She's gonna be happy. Well, you know what? We'll kill those people. How does that sound? You guys want to do that?
Right.
All right.
Just a
Potter
little.
got away. I want this to be a fun night. This is my rebirthing party.
Right. People are going to talk about it for ages.
We
can't have it going down as a
like
tragedy.
big failure.
Yes,
yeah. Wormtail's by and let's go.
That's it. Just shave some of your hand off.
Yeah. Shave some of your hand off. I guess if they kill everyone, they won't need to pay for anything. They probably don't pay for much.
You know what?
Yeah.
Now that we've reconsidered, I think you're right. Mm-hmm. I think you're right. Hopefully people aren't upset with us for having such a humorous take on chapter 34 of Goblet of Fire.
That's why people are here, Ben.
I hope so. Oh, that brings us to the end of the chapter. Jay, do you have a review for us?
Well, but of course I do. This comes from T Majors.
T Majors.
All right. A theory. I'm just listening to Through the Griffin Door podcast for the first time, and I know this is several years late, but I couldn't help but notice how y'all skipped over the weatherman in chapter 1 of Sorcerer's Stone is named Ted. I've always thought this was Ted Tonks in the first chapter of The Boy Who Lived. Then 9 minutes in on the evening news. Although owls normally hunt at night and we hardly ever see daylight, there have been hundreds of sightings of these birds flying in every direction since sunrise. Experts are unable to explain why these owls will suddenly change their sleeping pattern. The newscaster allowed himself a grin. Most mysterious. Now over to Jim McGuffin for the weather. Any more showers of owls tonight, Jim? Jim. Well, Ted, I don't know about that, but... So... Of course, Ted Tonks is a muggle, right?
Well, he's muggle-born.
Muggle-born.
Yes.
Muggle-born, yeah.
But he allowed himself a smile.
Yeah.
That part to me totally is sort of like, wait a second. Do you know what's up?
Yeah.
Gosh, that's an interesting question. And surely at this point in time, because Nymphadora is not that much older than Harry, right? Like she's early 20s.
Yeah. She's like new or so maybe like 20. I think what does McGonagall say? How many more years of training do you need?
5?
Like 5, so 23, I guess.
Yeah, something like that. 22, 23. Yeah, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
So that means so that good little chunk older than Harry. So he would have already been married to Andromeda. And I mean, either which way, I mean, I guess it would be kind of interesting if he chose a muggle profession as a wizard.
As a wizard. He's a newscaster.
He's he is so like I could see him almost being like Arthur Weasley's like Dinkelberg, you know, where it's sort of like Ted Tonks is living the muggle life the way that that like Arthur never could.
He's I guess it's less weird if he has a muggle profession if he's muggle born.
True. I mean, that's a good point. Like, I mean, because you could even by the time he got his letter to Hogwarts, he could. I mean, plenty of 11-year-olds know what they want to do when they get older. Not all of them, but some of them.
Yeah. Sure.
So it certainly doesn't seem impossible to think that he may have chosen that particular path. Plus, it would definitely it's a huge red mark. Like Andromeda also gets blasted from the Black family tree for marrying a muggle-born, but she's still marrying a wizard.
Yeah,
you know.
Well, also bear in mind though, what makes me like it more is that is the report on the morning of November 1st.
Yes, right. The day after Voldemort's downfall.
Right. So, and it's on the news. So all of the news before that would have been like bad Voldemort news. Right. So maybe I can see a world where if you're Ted Tonks, you're like, hey, maybe the way I help is to protect the Muggles by like giving them warnings on the news, you know, being like the mouthpiece for the wizards to like here's what's happening, or even just informing wizards or whatever.
Do we have any knowledge as to whether or not I mean, obviously Tonks is part of the Order of the Phoenix. Do we have any thought that their parents could have been as well? That her parents could have been.
I mean, Andromeda is a member of the Black. We don't know that for sure. No,
they certainly.
But like Lee Jordan, that's basically what Lee Jordan's doing. You know, he has like the radio show, but he's not like a member of the Order of the Phoenix.
That's a really good point. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it sounds silly, and like at the first thought, it's like, haha, that's kind of fun. But now that like you think about it through that lens, it's sort of like it would make sense to specifically put someone in a position to do this kind of job.
And Tonks is a Metamorph Magi, right?
Yeah.
So and there's no confirmation that he is at all.
But he could change his appearance.
But if he could change his appearance, then he could have like a public facing appearance that is different from his actual appearance. That would make him safe.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't hate it.
I
mean, I don't see
very little to go on, but like, why not?
It doesn't hurt anybody.
Doesn't hurt anybody. Yeah. We know he's like aligned on the correct side, and there's some plausible explanations here and there.
Right. Is it the case that we also learn, and I can't remember, is it possible that we learn about the death of Ted Tonks through Lee Jordan's radio show?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Because I feel like that would also sort of like bring it full circle. I mean, maybe not in the way that you want, but like, it would be interesting just to see like somebody else has picked up the mantle, and like that's where you're hearing about that specific thing.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely.
Sure.
I like it. I mean, clearly it's a very low stakes,
low stakes theory
situation, but who's it hurting? So
who's it hurting?
Yeah, I think perfect. Who wrote that in? That's a great thought.
That was by T Majors.
T Majors. Good thought, T Majors. Thank you for
I think probably that didn't occur to us. One, it's just never occurred to me anyway. But then I always get stuck on Jim MacGuffin because MacGuffin is just always the word for like the shiny thing the characters need to get.
Yes, which in Philosopher's Stone is
the Philosopher's Stone.
The Philosopher's Stone, yeah.
Yeah, that's the MacGuffin.
Because we never really even see the MacGuffin do what the MacGuffin can do.
Yeah.
At least not on page. So that's really fun. And then the other funny thing there, I guess, is I don't know when we learned Ted Tonks as a name for the first time. I can't remember if we hear about it. Like, I think we learn that Ted has Muggle parents when Tonks comes to pick him up in Order of the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Or of Muggle grandparents, I guess.
Right. Well, yeah. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or grandparents.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I was going to say the other thing that makes it hard to connect is that they're just so physically far apart.
Yeah.
In the pages.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Because, I'm almost certainly this was not the intent, but it can be true.
You know what else helps is like Kingsley is out there working.
That's true.
The other minister.
Prime Minister. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like a pretty high ranking. He goes on to be the new Minister of Magic.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. There are wizard protection acts out there for the Muggles. Even the pamphlets are like, just cast a spell on your neighbor's home. You might save a life or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't hate it.
Amazing. All right. Well, that should do us for today's episode. Thank you guys so much, as always, for listening. If you'd like to get in on the annual patronage, we do have a couple of really cool perks going on right now that include receiving one of our pages, which Jay and I have heavily marked up, whether it's highlighting different things, scribbling notes into the margins. We sign every single page. So if you sign up for an annual membership, we will send you a page from one of our books.
Yes.
You will get that in the mail. And then also, if you sign up before the end of July 2025, so July 31st, 2025, you will also receive a very exclusive Gumpster Fire pin, which is an homage to our lovely snowy owl here in-house, Gumpine, who hangs out here with us all the time. So if you want to check that out, it's patreon.com/Through the Griffin Door. Links in all of the obvious spots.
Yes, but otherwise, thank you so much for listening to today's episode. Make sure you join us next week for Chapter 35, Veritaserum, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 35, Veritaserum.
Or as I like to call it, the life and lies of Barty Crouch Jr.
Yeah, pretty much. That is definitely this chapter. This is just one of the best reveal chapters like ever.
It really is. Yeah. I mean, it's funny too, because the chapter art that we've got here is, of course, Mad-Eye Moody's trunk with its 7 locks. And there are, in fact, 7 locks in the drawing and 7 keys on the key ring, which I was like, hey, good attention to detail. Don't miss that. But I think what's really interesting about this story and the way that, like, maybe why I love Goblet of Fire and how it works so well is like the way that a key works. Like, it's like so much of the story has got like these ridges that are like custom fit to like slide themselves into a lock, and like all of the pins align just where they need to align for it to have all worked the whole time.
Right.
And now it's sort of like what you have to do is like put it all together in turn.
Click.
And when you do, it all works. You're sort of like, oh my gosh, we're here. Like we know how it happened. We know why it happened. Like what the mystery was. Who was the person who put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire? Why did they do it? Like how were they able to pull it off?
Yeah.
So anyway, I think this is a fun chapter. It's cool to see it unravel. And I think it's good. You know, we've talked a little bit about it in the past, like story architecture, because you really have like two key phases to this chapter. There's the initial sort of like conversation that Moody or Barty Crouch Jr. is going to have with Harry, which is sort of like the monologue piece.
Yeah.
And then there's the Veritaserum half of it, which is like where he's like he's not monologuing, but it's like he's still revealing.
He's monotoning.
Yeah. So that's a great way to describe it. Yeah. So it all sort of comes together there. So yeah, I don't know. I like the chapter art. It feels whimsical. It feels wizardy. It seems like the kind of trunk that
I literally wrote magical and whimsical looking.
Yes,
so
yeah.
On it, I was like, yes, I really like the chapter art on this one. Very solid, and it's a great payoff, even on the Veritaserum, where Snape like brought it up earlier in the book as a threat to Harry, and now you actually get to see it in action.
Yes, absolutely.
It's there.
So
you kind of get to like Barty Crouch Jr. Like now that the plan seems over, he really starts like dropping his guard a lot, even when he's talking to Harry and stuff too.
Oh yes.
So yeah, we'll just start diving on in, I guess.
Yeah, well, I was going to say I had like one last tiny little comparison to make because I do think you're right. Like there is a phenomenon that I experienced while I was going through my years in college, which is that like you can have roommates and roommates almost under any circumstances, even as good as they can be, which most of the time I had good experiences. Like you get to that last month of living with somebody and it's sort of like the end is in sight.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, like the dishes they don't do start to drive you crazy. The leaving dirty clothes around or shoes untidy or like, I don't know what the issue might be.
All the things you've silently been putting up with, even subconsciously.
That's exactly it. Yes.
Suddenly stop being so subconscious because now the end is in sight.
Yes. You're like, okay. Well, maybe now, like, the fact that you didn't put the toothpaste cap back on, it's like starting to kill me a little bit.
Like just once, man.
Right. So I think that's exactly what's happening to Moody in the first little leg of this chapter here, where it's sort of like he has been holding it together so strong for so long, and it's like it's about to come unraveled. Yeah. So anyway, do you want to kick off with our classic dragon line?
Absolutely. Let's do it. So we start out. Harry felt himself slam flat into the ground. His face was pressed into the grass. The smell of it filled his nostrils, and then the dragons arrived. So it's kind of gone from bad to worse for Harry in this situation.
This one feels like a real insult to injury.
It does.
Yeah. Like last chapter, I feel like it almost seemed like the dragons arriving would be
like to help him or something.
Like to help Harry.
Yeah.
Yes. Like it's sort of like, okay, yeah. So we had the oh gosh, what is it? Like Voldemort sort of coming into strength and having his own body and all those types of things.
And then the dragons
it's like, to eat him or something.
Exactly. Yeah, to burn him to a crispy crisp.
Now it just seems like Harry's really, really tired. Very beat up.
Yeah. Like he's already in the middle of a fight that he's losing, and now there's dragons. What?
It's like, come on,
man.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Not so good. But so we find out what happened. He had closed his eyes while the portkey transported him, and he had cut them closed. So he really super didn't see what happens there. And then he feels like he's in this state of like that can't have just happened. Please let it be a dream. Maybe if I don't open my eyes, it won't come true.
Right. I feel like there's going to be a lot of like sentiments that are sort of expressed and then re-expressed over the first couple of pages here. And it really just is going to be like, he like his head was spinning. His head hurt really bad. Like everything was like a little bit blurry. Like, and it's just going to kind of keep reinforcing just like he's in this dreamlike state or just otherwise it's straight
just shock. Yeah. And the way it's being written, I think this is called protracted prose. I think it was where it's like this it's like it's being written out in a really lengthy kind of way to like make you feel it too.
Oh,
like,
interesting.
It could just say Harry felt himself slam flat into the ground. A torrent of sound deafened and confused him. Like everything between there doesn't need to be there. but it is like taking you through the paces of like Harry, like not knowing what's going on, really like smelling the ground, like refusing to let go of what he's holding, like all these things.
Yes. Yep. No, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah. Cause it's like, he like tightened his hold on the two things he was still clutching, the smooth, cold handle of the Triwizard Cup and Cedric's body.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
rude
like,
of him to kind of call Cedric's body a thing,
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
That's okay. We get like a little bit of payback for that because I'm pretty sure Fudge is described as an it twice.
Oh, well, that's good.
On the very next page. So,
nice.
We got that going for us at least. Let's see here. Yeah. So then the torrent of sound deafening confused him. This is sort of like, I actually quite like as many complaints as I have about the Goblet of Fire movie. I do like Harry landing back in front of like the crowd of people.
Yeah.
And everybody there just sort of thinking like, it's over.
He's
like,
won.
He's won.
Yeah.
Like, because that kind of makes sense.
Right. That's what they're expecting. They think it's over, and then it creates such a good amount of confusion. It's like everyone's like so happy. Oh my gosh, this is what we've been waiting for. And then like some people are celebrating and some people are realizing the truth. And it's like, wait, what's real? What's happening? Yeah.
Yes. And in that way, you can almost even see like the terror and the panic, like vibrate through the audience, where it's kind of like the first person realizes, then the second person sees them realize, and then each of those have three people realizing, and it's like boop, 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 and it's like everybody is starting to realize like, wait, no, this isn't a good thing. And it's actually a really interesting question as well, because Harry's been at the graveyard for what we have to assume has been a minute.
Yeah.
Which means that there's functionally no action inside of the maze at all.
Nope.
Like, does everyone know that has happened? Like, because that would lead more to this idea that people were already in a state of panic upon their return.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
They think they're just in there bad. They don't know how long the maze is going to take.
I know, but yeah, it's like that's where it's kind of like, what is wrong with this game?
Yeah.
Like, it's like
this is the non-spectatoriness of it is such a problem.
It really is. It really is. Yep. Let's see here. So there were voices everywhere, footsteps, screams. He remained where he was, face screwed up against the noise as though it were a nightmare that would pass. I'm sure right now that's all he's hoping for.
I know.
And this is always kind of interesting phrasing too, because it says, then a pair of hands seized him roughly and turned him over. Harry! He opened his eyes and he was looking up at the starry sky, and Albus Dumbledore was crouched over him. It's surprising to me that Dumbledore's got like a rough touch here. Like, yeah, because it seems like it's so counter to everything we know about Dumbledore.
It does. It's sort of, he's just like, what's going on? Like he's immediately grasped that something is askew.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd say by the bottom of the page, he's pretty much grasped the situation though.
Right.
Like he's like, okay, time to go to work.
I know what this means.
Yep. I've been waiting for this. Here it is. Okay. Deep breath. We got it.
Yep.
Yeah. Harry, you stay here. Crap.
He didn't stay there. I told him to stay here. And oh man. No. Yeah. So one of the things I do think is kind of interesting about this is that we have like the it mirrors maybe ever so slightly like the King's Cross Station situation, where like Harry goes into the forest, he's hit with the Vada Kedavra, he wakes up, and the first person he sees is Dumbledore, and that's kind of like the same thing. Like it's even like made a point that like his eyes are like fiercely kept closed, and the first thing he does look at is Dumbledore.
Oh, you're right. It is very similar to that.
Yeah.
And upon wondering if he had clothes, he found he did.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, that's what happens in the other scene.
Yeah.
Let's see here. He had come back to the edge of the maze, and again, that sort of I think goes to reinforce the sentiment that on some level the port key is meant to return you to this particular location.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about that even more as well. Like possibly it's the case that like there was almost like a queue that you could like establish with this port key, if that makes sense, where like maybe it had like what Moody had done was put a stop first, like before the stop. So it's not necessarily like even like a return. It's just like one thing that the cup knew it was supposed to do was to bring you to the front of the maze. Like that is what makes sense.
Right.
That would be the obvious way for this spectacle to end, so that like everybody there essentially witnesses somebody just appear out of thin air holding the cup.
Right.
And it's sort of like, ha ha,
victory.
Right. Like that would be like the showmanship of the thing.
Right.
So part of me was almost thinking like that maybe is like what was built into the magical sequence there is like.
And he just like threw a pit stop in there.
Pretty much.
Can you imagine if like they had gotten there and they were both just like, this doesn't look right. Should we try and pick it up again? And we're back.
And we're back. Boom. Bada bum. Bada bum bum.
What? Wormtail. What is that? Did they just, what? Wormtail. No!
You were supposed to kill this bear. Oh man. But let's see here. Yeah.
So he comes back to the other page. He's not letting go of Cedric, and that's when he finally is able to tell Dumbledore right away he's back. He's back, Voldemort. And then Cornelius Fudge shows up, and unfortunately he misses that one sentence, which like that could be the first thing he hears, and he'd be like, wait, what? Could have been worse.
Right.
Or could have been better if he'd maybe just heard that very first thing he said, but he doesn't. Instead, what he notices, my God, Diggory, Dumbledore, he's dead. So the minister himself spreading panic, a bit of foreshadowing for the foreseeable future here.
That's right. Yep. Which is, I mean, I guess it's also like a little bit ironic because this whole thing is trying not to spread panic, but maybe that's like a lack of professionalism just, on Fudge's part where it's like, not the right thing to say.
Yeah.
Other people can hear you.
Exactly.
Don't say that right now.
Yeah.
Wait till you get away from other people and before you start declaring things openly.
I know. But then it says what, and then others shouted, it screeched into the night. He's dead. Cedric Diggory dead. I was like, guys, it's a weird time to be making jokes. I mean,
Oh, no. Oh, man. Too soon. I do. One of the things I do like with this whole sequence, though, is that it says that Harry let go of the cup, but he clutched Cedric to him even more tightly. I feel like that's just like good, like very quiet, sort of like priority establishment where it's like the cup does not matter to Harry at all. Like it is technically his prize for winning, but it's exactly how he feels about like the galleons. Like as far as he's concerned, it's like, I don't want them. Like, I'm not going to spend them. Somebody else can have them or I'm going to throw them away. Like, you know, whatever. But
he seems to be clutching onto Cedric. Like as long as he's holding him, maybe he's not dead or something.
Right. Like maybe something can still happen there.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just even just Harry's like genuine protective instincts on some level. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah. But yeah, so then we've got, Fudge saying, Harry, let go of him. But Harry wouldn't let him go. And then finally Dumbledore chimes in and says, Harry, you can't help him now. It's over. Let go.
Yeah, so that was the line I was talking about. Where it's like at this point, Dumbledore has grasped the situation. And he's like, it's over. Yeah.
Right.
Like
yes.
I have to coax Harry here back to reality. And then it says, let's see, he wanted me to bring him back. Seemed important to explain this. He wanted to bring him back to his parents. This must sound like he's just talking crazy because it's like, how could he have told you that? You know?
Right. Yeah. There's like a lot of gaps, but I feel like this also is going to like speak to probably even from Dumbledore's perspective, not that he would ever doubt it, but like to just Harry's sheer innocence in the situation. Cause you know, it probably is not a very good look for, you know, two champions to show up. One of them is dead, you know, like nobody's really assuming that like, this is like when you hear hooves, think horses, not zebras.
Yeah.
Like under this particular situation, it's like, what is more likely? These two got in a fight inside of the maze or the Dark Lord who's been gone for 13 years mysteriously returned?
Kidnapped one of them, murdered one, and then Harry fought him, beat him, and came back.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yes, yeah.
Seems less likely.
Right.
But you can tell Dumbledore, I like his response to it though. He says, that's right, Harry, just let go now. He's just very like talking to him calmly or something. You know, he's like trying to like, just like, yep, okay, whatever you say, that's fine. Let's go. Let go of the body. You know?
Yes, that's right.
But then I'm sure you highlighted this line. It says, Dumbledore bent down and with extraordinary strength for a man so old and thin, raised Harry from the ground and set him on his feet.
Yes, this is like, we have talked so at length and the Fantastic Beasts film series like gave us so much fodder for this particular conversation and of course never gave us a conclusion to it, at least not a firm one. The sentiment here is that the relationship between Dumbledore's and Phoenix's seems to just simply extend beyond Dumbledore owning Fawkes as a pet, or even that like a Phoenix might appear to a Dumbledore in need. Like that to me almost seems like a phrase that like is part of Dumbledore not fully embracing the relationship between Phoenix's and Dumbledore's.
Right.
Because there's a lot to be said for the idea that when Dumbledore dies, he becomes a phoenix in death.
Right.
And this is like one of those instances where we're seeing a very key characteristic of a phoenix, which is the ability to carry a load much greater than you may expect, being delivered right to Dumbledore. And I would make the argument that this chapter in particular is some of the most solid ground that we get for that argument, because it's going to keep coming up. Like Dumbledore is going to have like heat emanating from him. It's almost like a fiery intensity that he has coming off of him. But the one that I think is really like unusual to have included is the extraordinary strength element, because it's not something that like it's not something that the moment necessarily requires. Like nobody would bat an eye at a scenario where it says that Dumbledore helped Harry to his feet.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't be stuck on that.
Yeah, you wouldn't just be like, and Dumbledore lifted Harry and set him on his feet. Like it could just say that and it'd go straight by. But extraordinary strength for a man so old and thin makes it stand out a lot more, because one of the things phoenixes can do is carry extraordinary amounts of weight.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, for their size. Yeah, so that's just another thing that's just very, very Phoenix about him. Even I want to say, even on just the page before, I'm not sure it totally matters, but it says, then Dumbledore's face, which was still blurred and misted, came closer. So I'm not sure if it means misted like through Harry's, like tears in Harry's eyes, or if it's saying that Dumbledore himself has like a misty eye right there. But even that could be like Phoenix tears or something, and he's just trying to like help Harry out of the shock while he's doing this.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. Yeah, that's a very good point. Oh my gosh, like if Dumbledore has Phoenix tears.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, what?
That'd be wild.
That would be. But yeah, then again, you got Fudge, I think, attempting to sort of like take control of the situation when he's like, he needs to go to the hospital wing.
I was like, get in your own lane, Fudge.
Yeah, seriously, you got other stuff to deal with.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll take Dumbledore. I'll take him. And then Dumbledore chimes in and says, no, I would prefer. And then Fudge is like, Dumbledore, Amos Diggory, running. He's coming over. Don't you think you should tell him before he sees? Yeah. And that, oh, go ahead.
No, it's just fun. It's just like Dumbledore is like, he understands that like taking care of Harry in this moment is like probably the most important thing. But then Fudge happens to say maybe the only other most important thing.
It's true.
Which is that you have to talk to the dead boy's parents. And he's like, okay.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. But even that is interesting that like Fudge doesn't see that as his own responsibility.
I know.
As the minister of magic.
Right.
But either way, I think it's interesting because it does mean that like Dumbledore wanted to be the one to do this, like, which really basically speaks a volume because because of the fact that Cedric is dead. Like, it's like Dumbledore is like, okay, there are two very important things happening, and one ekes the other out, but only just barely, which is so important because then the very next thing he says is, Harry, stay here. And then, of course, you've got somebody come over, and it's unnamed at this particular moment.
Oh, but before that, it says, girls were screaming, sobbing hysterically. Not boys, just girls.
The boys were raised by tough men,
exactly.
Obviously.
All the boys here are super strong.
we don't cry.
We're so stoic.
That's silliness. It's okay to cry, guys. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So then we have an unnamed person come over to Harry. It says, "It's all right, son. I've got you. Come on, hospital wing." Mm-hmm. And then it's even interesting here that Harry this is like the Dumbledore's man thing, I think, chiming through, because Dumbledore said stay. Like, he's not even in his right mind. It even says that he said it thickly.
Right. Dumbledore says stay.
But I think it means that like Harry knew that Dumbledore wouldn't have said to stay here unless he meant it.
Right.
And this is the tell. Like,
yes,
Dumbledore is basically watching out of the corner of his own eye, something that Moody is not going to be doing for the rest of the night, or Barty Crouch Jr. But that is the moment that tips him off, is that nobody would have taken him. Nobody who knew Dumbledore would have taken him out of his sight.
Right, exactly. But he says, you need to lie down. Come on now. Like, as if Harry wasn't just lying down. But of course, he just wants to separate him from the crowd so we can get the full story of exactly what happened. And it's interesting how he's going to get the story out of him, because he pretty much knows what should have happened anyway, except that Harry came back alive. So he wants to like double check that everything worked.
That's exactly right. Yes. Yep. So then it'll take just like a couple of minutes before we even know who is actually physically moving him. So this is also an interesting one, because there is a slight difference between and of course it's only, 20 seconds worth of reading before you get there. But it means that like we are concealing who is speaking right up until the moment that we're not.
Right.
And that's the type of thing where if you're reading through the audiobook, Moody's voice is going to be used. Like it's going to be like, it's all right, son. I've got you. Come on. Hospital wing.
Right.
Like it's like that deep voice, but it's like obviously not McGonagall. It's not Flitwick. Like it's not someone else because of the voice that's used. But so then it'll go a couple paragraphs forward and say, "What happened, Harry?" The man asked at last as he lifted Harry at the stone steps. Clunk, clunk, clunk. It was Mad-Eye Moody.
Yeah.
That I think it's like the phrasing of that is interesting. The man asked.
I know. It's like, is that hiding it from the reader, or is it just that Harry is so like in
bleary-eyed.
shock that he doesn't quite know who it is yet?
Right. And I mean, I think that's a perfectly good explanation. I think it's interesting to me that, you get that far from the first thing he says till the reveal to understand who it was.
Yeah.
And
But even at this point, you might not think, you don't know he's the bad guy yet.
No, you certainly don't. So couples of porky, said Harry, took me and Cedric to a graveyard and Voldemort was there. Lord Voldemort. The Dark Lord was there. What happened then?
See, there's the next tell. He's like starting to lose his guard here because he calls him the Dark Lord.
That's exactly right. Yep. So the Dark Lord is something that, of course, his followers are going to call him, not everybody else.
Right.
Killed Cedric. They killed Cedric. And then made a potion, got his body back. The Dark Lord got his body back. He's returned.
Yes.
And the Death Eaters came. And then we dueled.
You dueled the Dark Lord?
Got away. My wand did something funny. I saw my mom and dad. They came out of his wand.
Yeah. And you can tell Barty Crouch Jr. is just like, okay, all right, sit down. I got to hear this. What happened now?
Yes. Yeah.
drink this. And I'm like, man, he could have just poisoned him right here. This could have been it. Because Harry drinks it.
I know. And it's funny too, because like even this, like it says, drink it, you'll feel better. And like, even that can be seen as like out of character. Like you might be like, why is he still taking care of him? I mean, it feels like a Lupin thing to say, like, eat this, it'll make you feel better.
Yeah.
Like with the chocolate and stuff like that. But what he's giving him is the pepper up potion. And what is really happening is that it is going to get Harry's senses to focus back in. Because that's basically what happens next. It says that Moody helped stuff the stuff down Harry's throat. He coughed, a peppery taste burning his throat. Moody's office came into sharper focus, and so did Moody himself. So he's trying to get Harry focused so that he can get the story out of him faster.
Yes. And then you get the line here. He looked as white as fudge had looked. Both eyes were fixed unblinkingly upon Harry's face. So like he's freaked out. He is like really worried that the plan didn't work because Harry's here.
Right. Yeah. You're not supposed to be here.
Right. But you're saying he's back. So yeah, walk me through it here.
Right.
Yeah, Voldemort's back, Harry. So he actually calls him Voldemort here. That's a rare moment for anyone else to call him that.
True. Yeah.
How did he do it? And so how did he do it is interesting because surely he knows how he did it, right?
Would he have explained? I mean, maybe that's just a way to verify like whatever Harry tells him.
Oh, sure.
Maybe it's a way to sort of be like, I know what he's supposed to have used. Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then sure enough, what Harry would tell him is that he used stuff from the Father's grave, from Wormtail, and from me. And then he goes further and says, what did the Dark Lord take from you? Blood, said Harry. His sleeve was ripped where Wormtail's dagger had torn it. Moody let out a breath in a long, low hiss. Like, to me, that is Barty Crouch Jr. understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah. In a hiss.
Yeah. Hiss.
Very, very specific.
Very snake-like right there. Or maybe he just knew he needed Harry, not what he needed from him, because we also have the theory about how, like Barty Crouch Jr. could potentially come back or whatever. If like he made this exact potion,
right,
or something.
Yeah. So the rough breakdown of that, just to give a quick overview, is that there's a kind of fascinating outcome that's going to happen pretty much in the next chapter, which is that Barty Crouch Jr. is going to be given the Dementor's kiss, which means that his body remains, which is kind of like a weird fate for someone so nefarious.
Yeah.
Especially somebody who is, as far as we're concerned, like Voldemort rather's most trusted follower.
Right.
And he specifically transforms his father into a bone.
Right, which is the very object we just learned in the last chapter that you need for this restorative potion.
Exactly. Yeah. So then, Hand of the Servant would be fairly straightforward. Anybody who's willing to help you. And then blood of the enemy is also straightforward. Anybody who's not willing to help you.
Right.
And there effectively could be a situation where you have Barty Crouch Jr. come back to face like a fully trained Harry Potter in adulthood as like an Auror.
Yeah, right.
Which would be just a fun story.
And the idea, of course, for that to have worked he would have needed to have made a Horcrux
in advance.
But our theory there is that we know who he killed, which is his dad.
Yep.
And so that's the murder he could have used to make the Horcrux, and then the only other like important object he had on him at the time. Well, he has the map with him. But the other obvious one is Moody's eye.
Which we also know the fate of.
Yes, which we know the fate of. We know exactly where it is. It happens to be exactly at the Quidditch World Cup, which is also where Barty Crouch Jr. cast the Dark Mark.
Yep.
Which is kind of just like specific and like, wow, we happen to know where it ended up. And we know that when Moody gets it back, like it doesn't fit as well as it's supposed to, which is kind of surprising because it's like the Polyjuice Potion makes an exact copy of him. So like, why doesn't it fit as well? And we think the reason is because there is now something extra in it, which is the soul of Barty Crouch Jr.
Yeah. So it's been modified, basically. Yep. So that's a quick little theory there for you, for the possibility for a Barty Crouch Jr. to return someday, which would be super exciting sequel series. Let's see here. Then we get the question, and I think this one's funny. And the Death Eaters, they returned. Yes, said Harry, loads of them. To which I wrote in, well,
I mean, some,
like there's really not that many of them. We can pretty much name them all.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. How did he treat them? Moody asked quietly. Did he forgive them?
Yeah. Still starting to lose. He's like, this is more like what a weird question to ask.
I know. Yeah. It's like, who cares?
Like, what do you mean? What? How do you treat them?
Maybe not even who cares. Like maybe this could be relevant information, but it's probably not the first question.
Right. Yes.
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. It's not. I mean, it'd be very interesting to like, what did he say to them? What did he do? Yeah.
Right.
Like, how did he treat them is an interesting way to phrase it. But of course, what he wants Harry to say is, what the answer he wants is he tortured them, he yelled at them, he berated them, or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. And then of course this sparks, because they're talking about the Death Eaters, this sparks in Harry's memory that there is a Death Eater at Hogwarts. And he knows just enough piece of information to know that they put his name into the Goblet of Fire and that they were the ones who made sure that he made it through to the end. And then Moody basically responds, I know who the Death Eater is. And Harry's like, Karkaroff?
Yeah. Like, oh, tell me how you really feel, Harry. Yeah.
That was his top candidate.
That was his top candidate. Was Karkaroff. Yeah.
Right. Which would have been just maybe like a little bit disappointing, honestly. And then Moody's like, Karkaroff fled tonight when the dark mark burned upon his arm.
Which he knows because he also felt the dark mark burn upon his arm.
That's exactly right. Yep. But I doubt he will get far. The Dark Lord has ways of tracking his enemies.
How? What ways?
I know. It's like, what is that?
The taboo? Like, that's the only real way we see him like tracking. In the meantime, he can never find Harry ever.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe in this particular regard, it's like, I mean, his enemy is a strong word because I was thinking like maybe the Dark Mark, but those would specifically be like what he would refer to as his friends. Yeah. Big air quotes on friends there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then Harry's like, he ran away, but then he didn't put my name in the goblet. No, said Moody slowly. No, he didn't. It was I who did that.
What?
So he comes out with it so quick.
I know.
Yeah.
It was I who did that.
Yeah. And Harry's like, what? No,
No, you didn't. You didn't do that. You can't have done. He's just like, none of that makes sense. How could it have been you? Wait, what? Why?
Right. Yeah.
I know. It's like, I think he's even just like, okay, even if you did, but like, who's the Death Eater? Whatever reason you had for it. Okay. But like, tell me
who the Death Eater is. Yeah. It's like, I mean, you could imagine from Harry's perspective, this is somebody he's like so looked up to that we brought up. I mean, like, Sirius has backed him. Dumbledore backs him. Like, there's just like situation after situation after situation that would lead you to believe that like this person is fine. And no, he is not.
Nope.
Because then the next thing that happens is Moody draws out his wand and points it at Harry.
I assure you I did.
Yeah. And he is like, he's questioning even further now, or he's pushing harder for the answer to the question. Rather, he forgave them then, the ones who escaped Azkaban.
Well, not really. In his own twisted version of forgiveness where he just puts them in debt.
That's exactly right. Yes. It's like, now you just owe me for as long as you were not working for
Although,
me.
if you put Voldemort's math on Barty Crouch Jr., Barty Crouch Jr. went to Azkaban for 1 year.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
So he was, I guess, I mean, he never really stopped doing anything for him, I guess, right?
I mean, I think he would make the argument that does Bellatrix share the same debt that
Right.
the other Death Eaters do?
Right, I guess.
Because it doesn't seem like she does have that same debt because she just went to Azkaban the whole time.
Right.
But is what you were going to say that if it's been 13 years, Barty Crouch Jr. spent one of them in Azkaban and then one of them at the other end in his service. So he's down to 11.
Well, I would have said that the time where he was imprisoned would have been wouldn't have really counted because he was trying to find Voldemort, but he couldn't. He
true.
was so I was going to say the year at Azkaban would have counted for 1, but now he's already paid off his 1 year of service or whatever here. But obviously Azkaban wouldn't count as a negative apparent for some reason.
Right.
In this regard.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you're right there. I follow what you mean. Let's see here. Yeah. So he says, I asked you whether he forgave the scum who never even went to look for him. Those treacherous cowards who wouldn't even brave Azkaban for him. And I'm like, dude, you're pretty cowardly in court yourself.
I know, right?
I don't know exactly how brave you were.
I know.
I think there was a lot of Father, it wasn't me.
I know. All I can think is that he used that. Even that's an act. He's not really afraid, but maybe he is. But also it says the treacherous cowards who wouldn't even brave Azkaban for him. I'm like, dude, you were only there for 1 year. Okay?
Seriously, yeah.
You got off pretty easy, all right?
And your dad came and bailed you out.
Yeah, came and bailed you out. The same guy who sent you there, okay? Yeah, no thanks or anything.
Right.
I guess he did immediately re-imprison you in a different way, but
There's that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then fled at the sight of the dark mark when I fired it into the sky. So now he admits to having done that as well. And Harry's like, wait, you? What? Why you did that? Okay. You put my name in the fire. You've sure the dark mark up, but just who's the Death Eater?
Are you sure it's not Karkaroff?
You sure? Did you think that would scare them off? Maybe it was a good move. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Because it did.
Because it did. Yeah.
And I do love the next line, which is that it's a line that makes a lot of sense when you have the full context, but it's I told you, Harry, I told you, if there's one thing I hate more than any other, it's a Death Eater who walked free. They turned their backs on my master when he needed them the most. So this is the thing you don't expect from a Death Eater, is that he has vengeance towards the other Death Eaters, but he's being oddly truthful back when Moody, who was a dark wizard catcher, someone who could say that with obvious context in mind.
Yes.
But it does happen to work both ways very neatly.
It does. It's also interesting here that he calls him Harry right here, rather than Potter. I'm trying to think of any other Death Eaters ever call Harry by his first name except for Voldemort.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Right.
That would be a fun one to scan for as well.
He doesn't say, I told you, Potter. He says, I told you, Harry.
Right.
Just get in the habit of being on first name basis with Harry Potter there, did you?
Harry, the chosen one, Potter.
So he's now used Harry's name and Voldemort's name.
Right.
So he's all sorts of, crazy.
Maybe
here.
he's just a big name dropper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? I expected him to torture them. Tell me he hurt them, Harry. So he did it again. He's like, well, he hurt Avery and Wormtail, I guess. So
and who's our boy?
Oh, not. Theodore Not.
Theodore Not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's standing down there on the corner trembling in his boots.
He's the one who apparently makes the time turner in The Cursed Child.
You're right.
Yeah. The wackadoo one that doesn't work. And then Draco's like, guess what? I got a regular one for plot convenience.
It's made of gold or
something. It's made of gold, so it works better than the other one. Oh, that story is all over the place.
It is. We did see The Cursed Child just in the past couple of weeks, and it was after we had our whole not joke. And when I heard them say not on stage, I giggled to myself. I was like,
no way.
That guy?
That guy made a time turner?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think not.
I think not. Oh, man. So is that, but then he does say, tell me he told them that I alone remained faithful. And I was like, he did.
He did actually pretty much say that.
Imagine Harry was like, he did say that.
It's like a little moment of like joy for Barty Crouch Jr. in this moment. It's like, really? Cool.
Hey, what else did he say about me?
Tell me everything.
Tell me it all.
Right.
Yes, but Harry is still back there. It's like, but you how? But how? And he's just like, oh, here you go. Here you go. I'll tell you how. Who put your name in the Goblet of Fire under a name of a different school? I did. Who frightened off every person I thought might try to hurt you or prevent you from winning the tournament? I did. Who nudged Hagrid into showing you the dragons? I did. Who helped you see the only way you could beat the dragons? I did. It's just like, oh man. All of a sudden you're just like, no.
It all works way too well. And it's like, yeah. So then we get like it hasn't been easy, Harry, guiding you through these tasks without arousing suspicion. I've had to use every ounce of cunning I possess. And it's like, that's
Facts.
Major Slytherin energy.
Yeah.
So that my hand would not be detectable in your success. Dumbledore would have been very suspicious if you had managed everything too easily.
Managed everything too easily? Pfft, he got the firebolt and the gillyweed. It was like super easy.
he totally killed it. Yeah. Oh man. As long as you got to that maze, preferably with a decent head start, then I knew I would have a chance of getting rid of the other champions and leaving your way clear. But I also had to contend with your stupidity.
Yeah. I got to throw in a quick jab there.
Harry's just like, hey.
I just beat Voldemort again, dude.
Right. I'm not so stupid.
Yeah.
Right. The second task was the one I was most afraid we would fail.
Maths and stuff.
Right. Yeah. Maths. I was keeping watch on you, Potter. I knew you hadn't worked out the egg's clue, so I had to give you another hint. And then Harry's like, you didn't. It's like, Cedric gave me the clue. Who told Cedric to open it underwater? I did.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man.
Oh, that's where he figured it out. Because that's one of those things where like when Cedric tells Harry, it's totally believable Cedric just figured it out.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No questions asked.
Yeah, he's the older student. Oh, okay, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I do love this next line, though. Decent people are so easy to manipulate, Potter.
Boy, he gets contradicted by himself like one paragraph from now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think this one is fun. Oh, you're right. Yeah. With Neville and Harry.
Yes.
Well, I think this one is interesting because there are going to be even more indications that our theory on how the Imperius Curse works continues to be true. That like it's the strength of character thing, and both Harry and Cedric share this in such a big way. Yeah. Because like as much manipulation as he's done, at no point in time did he Imperius Harry and have him go and just open the egg underwater.
Right.
You know, like it's like he can't Imperius Cedric to get him to tell Harry how to do it. It's like he has to trust that the good person will do what the good person thing is going to do. Right. Because he can't do it through the dark magic way.
Oh man, he doesn't even do it to Neville.
That's true.
Also doubt he could.
Yeah, doubt it.
Although
we have seen
Actually,
Neville.
No, I'm sorry.
We have seen him do it to Neville. Yeah. Oh, good thing we caught ourselves. Yeah. All the comments were about
to be like that. Yeah.
Rather astonishing gymnastics. Mm-hmm. Isn't that what it says?
Yes. He would not have otherwise been able to perform.
Yes. We know her things sometimes.
You remember stuff.
Right. Yep. Let's see here. Then there's a couple of funny lines, I think, where it says, I was watching all the time, all those hours in the library. Didn't you realize that the book you needed was in your dormitory all along? And it's like, obviously not.
I know. Like, he's like, I know Neville has that book, but I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to like ask him to borrow it or anything. I'm sure it's in there, but whatever.
Right. Magical water plants in the Mediterranean. Good piece of trivia. Always a hard one to remember.
Yep.
It would have told you that all you needed to know about was gillyweed. And it's like, apparently this was a terrible decision because apparently it's the only book that has any information about how to breathe underwater.
Apparently.
Right.
Yeah. But then he says, I expected you to ask everyone and anyone you could for help. You have a streak of pride and independence that might have ruined all. So right there, he just said nice people or decent people are so easy to manipulate, but he fails to manipulate Harry in this way.
Right.
And then he says it's because of his streak of independence that might have ruined all. But what he's describing is Harry's sense of fairness and not cheating.
Right. Yes, exactly.
So, in fact, the decent person was not easy to manipulate.
In your face, bad guy.
But of course he can't be wrong, so he has to twist it and say it's Harry's pride or whatever.
That's exactly right.
And then I have to tell you, his next move is maybe the luckiest thing that happens to him all year.
I completely agree. It's like this one is it's a reach.
Yeah,
it's a reach. You told me at the Yule Ball a house elf called Dobby had given you a Christmas present. And so he goes, this is his plan. He's like, okay, the house elf gave Harry a present. I can work with that. I am going to call him into the teacher's lounge to clean some robes. While there, I'm going to talk loudly about gillyweed and make the assumption that Dobby cares so much about Harry that he will listen to what I have said and deliver him stolen goods from Snape's office so he can breathe underwater.
Yes.
And it works.
Yeah. And I'm like, you don't even know what the relationship between Dobby and Harry is.
Right.
I mean, I guess he has enough of a relationship with Winky that maybe he's like, if you're exchanging gifts with the elf, it's because like that elf is really attached to you.
That's probably a very good point. That's probably a very good point. Yeah. Like he does have the unique position of having lived very closely with Winky.
Yeah.
So there's that. Then I think there's a neat little setup. I won't totally give it away yet, but Harry looks over at the faux glass and he can see foggy shapes moving in it.
Yeah.
On the wall. And so that's sort of just like letting you, the reader, know that someone is like coming, but it's sort of that classic, like, who will get there first? Will his monologue be done faster than it takes for the incoming people to save Harry?
Right.
Effectively.
Yeah. Yes. I think the little, I think it's the little verbal irony here. It says, as you were so long in that lake, Potter, I thought you would drown, but luckily Dumbledore took your idiocy for nobility and marked you high for it. I breathed again. I was like, just like Harry underwater.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or what he couldn't do.
Right.
Yeah.
You had an easier time than you should in that maze tonight, of course, said Moody. This one I think is the one that really like starts to put on display maybe like how impressive it is that Cedric makes it so far.
Yeah.
At the same speed.
Right.
Because like he is running into all of the barriers the maze had to offer.
Right.
And Harry isn't. And they still make it to the end at the same time. And of course, that's like even like one of those things where it's like, gosh, if Cedric knew, like his whole thing is sort of like, you take it. And then Harry's like, together. And he's like, okay. You know, and it's like, it's because they're sort of trading like well, you told me about the dragons. Well, you told me about the egg. We're even. It's like from Cedric's standpoint, he's like, so what did you run into in the maze? Maybe we should go through that scorecard.
Let's do that.
Because I had a whole bunch of stuff.
I got a bunch of stuff, man. There was an entire chess set. There was some venomous spectacular, 3-headed dog.
Yeah. Did you know you had to play music for those things? I didn't either. I just guessed.
I didn't know he's dead now. I killed him.
Cedric killed Fluffy.
Cedric killed Fluffy in the maze.
Oh, man. Well, if Voldemort didn't get him, then
Dumbledore
Hagrid
just
would've.
employs all of the Sorcerer's Stone obstacles into the maze.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Like, we just had them lying around anyway. I guess we'll use them.
Put them using there, you know?
Right.
People there's just a door at one spot, and there's a bunch of keys, and you got to go up and get them.
Right, yeah. Good thing there was a broomstick.
Yeah.
And he knows how to fly.
Yeah. Don't use that broomstick to like fly over the hedges, though. That would be like cheating. Okay?
Yeah, well, it's okay. It's Cedric. He's not going to do it.
He won't do that.
Yeah.
He has a streak of pride and independence.
That's it exactly. Fairness.
Yeah.
I was patrolling around it, able to see through the outer hedges. That is an interesting one where it's like, just the outer hedges, or how far in can you see?
How far? Yeah, like you could see them and blast through the maze and get rid of the obstacles. Like
I know, yeah. It's like that seems impressive even for you.
Yeah.
Able to curse many obstacles out of your way. I stunned Florida Liqueur as she passed. I put the Imperious Curse on Crumb so that he would finish Diggory. And again, that's another one of those like lines where it's like you could have just as easily put the Imperious Curse on Cedric if you could have done it.
Yeah.
And that I think is again, it just fits so well with the argument that you can't.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. With that. And then let's see. Harry stared at Moody. He just didn't see how this could be. It made no sense at all. And it's just like nothing about this computes. And it's like, because you're still missing the key information that it's not actually Mad-Eye Moody.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. But then we get another little nudge here that the foggy shapes in the faux glass were sharpening. So we're getting a little bit closer. But then we get this line that's like, the Dog Lord didn't manage to kill you, Potter, and he so wanted to. Imagine how he will reward. Oh my gosh. Imagine how he will reward me when he finds out I have done it for him.
Do you think he would reward him?
I don't
I
actually.
don't think he would either.
I think this is him missing the cue a little bit. It's like, because even when Harry is running after Priori Incantatem, like Voldemort is calling everybody else off. He's like, he's mine.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Voldemort wants somebody else.
Oh, I mean, if someone else kills Harry and it's Barty Crouch Jr. and he's already like put him up on a pedestal, everyone else might be like, that guy killed Harry Potter. Harry just defeated Voldemort and that guy killed him. Like, maybe we should be following him.
Once again.
Yeah.
So Barty Crouch Jr. basically had like, he was on the corporate ladder.
Yeah.
He's working his way up.
Going up, just like dear old dad, working up through the ministry.
He started in the mailroom and now look at him. He's like,
He's impersonating people, doing great dark wizard things.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. He's going to be Chief Dark Lord any day now.
Any day now.
Yeah.
Death Eater #1.
That's it. But yeah, so yeah, he's in this, you can even tell that he's just got severe daddy issues as well. Cause he says, I will be his dearest, his closest supporter, closer than a son.
Yeah. I know. It's just like,
is that,
dude.
is that what you want?
Is that what you want?
Is that what this, is that what this whole thing's been about?
That's what this is about. You want Volda Daddy over there?
Oh, I hate that.
I know.
Volda Daddy.
Volda, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much, pretty gross. But then he says the Dark Lord and I, and then he compares how similar they are, which is interesting because, well, I think this is interesting. He talks about how similar him and Voldemort are, but then like Harry spent a lot of Chamber of Secrets thinking about how similar Harry and Voldemort are also.
I had that same thought, yeah, and that is very interesting. But it even seems like as you scoot forward, like I think the Grey Lady will even say that like Harry and Tom Riddle share things in common. And you're right. I mean, Chamber of Secrets is a big one. Like you both have like the orphan boys who are sort of like, finding themselves at home for the first time at Hogwarts. Like they do have their own pieces in common. But maybe like more innocent early origin type things and less of the really terrible killing your own father kind of things.
Yeah. Yes. But you know what? I think I was thinking about this as I was going through the chapter is that there are a lot of similarities between Barty Crouch Jr. and Harry, at least. It feels to me like maybe Barty Crouch Jr. is supposed to represent like what Harry might have been if he like went dark, like how, because Harry himself is pretty cunning himself. Like, he could have been in Slytherin, but like as we go through the story here, as he starts telling Dumbledore what happened under the Veritaserum, you can kind of see like Barty Crouch Jr. is like, he uses a lot of Harry's same tricks, but in really nefarious ways.
Okay.
Like he uses the Polyjuice potion.
Right.
Harry did that.
Yep.
But Harry's doing it to try and like stop a bunch of murders, where Barty Crouch Jr. is using it to cause one.
Right.
In particular. And he even kills his dad. He also has the Marauder's map, which Harry has.
Right.
And Harry uses it like to, avoid trouble and to, break school rules and go to Hogsmeade and have fun and check on his loved one, watch Ginny at school,
right?
Follow Draco around obsessively.
Yeah, right.
Whatever. But like Barty Crouch Jr. again uses it to help him lie to people.
Yep.
And stuff like that. And then Barty Crouch Jr. also has an invisibility cloak.
Also
which
true.
Similarly, he's using that to like sneak around and like remain hidden and like double back on Dumbledore and stuff like that. But Harry, as Dumbledore says, uses his to like protect other people and stuff like that.
Right.
So it's like you can see like they have a lot of the same tools. Even down to like the way like their moms treat them. It's like his mom wanted him to be like free. Like she knows she's dying, so she goes to Azkaban and switches places with him. So she sort of like doesn't die for him, I suppose, but she sacrifices.
She's able to use her life to give him freedom.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which is what Lily does for Harry.
For Harry, you're right.
Sense. I don't think Barty Crouch, or I don't think his mom cast sacrificial protection on him or anything like that.
No. But, I think that would be a reach, and I don't think that I don't think that James is as bad as Barty Senior.
Not at all.
In terms of character. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know that like even if it's not to say that like James and Lily, had they survived, would have produced the next Barty Crouch Jr. in Harry
No, I
or
don't
anything
think
like
so.
that. But I do see what you mean. Like maybe under different circumstances, they're kind of like mirrors of one another, but like one's light and one's dark.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. This is like if like Voldemort swayed Harry in Philosopher's Stone and got him to join him, Harry could go on to be just like one of like his deadliest weapons.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Almost certainly, like, you know, Harry is going to be more competent than a lot of the other people who join the ranks of Death Eater, who are most often doing it like either out of fear or to like, I think that Dumbledore gives like a whole list of reasons that like people do join his ranks.
Right.
And sometimes it's just like more curated styles of like their own form of antagonizing others. Like there's like a list of things that he sort of like breaks down. But I feel like if Harry did it, it would be like almost like because he's got like his own ambition.
Right.
Like he would be good at it.
Right.
But in a way that we don't want.
Right. Exactly. I agree with you. I agree with you on that front.
Yeah. Let's see here. So then Harry finally goes on to say, and it's kind of ironic because he says, "You're mad." Harry said. He couldn't stop himself. "You're mad." "Mad am I," said Moody, his voice rising uncontrollably. We'll see who's mad now that the Dark Lord has returned with me at his side." And it's funny because he's using like mad, like
Right, like
Mad-Eye Moody.
yeah.
And it's sort of like, but no.
But
like,
no.
It's literally like it's about to come undone. "Harry Potter, you did not conquer him, and now I conquer you." And then at that moment, basically all wands are raised. It's about to happen when stupefy. There's a blinding flash of red light with a great splintering and crashing. The door of Moody's office was blasted apart. Moody was thrown backwards onto the office floor. Harry, still staring at the place where Moody's face had been, saw Albus Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and Professor McGonagall looking back at him out of the faux glass. That is the moment that I think if you are reading this series in real time and you're going through and trying to like determine things, I think this proves that Snape is not on Voldemort's side.
I mean, I literally wrote down the same thing. I said, because what you would see in the faux glass is people who are foes of Barty Crouch Jr.
Exactly.
And Snape is one of those foes. And Barty Crouch Jr. has just declared that he and Voldemort are going to conquer the war or conquer the world. And he's back with me at his side. And I'm going to kill Harry Potter. And like, if Snape it was on his side, he should remain blurry in the faux glass.
Exactly. Yes, you should not be able to see, like, because otherwise Snape's not your adversary.
Yeah.
You probably would probably not see any shadow for him at all. You would just only see McGonagall or Dumbledore.
In
But
fact,
yeah.
it's going to double down later on the page where it says Snape followed him looking into the faux glass where his own face was still visible glaring into the room.
Yep.
It's like it doesn't draw attention to that for either of the other two, for McGonagall or Dumbledore. So it's like I think that sentence is there. It's supposed to be like, yeah, see, Snape, good guy.
Yes, exactly. But this is, again, one of those moments, too, where you also see Dumbledore in a completely different context than we normally do at all. Dumbledore in front, his wand outstretched, which even just that, like, it's so rare that those words are lined up because, like, it's so infrequent that we get to see Dumbledore, like, in combat mode, so to speak. And so it says, at that moment, Harry fully understood for the first time why people said Dumbledore was the only wizard Voldemort had ever feared. The look upon Dumbledore's face as he stared down at the unconscious form of Mad-Eye Moody was more terrible than Harry ever could have imagined. And this is where I guess you kind of realize that, like, Dumbledore, for all of his goodness, all of his kind of like quirkiness, is formidable, is intense, is powerful.
Oh yeah, I mean, and then you get more of the Phoenix imagery where it says there was cold fury in every line of the ancient face. A sense of power radiated from Dumbledore as though he were giving off burning heat.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, phoenixes are obviously associated with fire, burst into flames when they die.
Right.
And are reborn from the ashes. So there you go.
There you go. Yep. I literally wrote the exact same thing. Just like burning heat, like a phoenix.
Yep.
He stepped into the office, placed a foot underneath Moody's unconscious body and kicked him over onto his back.
Kicked him.
That's like, whoa, okay.
Hey.
Okay. Snape followed him, looking into the faux glass where his own face was still visible, glaring into the room. Professor McGonagall went straight to Harry.
Yep.
Yeah. Crazy scene. Once again, Sprout nowhere to be seen.
Nowhere to be seen. Or Flitwick. Come on.
Right.
Maybe we'll give Sprout the benefit of the doubt, and she's down there with Amos.
Right.
And Mrs. Diggory.
Right. She's like, I'm so sorry I've been absent all year. Maybe if I'd been there, something could have been different.
Yeah. Oh, Did I help Cedric? No, I didn't.
None. Yeah,
Not even a little.
Right. What was the words that we just used? The streak of independence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cedric, great kid, real streak of pride and independence in that one.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't have helped him if I wanted to.
Right.
Yeah. So let's see. So then Dumbledore demands that Harry stay in the room to hear what's going to happen. He says, understanding is the first step to acceptance, and only with acceptance can there be recovery. So I feel like those are pretty wise words by Dumbledore right there.
I mean, really, yeah, truly. Because I think that, like, you've got the stages of grief, and the stages of grief cap off with acceptance.
Yeah.
So it's almost like he knows in this moment that it's sort of like, and he's going to say the same thing in the next chapter as well, where it's like, if I could give you a sleeping draft that would help, like I would do it in a heartbeat, but it's not going to help. Like, we need to get through this. Like, we need to do it. Like, that's what's going to help you, like, move on to be prepared essentially for the next steps.
Yeah.
Which is the other big thing that Dumbledore knows lies before Harry is a long path. Like, it's not over yet.
Not by a long shot. But then he reveals that how he knows that it's not Alistair Moody. He said, the moment he took you, I knew and I followed. Obviously from quite a distance, though. It's like, we weren't exactly standing at the door, were you, Dumbledore?
Right. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Me and Granger, we were doing our best.
Yeah. You guys were fast. I mean, he's got a wooden leg. Yours is hurt, but like, I mean, come on, I'm old,
That's it.
Got Hermione back here dragging me down.
She's just not that quick.
He's not that fast.
That's a throwback to Prisoner of Azkaban, in case I forgot about that joke, because it has been a while now that we're.
It was also at the beginning of Goblet Ben when she couldn't get up the hill.
That's true. That's true. So it's been like 33 chapters ago. Yeah. Since we were last there.
I love the instructions he gives to McGonagall there. He says, go down to Hagrid's house where you'll find a large black dog sitting in the pumpkin patch. Take the dog up to my office and tell him I will be with him shortly.
Then come back here. Although it's kind of perfect to have McGonagall do it. Like, I wonder if she's sort of like, it's definitely not a dog, because she's also an animagus.
Oh, well, she for sure knows that it can't be just a dog.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, you gotta love the line. If either Snape or McGonagall found these instructions peculiar, they hit their confusion.
Yeah.
I don't think that they do, though. I think that this is probably where McGonagall and Snape really are probably two of Dumbledore's highest trusted allies as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Both turned at once and left the office. Dumbledore walked over to the trunk with 7 locks and fitted the first key into the lock. And this is where we kind of get to see like that piece from the cover art open up all the way. And it's sort of a neat invention where it's like each time you open and close like a different lock, you get something different inside.
Yeah. It is the exact same thing Newt Scamander is doing with his own briefcase.
You're right.
At the beginning of Fantastic Beasts.
Right. Another Dumbledore ally.
Yes, another Dumbledore ally with another fancy briefcase. This one, I can't imagine. I mean, I'm wondering how big the room that Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, is in, like at the bottom of the briefcase. Or at the bottom of the suitcase.
I know, yeah. Like it almost seems to me, and like I know that this is probably thinking like a little bit too much about like what it would be like to contain a human being. But like in my mind, Moody's a pretty powerful wizard, and Barty Crouch Jr. himself knows that the Imperius Curse can be fought.
Yeah.
So it's like, I feel like by putting him in a circumstance that was too uncomfortable would probably further drive somebody to try to overcome their circumstances. So like in my mind, it's like maybe it is more of like a room than like what the movie depicts, which is just sort of like a
shaft.
Like a shaft. Yeah. It's like a place for him to like sit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it does say that there's a room down there.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, if you remember at the beginning of Fantastic Beasts, Newt has a little switch on the front of his briefcase where he can like, and then like switch over to Muggle mode or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, but then he switches it back over, and there's a whole basement down there, a whole zoo, a whole menagerie, if you will.
That is like one of those details where I feel like the further the movies went, the more they were just like, yeah, we could just keep stretching it. It could just keep getting bigger.
It's huge in there. Who's to say? Yeah, it's also likely the same spell Hermione has on her handbag in Deathly Hallows.
Oh yes, good point. Yeah. I wonder if Hermione's using like a rather rudimentary version of it, or if you like dove into her handbag, if you'd be like, whoa.
You can like walk around in here. Oh my goodness.
Right. I guess also it's what the tent is.
This is also what the tent is doing. Yes.
Right.
Undetectable expansion charm. Is that what it is?
I believe so.
Yeah. I don't know why it has to be undetectable, but okay. Let's see. So yeah, that's the case as we get key by key, lock by lock, and then eventually we get to Mad Eye Moody himself, the real Mad Eye Moody, and you get some interesting facts here. It says like, they would have had to have kept him alive. Of course. I guess he's been keeping him under control via the stunning spell and the Imperious curse. So I imagine also probably that it's just dark down there. Like I cannot imagine how the actual Mad Eye Moody climbs out of the situation and resumes any form of normalcy or sanity at all.
Yeah, I mean, especially like if he was already in a situation where people kind of thought that he was like a little like Harry Carey in his reactions to things. Like, I mean, he's effectively been like in, like a major like, deprivation prisoner situation. Like, and for the better part of what are we going on now? Like 10 months? Like,
something like that.
It's pretty severe.
I mean, he's been locked in a trunk in effectively just a dark room where he's been either stunned or imperious for like 10 months.
Right.
Like, I mean, with one leg and one eye.
Right.
Like, I mean, solitary confinement is already something that's like really
cruel and
like
unusual.
Kind of cruel and unusual. And that's for like, short periods of time.
Yeah.
This is like 10 months and like without even lights,
I know. Yeah. That's it's really terrible.
I don't know. Maybe the Imperious curse makes it so that it's like, you're not really in your own head. It's just sort of like fuzzy or something.
Right.
I don't know. That's all I can think. I can't believe he gets out of this thing and it's just like, I guess I'll go right back to doing what I do.
I'll just take up arms again.
Let's see. And now Dumbledore is really starting to get to it. He figures out that it's Polyjuice potion, and you see the simplicity of it, the brilliance. For Moody never does drink from his hip flask. He's well known for it. It's like, is he? All right, okay. The imposter needed, of course, to keep the real Mad Eye close, so he'd continue making the potion. You see his hair. This would be a line that people would point to that says you have to have hair harvested from a living person in order for the Polyjuice potion to work.
Yep.
Like as opposed to like digging up a dead body or something and like transforming into a dead person.
Sure.
Yeah. Which I think we made a video about this and I cannot remember where we landed on it.
I know. Yeah. It's a very tricky one. I mean, to me, it seems like there's no obvious reason for Barty Crouch Jr. to keep him alive unless he has to.
Well, he's going to say that he like wanted to keep interviewing him to get his mannerisms down. But like certainly by now he's pretty much got it.
You would think so.
Yeah.
You would think so. Yeah. Yeah. But it is also interesting as well that like I think the excitement of tonight, our fake Moody may have forgotten to take it as frequently as he should have done on the hour, every hour. We shall see. That's kind of an interesting one because nothing has actually proven otherwise yet. Like, as far as we know, he's still just in the form of Moody. So yeah.
And it's like, even if you don't say that, it's like every hour on the hour. It's like, and if he didn't, then it'll just be a little bit longer. We have to wait.
True. Yes, exactly. Right. Yep. Then before Harry's eyes, the face of the man on the floor began to change. The scars were disappearing. The skin became smooth. The mangled nose became whole and started to shrink. The long mane of grizzled gray hair was withdrawing into the scalp and turning into the color of straw.
Straw. That's your real first clue.
It's like, oh wait, straw.
Straw.
I remember a kid with straw haired. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, straw-colored hair, rather. Suddenly, with a loud clunk, the wooden leg fell away as the normal leg regrew. This is like one of those like weird questions where it's sort of like you have to wonder as well whether or not Moody is just going through this experience like every night when he goes to sleep, where it's like this sounds terrible.
Terrible.
Like, I mean, not that I'm feeling any sympathy for what Barty Crouch Jr. is going through, but it's like it seems like these 10 months would be extremely challenging for him as well.
Yeah.
Just to keep up the facade.
Yep. Yeah. And so then the eye pops out and it says it continue to swivel in every direction. And my question here is like, it's swiveling, but is anyone seeing out of it in this moment?
I know that
it seems like it's looking around.
It seems like it's looking around like maybe of its own accord.
Yeah.
But like, what is it trying to take in? Yeah. Or who is it sending the information to?
Right.
This is like one of those where like in Deathly Hallows, we know that Umbridge is obviously using the eye inside of her door and she's using it like as a way to like keep an eye on all of her employees.
Yeah.
It's like a part of me almost interprets it as if like she can see what they're doing even when she's not there. But I feel like you've asserted before that like maybe it's more of just like she could just use it as like a peephole.
That's what I've assumed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess maybe that one's just like a little bit open to interpretation. We don't have great specifics about it, but yeah, because even when Moody takes his eye out and drops it like in the cup of water at the Dursleys, and he says that like it's never fit quite right after that scum word or whatever. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's whizzing around in the cup of water as well.
That's true.
So, I mean, either the eye has its own version of sentience, or the magic that created it is unique in some other way.
The eye continues to be mysterious and important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like the work is.
So the work is mysterious and important.
little Severance reference for you guys. Okay, so what do we got next?
Next, Snape recognizes him first, that it is Crouch, Barty Crouch, to which you might not even realize. You might think, like senior, but no, he has clarified already that he killed his father, that they had the same name. So this is Barty Crouch Jr. You're just having to do the math and figure out that his son is named the same as him.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. So I guess he even said that I had the same name as my father. So
right.
Yeah, just to clarify that for you.
Yep.
And then Winky comes in and she really does it for you. Says, Master Barty, what is you doing here? Yeah. What happened?
Right. You has killed him. You has killed Master's son. He is simply stunned, Winky, said Dumbledore. Step aside, please. Severus, you have the potion.
Why does he bring Winky up here at all?
Maybe just to confirm. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more just for plot convenience to give you a little bit of a different person's perspective on what's going on.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I don't know that it's strictly speaking necessary. But then of course we use the Veritaserum and the spell Renervate, which is a little piece of trivia there. That's how you wake someone up after being stupefied. And then Dumbledore seems to have kind of taken back control of the situation, because it says, I would like you to tell us, said Dumbledore softly, how you came to be here. How did you escape from Azkaban?
Yes. And then so we start to get the story here. It says, my mother saved me. She knew I was dying. She persuaded my father to rescue me as a last favor to her. And it says she knew she was dying. Okay, it's going to go on to say, my mother died. The Dementors are blind. They sensed one healthy, one dying person entering Azkaban. They sensed one healthy, one dying person leaving it, meaning that he's the dying person leaving it. So I guess he's been so affected by the Dementors that he is it feels like he's dying.
That is what my take on it has to be. Yes, because it says as well that Winky nursed him back to health.
Yeah.
Upon exiting, which I think that's the right interpretation. That basically by being in Azkaban, he was being badly damaged by it and needed to be pulled back up. I guess.
But then this sentence always bothers me. It says, my mother died a short while afterward in Azkaban. She was careful to drink Polyjuice Potion until the end. Because how much did she have? How much could they have possibly left her with? Or when he says died a short while afterward, does he mean the next day?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's a super fair question, because it doesn't seem like it could be, but so much. Yeah. I suppose if the Dementors are blind, maybe a lot more of the removal of magical artifact type things happens. Your wand is removed from you and you're sent in there just sort of in your prison jumpsuit or whatever they're wearing. I'm kind of picturing the wanted poster for Sirius Black. But it could be the case that even the fact that Sirius could transform into a dog, the Dementors aren't really interfering with that action.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I it could just be the case that it's sort of because you've got somebody as high ranking as Barty Crouch Sr. there, that it's sort of they could have just rolled in a cart full of materials for her to have in her cell.
Right.
I mean, I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
It's maybe that's just unusual otherwise.
Right. But there's got to be some kind of screening process. Otherwise, anyone who comes to visit, which I guess maybe he's only able to visit because he's such a high ranking officer, could just bring materials that could help them escape or something or whatever.
Yeah. Right. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's I guess contraband in traditional prisons is almost always
a thing.
Always a thing. It finds its way in there somehow.
Finds its way in. Yes.
So yeah, I don't know. It could be the same thing, but I agree with you. It's kind of a strange one. We also get another piece of lore about Polyjuice Potion that it says she was buried under my name and bearing my appearance, which means that if you were to die under Polyjuice Potion, you stay in the form of the person you're polyjuiced into.
Yep.
Unless they buried her very quickly.
Right. Yeah. They're someone died. Let's go. Come on, Dementors, get the shovels out.
That's right. Everybody get your favorite shovel.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, I guess it could be the other one where like if you had wizards who had wands, like, we know Harry, hand digs the grave for Dobby. But if you could just like point your wand and be like, zoop, body, zoop,
maybe it's not that big of a deal.
Maybe it's not that big a deal.
I mean, the other thing that I still think it just must mean like that Polyjuice leaves you in that form.
No,
even
I think
in
you're
death,
right. Yeah.
Because it also, we've already just clarified that Dementors are blind.
Yeah.
So it's like, if somebody just died and they just went out to like bury her, like they wouldn't know that she looked any different.
Right.
Like, at least for the purposes of Dementors, not,
Right.
Yeah.
So then he says that when he gets home, Winky nurses him back to health. And when I had recovered my strength, I thought only of finding my master, of returning to his service. Which is just like crazy. It's crazy to me that he's been in there for like a year and he's like near death. And he is like still has this single mindset of Voldemort, like must return to him, must help him, must return to service.
Yeah. I mean, what do you figure is driving this? Because like, I mean, it seems
daddy
like
issues.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah. Is that it's like, it almost, it's like he's back at like under his father's, like, I don't know, rule.
Yeah.
Effectively. And so what more than kind of like coming to feeling like yourself again and being like, this is where I hate to be, then be like, I want to go back to where I want to be.
Right.
Which would obviously be Voldemort.
Even though this guy just got him out of prison. But he did put him under the Imperious Curse, which is rich because he's throwing people into Azkaban like left and right for these kind of crimes, and he's doing them himself. So bit of hypocrisy there.
Yep.
But I guess we also know that he is the one who authorized the use of unforgivable curses against the Death Eaters.
Right. So maybe he just feels like he's within his jurisdiction to do so.
Yeah.
It's almost surprising to me that he's as clever as to have Barty Jr. wear the invisibility cloak day and night, because it's sort of like you would generally expect that nobody would be at your house to like witness such a thing. But like it is a good precaution, at least until it isn't, because when Bertha Jorkins shows up, she's ultimately going to hear Winky talking to somebody and surmise that there's somebody there under an invisibility cloak.
Right.
So yeah, it's kind of like the precaution is necessary in the end.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I guess Barty Croucher just opened the door for anybody, He's like, oh, someone run by?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on?
How could this backfire? Oh, Bertha, you saw my son. Hate to do this. Obliviate.
Right.
Oh, who's that? Who could that possibly be? Probably not the Dark Lord and his servant. Oh my God.
It totally is. Darn it.
I gotta stop answering the door.
Gotta stop that.
Jeez.
Yep.
Gotta get one of them Ring doorbell things.
Every pure blood wizarding house needs one.
Oh man. So yeah, then we find out that Bertha Jorkins stopped by his house in the world's other most convenient thing ever for Voldemort.
Yes.
And obviously Barty Crouch Sr. can't have that, so he puts a very powerful memory charm on her. Way too powerful though, and it damages her memory, which then sort of explains like why she's so forgetful and why everyone's like, "Oh, Bertha, she'll get back when she gets back, I guess."
But it seems like it's a weird thing to have happen, because you're right. Like I think it does help explain some amount of like her forgetfulness, or maybe it even explains how Wormtail is able to like woo her, which is such an uncomfortable thing.
Forgot that he was just a creepy monster person.
Right.
Yeah.
Like actively while in the conversation.
Well, through conversation, he's like, I don't like this person. What'd you say? That was nice. Oh, wait, this guy's totally a creep. Oh, that's sort of flirty. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. That's kind of what I imagine is sort of happening inside of the situation. But like Syria seems to refer to her as having been an idiot, like all the way back to like her school time.
Yeah.
And I think even like when Dumbledore's like looking at Bertha Jorkins in the Pensieve, it seems like he is even like remembering a time where he's like asking Bertha Jorkins like, but why, Bertha? Why would you do it in the first place?
Yeah.
Like it seems like she was just sort of like a problematic person, like in not the most obvious way, but in some way.
She was just kind of like ditzy is what it sounds like.
Maybe so.
But like she says she's like an idiot. Like she made bad decisions, but it sounds like she had a good memory because like she liked to gossip.
Right. Yeah. So maybe her priorities were just all in the wrong
Just very,
space.
very social person,
Right.
And down to Albania. Albania for some fun times, I guess.
Everybody loves to hit up Albania.
You know it.
Yeah.
Actually, I have no idea. Maybe it's a very nice place.
I think there's some beautiful forests in the country of Albania.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
It's only a few cursed objects.
Just a few of those. And one really large former woman/snake.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then we get the question about the Quidditch World Cup, and then we kind of get like this interesting piece of information because it's Winky who talks Barty Crouch Sr. into it. This is sort of like the treats that Winky convinces Senior to occasionally give to Junior for good behavior.
Yeah.
Which is shocking.
Yeah, good behavior. He can't do anything about it.
Right. Yeah, he's under the Imperius Curse. So it's like, what do you mean? Like continuing to be under the Imperius Curse? Like that's his good behavior?
Guess so.
But she spent months persuading Senior to allow Junior to go because he had formerly loved Quidditch. And that's kind of like one of the interesting things too, because Hermione is under the impression that Barty Sr. forced Winky into the top box. But when you hear it through this perspective, it sounds like Winky pleaded with him to be able to go.
Yeah.
It's like Winky doesn't like heights, which Barty Sr. or Barty Jr. rather will bring up here in just a second as a way to get the wand because Winky's not paying attention because she is frightened of heights.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I guess the reasoning that finally works on Crouch Sr. is that his wife had not, given up her freedom so that her son could be imprisoned. It'd be so that he could have a life of freedom. And I guess he's like, why'd you have to bring up my wife, Winky, or whatever. But I could not believe he agrees to do this and like let him out in public. It's like, it's not even like let him out in public. It's like let him out in the most crowded wizarding environment in the world.
Most crowded wizarding environment in the world. And then also in like the most, it's the top box. It's the one where like all of the ministers are going. Like,
exactly.
This is like the space where it's like, maybe not this room.
Yeah.
Maybe any other.
Maybe your hyper dangerous son should be like, in one of the lower seats.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Well, they got to be up here.
Not necessarily that it would be better to put other people in danger or anything like that, but it would just be surprising from somebody who's obsessed with security to create such a security risk.
Yes.
Um,
And it goes about as poorly as it could because he steals a wand, Harry Potter's wand.
Yes.
Nearly breaks free. Yeah. Cast the dark mark into the sky. Anyway. But let's see. And then he says, but Winky didn't know I was growing stronger. I was starting to fight my father's Imperius Curse. There were times when I was almost myself again. So it's like, if you're keeping track with our whole Imperius Curse thing, it's like you're supposed to have like strength of character to be able to fight it. Obviously, Barty Crouch Jr. has next to no character at all.
Correct.
So it has taken him all of 13 years to do this?
Yes.
Yeah. To finally start breaking it. And he's like, he didn't know I was growing stronger. And it's like, well, it took you long enough, dude. Because on the flip side, even though Barty Crouch Sr. is not a great guy, he is able to start breaking free of Voldemort's Imperius Curse in less than a year.
Yes.
Which by comparison, pretty good.
Pretty
to
fast.
Harry, pretty terrible. Yeah.
Right. Who does it like on his fourth try?
Fourth try.
Yeah,
well, when Voldemort casts it, does it like in like 5 seconds.
Right. Yeah. He's
just like, I won't.
Yeah, exactly. In front of all of his friends too.
Very embarrassing.
Very embarrassing for Dumbledore. Or Voldemort. Oh my gosh. I have gotten into this terrible habit of confusing the names Dumbledore and Voldemort in my brain. It's like I'm
one
sure,
of them's right.
It's got to be one of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, continue.
Yes. So then he sees a wand sticking out of a boy's pocket. So he doesn't actually realize it's Harry Potter's wand he stole.
Right.
He's just like, hey, free wand.
Right.
I stole it.
Master Barty, you bad boy.
I hate that sentence. You bad boy, Mrs. Barty Jr.
Yes, it's so uncomfy.
Yes, it is. But then they go back to the tent. Then they hear the Death Eaters, the ones who had never been to Azkaban, the ones who had never suffered from my master. They turned their backs on him. They were not enslaved as I was. They were free to seek him, but did not. So he is so mad at the Death Eaters there because from his point of view, it's like, you all could have broken me out so much sooner. You could have saved me. You could have brought Voldemort back.
The timing of this, though, is also just so convenient when it really boils down to it, because now you've got an instance where you've got like basically there's Wormtail who went to find Voldemort, which has already happened as of the Quidditch World Cup. There is exactly one other wizard who is desperately trying to get back to the Dark Lord, who is in the process of overcoming his Imperius Curse, while at the same time, all of Voldemort's other followers are actively like going on parade. And it's sort of like, wow, what are the odds of that? Like that there are two separate Death Eater related incidents in the same night and they are not coordinated.
Right.
You know, which is Barty Crouch Jr. shooting the Dark Mark and all of the other Death Eaters basically just playing smart.
Well, they're
with
not
Marcus.
coordinated, but one is a reaction to the other.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah. So one doesn't happen without the other. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But so then he uses Harry's wand to cast the Dark Mark. He says Winky used her own brand of magic to bind me to her, which is just another example of everyone underestimating house elves magic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. And this actually does kind of go back to that like interesting incident, like where you're listening to Winky walk through the forest, and it sounds like at the time she like almost as if she's like tethered to something invisible. I think is the actual phrasing that we get inside of that chapter, and it's like that is exactly
it.
What's going on.
Yes. But then we find out that when the Dark Mark goes up, all those Ministry wizards cast the stunning spells, and they in fact do hit Winky and Barty Crouch Jr. They are both stunned, but now they are no longer connected because of the stunning. So he realizes that like, oh my gosh, if I found Winky, then it's like, again, super lucky that it's Barty Crouch Sr. of all people who finds them in the woods.
Yes. Yep, yeah, absolutely. Because he effectively finds him under the invisibility cloak and is sort of like, yep, no one's there. It's all good. Just the house elf.
Yep.
And then, you know, obviously like is able to kind of get through the rest of the evening and then just go back later to eventually collect his son. But because of this mishap, he of course has to then fire Winky because she has been discovered having failed in front of lots of people. And it's going to look bad if he doesn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
So then it's just Barty Jr. and his father in the house. And then this is when finally Voldemort shows up to collect him.
Yeah. Knocks on the door. Who was that?
Ring camera.
Yeah. If only Barty Crouch Sr. had a ring camera, he might have known it was Wormtail and Voldemort at the door.
If only. Yep. That's the new campaign coming to you from the Ring Doorbell Company.
Yep. But he didn't. And so he immediately gets imperious himself. And now the shoe is really on the other foot because now he's the one imprisoned. It's not going here. This says it was very quick. My father was placed under the Imperious curse and I was released. I awoke. I was myself again, alive as I hadn't been in years. So that must be quite a feeling for him to be like, finally, like I am back.
Yes.
Yeah.
We are in business.
We doing it.
we put the band back together. Is that what's going on?
We doing it?
We doing this?
Yeah.
Wormtail, you on drums?
Yeah. Until like anyone else comes back. You know?
Literally anybody.
Anybody else.
You can play drums for now, but eventually, it's probably going to take over.
He slams pretty hard back there.
That's it. Yeah.
Got them gets those enchanted bass drums, you know.
we call it death metal.
Death metal, exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, let's see here. Then we got the whole backstory about kind of like Moody is going to be a teacher, which is information that they've learned from Bertha Jorkins. And Voldemort basically says that he's going to need a Death Eater placed as a servant at Hogwarts who can basically enact the rest of his plan and ensure that Harry ultimately will reach the Triwizard Cup, which is going to be turned into a portkey and deliver him to Voldemort.
Yeah. He also says that he asked whether I was ready to risk everything for him. I was ready. It was my dream, my greatest ambition to serve him, to prove myself to him, which is just more big daddy issue energy right there. Okay.
I'm sure at some point in time, Voldemort must have used the old, like, you want to go out in the backyard and toss the ball around?
I know. He's like, I need someone to head over to Hogwarts and pose as a Mad-Eye Moody. Are you up for it, sport? What?
Now go oil your glove and put it under your bed.
Tomorrow morning, I'll show you how to cast a spell. Wow.
The perfect cast. There are 4 people in the world who got that Goofy movie reference. Anyway, you needed Alistair Moody, said Dumbledore. His blue eyes were blazing, though his voice remained calm. Wormtail and I did it. We prepared the Polyjuice potion beforehand. We journeyed to his house.
No, they didn't. It's a 6-month potion.
It takes a while.
Takes a while.
You know what, Jay? There are stores of it. It's fine.
Stores of it. Yeah, we prepared it beforehand. Right. We just whipped it right up, which it took Harry and Hermione and Ron like however long. And nope, we just do it. It's just like Slughorn. He's like, yeah, you want me to come back to teach? Okay. And then like first day of class, I got polyjuice. And he's like, how'd you do it that fast? Doesn't it need time to mature?
Mature. You shouldn't have had this. You shouldn't have. You
shouldn't have it.
But you know what? We've already introduced it as a plot device, and now we're just going to use it willy-nilly.
No, we have it. Everyone just has it all the time. We get the boom slang skin from Snape's office and just make more because whatever. You can just make it as soon as you want now, even though it was a huge obstacle earlier.
Yes. Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah. This is like one of the things that I think bothered me about the Cursed Child is that it's sort of just like, hey, you want to use polyjuice potion and time turners again? Because everybody's favorite plot devices.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, let's not do that. But we did. It is actually a fun show. We have to give it that. Yeah. Anyway, I'm off
It's
track.
fun to see.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Continue.
Well, then the man who spent 12 years as a rat and the one who spent 12 years under the Imperious Curse decide they're going to take on the best Auror in the history of the Ministry and somehow win. Yeah. I don't know.
We managed to subdue him just in time. Forced him into a compartment in his own magical trunk. Took some of his hair and added it to the potion. I drank it. I became Moody Stubble. I took his leg and his eye. I was ready to face Arthur Weasley when he arrived to sort out the muggles who had heard a disturbance. I made the dustbins move around the yard. I told Arthur Weasley I had heard intruders in my yard who had set off the dustbins. Then I packed out Moody's clothes and dark detectors, put them in the trunk with Moody, and set off for Hogwarts. I love the inclusion of the set off the dustbins in the yard. I had made the dustbins move around in the yard. It's like this is such a small and non-difficult task.
Yeah,
So would you just go out there and like kind of kick them around a little bit, or like, you know, what's going on with the dustbins?
I imagine they're just sort of like banging around off the walls or something.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, odd little things. He has quite a morning. He has to go in there, attack him, subdue him, lie about what happened, and then immediately pack up and start a new job.
Right. Yeah. It's like, well, I've basically been like just staring off into space quietly for the better part of a decade. But yeah, sure, I can go teach a class.
You think at any point of the year he was like, you know what, this teaching gig is not bad. Like, I have a nice place to sleep. I have great benefits. The food is pretty good.
Yeah.
Honestly, I like my coworkers. You know, it's kind of rewarding teaching the kids things.
Right. I got to turn that one Malfoy kid into a ferret.
That was pretty fun.
Yeah. But then we do get the further explanation that he keeps Moody alive under the Imperious Curse because he wanted to be able to question him to find out more about his past.
Well, the Imperious Curse is so powerful in this book. It is doing a lot of stuff.
It is aggressively OP. Yeah. Because it says this is basically the explanation as to how Moody was able to fool Dumbledore, is that he was just basically able to question Moody into giving him all of his like mannerisms and stuff. And it's like, Moody has such specific mannerisms is what makes it really challenging.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot to have to learn very quickly on the job, and then also like teach a whole bunch of kids and like grade papers and do all sorts of other things.
Right.
Yeah. Which and it's like, it's not even like he's just teaching the students. He's like Harry regards it as like one of the more challenging classes he's taking. Like he's teaching like a good course.
Right.
Yeah.
Harry is learning a lot.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Then the other gradients were easy. I stole boomslang skin from the dungeons. This feels reckless to me. Like all of the other things that they're able to pull off, and they can't just like get him some boomslang skin. Like he's stealing it from Snape's office. Like,
right.
That seems wholly unnecessary. Mm-hmm. But when the potions master found me in his office, I said I was under orders to search it. And one of those things that again, Snape could have easily been like, "Hey, Dumbledore, did you ask him to like search my office? Because that's kind of weird. Like, you could have asked me first.
Right.
You could have done it yourself.
Right.
But either way, I guess he never brings it up out of pride. I don't know. Too much.
Fairness, Ben.
Yeah, fairness. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Wormtail returned to care for my master at my father's house and to keep watch over my father. So now you've got an interesting trio of people hanging out in the Crouch residence. It's Peter Pettigrew, Voldemort, and Barty Crouch Sr.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, whew, man.
Not a great place to be.
No.
So I guess that's where they're staying for most of the year.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, because that's like where they eventually will. They're currently letting Barty Sr. go back to the office, so we would have seen him a couple of times under the Imperious Curse, things that we pointed out earlier in the book. But then at some point in time, it's like he's starting to kind of combat it a little bit, and that's when they have to start sending in the messages. And that's when Percy's basically like getting messages from Wormtail for all intents and purposes.
Yes. Just so funny that Percy's old rat is sending him messages.
Yes, it is.
But Wormtail neglected his duty. He was not watchful enough, and my father escaped. And it's like, Wormtail, what are you doing all day, man?
He's like, they had a Nintendo Switch, man.
Yeah, like I don't know, like they had Muggle television. It was I got addicted to the soaps. I don't know.
The soaps.
I was watching my stories.
Days of Our Lives.
Days of Our Lives. Dr. Drake Ramore. That's a Friends reference.
There we go. We're killing it today with the out of fandom references. But yeah, that is what happened. This is the piece of information that then Voldemort is going to send to Barty Crouch Jr. and it's going to be the eagle owl that Harry sees while he's just sort of like staring out at the forest.
Yeah, that's right.
Earlier in the series, and basically said to stop his father at all costs. So Barty Jr. waited. He used the map that he had taken from Harry Potter. The map had almost ruined everything.
And Dumbledore's like, what on earth map is this?
Right. And Harry, I imagine this is like a moment where it's like Harry kind of looks at Dumbledore and he's like, my bad.
Yeah, Harry's just like, huh? What?
Which map are we talking about now?
Somebody's throwing stuff.
I don't know which map you mean. But yeah, Potter's map of Hogwarts. Potter saw me on it.
This guy's crazy, man.
Oh, man.
I wouldn't have that from you.
No, obviously. I would tell you if I had a map of that of that magnitude.
Come on, Dumbledore. How dumb Dumbledore do you think I am?
Potter saw me stealing more ingredients for the Polyjuice potion from Snape's office one night. He thought I was my father. And so, of course, that's sort of the rather convenient thing about the Marauders map. Yeah, is that it doesn't give you the junior. The junior, exactly. Yep. We have the same first name, which is like you have the same first and last name.
Yeah.
We just have the same name.
Yeah.
Not just first name. I took the map from Potter that night. I told him my father hated dark wizards. Potter believed my father was after Snape. So, of course, that fits.
That all tracks.
Yeah, as far as we were at the story at that point in time.
Snape's in there like, Harry's catching strays over there like, what? No.
I didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
What? Don't look at me, Snape. Stop staring at me. Stop. What? I didn't think you were a bad guy. Not me.
No way. No way.
Yeah.
I pulled out my invisibility cloak and went to meet him. This is basically when he discovers his father entering the grounds. He was walking around the edge of the forest. Then Potter came and Crumb. I waited. I could not hurt Potter. My master needed him. Potter ran to get Dumbledore. I stunned Crumb. I killed my father. No, wailed Winky. Master Barty, what is you saying?
Yes, you killed your father. What did you do with the body? Carried it into the forest. So yeah, basically he carries it into the forest, puts on the invisibility cloak, uses the map, doubles back. This is what I was talking about earlier, how he's using all of Harry's very similar tools,
You're right.
just in more nefarious ways.
Right.
Tells Dumbledore Snape had me. So he says that I told Dumbledore Snape had told me where to come. I went back to my father's body, watched the map. When everyone was gone, I transfigured my father's body. He became a bone, and that's where we're getting our big theory that that Barty Crouch Jr. could be revived, because you do need the bone of the father specifically as part of the revival potion. He's obviously in on the plan. He would very likely know that you need that ingredient.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And at this point in time, he definitely knows that you need that ingredient.
Yeah.
So I like the phrasing, he became a bone, not I made him into a bone, because it almost makes me think that he goes to transfigure him and he's sort of like, I have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah.
What do we get out of this?
Like,
a bone.
A bone. Well, all right. That's interesting.
Well, I'll be.
Yeah. Yeah, and the freshly dug earth in front of Hagrid's cabin. It's lucky that none of the Nifflers dug it up the next day.
That's a good point. That's a good point. How big do you picture the bone? I always picture just kind of like a quite large bone.
I always pictured it kind of like a rib,
like a rib bone, like a small bone,
like a single rib is what I've always kind of imagined. Yeah,
I guess I've always pictured more of like a dinosaur's femur. Yeah,
like a wombone.
Like, I mean, and I think the reason is because it's like I can't imagine. I mean, and I guess there's like animagus forms where like Wormtail as like a full-grown human can become like a small rat.
Right.
But like in my mind, it's like the mass would be the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's like a roughly 180-pound bone.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
A dinosaur femur.
Didn't notice it.
Right. I said what I said. Yeah. There was complete silence now, except for Winky's continued sobs. Then Dumbledore said, "And tonight, I offered to carry the Triwizard Cup to the maze before dinner," whispered Barty Crouch, turning into a portkey. "My master's plan worked. He has returned to power, and I will be honored beyond I will be honored by him beyond the dreams of wizards.
Nope.
No, you will not. You will not make it there.
Yeah.
Oh man, crazy backstory. So much to unpack. I mean, literally, I felt like my brain was having to like comb through the entirety of the 670 pages that come before this one, because there's probably a detail in every single chapter that is touched on in this one.
In this chapter where it's just like, yep, this is the one where it's like you're pulling the strings and suddenly you have the pretty bow. It has all officially come together.
Yes.
And it's just a nice little boom. Ha, look at that. All the clues were there the whole time.
That's exactly it. Exactly it. But that does bring us to the end of chapter 35 and gets us excited for chapter 36, which just so happens to be my favorite number, which is also going to be the opportunity to get information outside of the nefarious plan, because this is going to be like where we get that like once a year conversation with Dumbledore and Harry, where he's sort of like, okay, I know I told you last time that I told you everything, but this time for real, I pinky promise I'm telling you everything.
Until next year.
Except
for the prophecy.
Except for the prophecy. Yeah.
And then I'm not going to bring up Horcruxes either. So.
Yes, exactly. So that brings us to the end of that. Jay, do you have a review for us?
I sure do. This is from C. Colette. And she says, "Hello, favorite siblings. I wonder if there is any chance that Tom Riddle Sr. could have married the horse riding girl Cecilia after he recovered from the love potion from Merope Gaunt. Just because Tom Riddle died with his parents doesn't mean he didn't have another family. Could there be a Voldemort half-brother out there?"
Oh, dang.
I know.
Very interesting.
That'd be so weird. Like, because like Tom Riddle Sr. is a muggle and Cecilia is a muggle, and like there's no magical blood or anything.
You know what's interesting is it also feels like sequel bait to me, because there's a very distinct possibility given this kind of family that, and especially given the fact that Tom Riddle Sr. doesn't know that his son is named Tom Riddle, that you would have a muggle Tom Riddle.
Oh, you're right. There could just be another Tom Riddle.
Right. Like, and it would be so fascinating to like have a situation where, like, especially if you're going to make a sequel, let's just say like 10 years from now, where you have like Ralph Fiennes come in as Ralph Fiennes to play Tom Riddle.
Right. The Muggle.
Yeah. Like, whoa.
That'd be well, because Harry could meet him. Well, I guess he'd be a lot. No, he'd probably. Well, let's see. When would he be born? It would have been after our Tom Riddle, so he'd be like an old man by the time.
Yeah, he'd be an older man, because you'd probably be dealing with like Tom Riddle's born in
1926.
1926. Yeah. So, and assuming that like Tom Riddle Sr. effectively went back and resumed his life.
Yeah, let's say he resumes his life in 1926 and meets Cecilia immediately, and they fall in love. And they get married in 1927 and then have a baby, I don't know, 1928.
Sure.
Or whatever.
Yeah, so that would give you a new Tom Riddle Jr., of course, with a different middle name. Probably Cecilia, if I had to guess. Tom Cecilia Riddle.
Tom Cecilia Riddle.
Yeah. But...
Or it could be a girl, I guess, It doesn't have to be a half-brother. It could be a half-sister out there.
True.
Yeah.
Tanya Riddle.
Tanya.
Hi, Tamia. I think, okay, yes. It makes more sense. I mean, for the purposes of like being like...
We're going to go with Tom Riddle.
We'll go with Tom Riddle.
Yeah.
But yeah, then I think it would just be like a neat little thing, because it would probably be a type of situation where it's like, it almost reminds me of like a Game of Thrones type of plot line, where it's like the king's blood, it's like can live on even in like the bastard sons or whatever of Baratheon. Is that what ends up happening? I think anyway, it doesn't really matter. The main thing would be that like somehow, some way, an evil person would want to use what they believe to be Tom Riddle's blood,
right,
to redo something,
right? Of course, yeah, that'd be such an interesting, because he would have there'd be no like Slytherin line in that child.
It would be missing the entire Gaunt thing.
Yeah,
but even that I think could be kind of interesting, because then it like almost sets up a scenario where you've almost got like a Jacob Kowalski like character named Tom Riddle, who is just otherwise kind of a light-hearted Muggle man,
right?
Played by Ralph Fiennes.
Well, but if his parents were Tom Riddle as we knew him, Like he wasn't a great guy either.
No, certainly he wasn't.
So
but,
he's probably more of like a Dudley kind of character.
Potentially. Yeah. Maybe.
And then of course his dad would have been murdered when he was a kid. That would have been a
not even really a kid
not
though.
a kid,
because
like
he
11
probably
or
would've been-
12 or something.
No, I think it would. Oh wait,
Or
you're
like-
right. Because it's when he's at school. So 43.
He's 15 when he murders his parents. So if it's our timeline that we just said, he'd be like 13.
Okay, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah, so that would be pretty impactful.
Yeah.
That would be pretty impactful.
Yeah.
Okay.
And his grandparents.
And his grandparents.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lose a lot of family all at once.
Mhm.
He'd have a lot in common with Harry.
By complete mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be weird.
Yes, it would.
That would even make an interesting thing for someone like Harry to explain to someone like Tom,
Right.
the Muggle.
The Muggle.
Oh man, fun stuff. Fun stuff. Great question too.
Yeah,
I can't believe we've never contemplated that before.
I know. I love the idea that there's like another riddle out there.
It's just like
Who's just like a regular guy.
Yeah.
You know, it's like he's so related to this, but also not at all.
I have no idea why I'm thinking this way, but it's reminding me just a tiny bit of like Peter from Deadpool. Like
Oh yeah.
like his like just guy friend.
Right.
Yeah. Like I imagine that's what the other Tom is like.
Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah.
He's like a car salesman.
He just like sells cars, you know.
Yeah.
It's just like whatever.
Minivans.
Yeah,
specifically.
minivans. Yeah, I never went back to my grandparents' house. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Was it in the will or anything? I kind of moved out of Little Angleton. That place was creepy, man.
It was. Plus, I didn't like Dot at all.
Then like not
Total
that, like,
gossip.
The whole town was just like they were all obsessed with my family. I just had to get out of there.
I just had to get out of there.
Get out of there.
Yeah. So now I sell Honda
Yeah.
Odysseys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I visit my mom, Cecilia, on the weekends.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. There you go. All right, guys. Thank you so much as always for tuning into another fun episode. I feel like we're so in it now. I feel like every sentence matters.
Every sentence matters.
Yeah. It's been
Yeah.
good times.
Every sentence counts.
That's
you know?
right. That's right.
Yeah. Like the bear. Whereas every second counts.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay. Yeah. Look at us. We've referenced so many things.
So many things.
Yeah.
We watch other things.
We do.
We're
We
not
do.
just Harry Potter.
Maybe we'll start a new podcast at some point in time to cover some of the other stuff we like.
Yeah. Some of
Yeah.
the other stuff.
Yeah. All right. You want to close this out?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys so much for listening to today's episode. We are just 2 chapters away from the end of Goblet of Fire, so make sure you join us next week for chapter 36, The Parting of the Ways, the one that has the chapter art that should have been the Dark Mark chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, but it's going to be a good one. It is a really, really impactful chapter moving into Order of the Phoenix. So see you then. Until next time. Bye.
Bye.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 36, The Parting of the Ways.
How on earth is the chapter art for this, which depicts
The Dark Mark,
not the chapter art for the Dark Mark?
It is not the chapter art for chapter 9 or for chapter 33. And that is exactly, I was like, the art is amazing, but why it's not the Dark Mark chapter or the Death Eater chapter is beyond me.
It is beyond.
Beyond beef, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. It makes no sense whatsoever. And one thing that I thought was going to be fun was I was like, hey, I'm using a green highlighter today. I'm going to like go ahead and like fill in
Ooh, that is fun.
the snake. So if you're like looking, like this is a page that you could get if you sign up for our Patreon. However, I drew inside the lines so badly that I'm like, what happened to me while I was doing this? Like, it's like, I kid you not. It looks like my daughter Addison, who is 3, did it.
Sounds like maybe when Addison is coloring, you need to get in there with her and be like, I got to get some reps in.
That's exactly
Girl.
what's going on. Yeah. So anyway, we got an excellent depiction of the Dark Mark. Although it does have to be said, why the skull for this particular image has to have come from an alien I don't know.
That's true.
I don't know.
This person, the person whom this skull belonged had a weird shaped head.
They
did. They were weird to look at in life, It's probably what turned them towards the dark arts.
That's it. That's it exactly. It's just it's a strange shape. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all. But hey, you know what? I don't want to make anybody feel self-conscious about their skull. So
sure.
To each and every one of you out there, your skull looks lovely today.
Yes.
But yeah, so now we enter into the parting of the ways, chapter 36, which by the way is my favorite number.
There it is. And it's the second to last chapter. So the next week will be the finale of Goblet of Fire.
I can't
which is
believe
crazy.
it.
Yeah.
What a journey this has been.
It has been, man.
It has been a fun 36 weeks so far. So yeah, very, very much enjoying it. I think this is a fun chapter. There's a lot of the Dumbledore Phoenix parallel situation happening in this chapter.
Yeah, this chapter does a lot to set up book 5 as well.
Yes, indeed. Yep. Lots of big motions happening, lots of very important conversations, but it all begins with a 3-word sentence, which Jay, I will let you do the honors.
Dumbledore stood up and then the dragons arrived. It just, I can't tell whether it's just like Dumbledore standing is what prompts them to arrive, or it's like Dumbledore stood up to start taking action and then got scorched.
Right. Yes. It sounds like Dumbledore doesn't make it out of the space. The chair was still in sight.
Yeah. Or to be like at the end of the Two Towers, where it's like they look to the east, and it's like Dumbledore stood up and then the dragons arrived.
It's a glorious arrival.
Yeah, it's like a glorious arrival. Like they look up and there's Gandalf. Oh my God. And he brought the eagles. Yes.
Except this time it's Dumbledore and dragons.
This time it's Dumbledore and dragons.
Yeah. Gotta get our fandoms right. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. I love this game that we play because I feel like it allows us each and every episode to do like a little deep dive into like contextually, why would the dragons arrive?
Exactly. what would have been there? It's
Right.
a good writing prompt, if you're teaching English at any level, just be like, go to a book, tell your kids this. All of you go to the bookshelf, pick a book at random, read the first sentence, add, and then the dragons arrived, and that's your writing prompt of the day. Go.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I love that. That's such a good prompt too. Like, yeah, you can have class in the library. It'll be great. Just go pick any book up off of the shelves and work with it. And
there you go.
Whatever you get is what you get, and then you just go from there.
You get what you get.
And the good news is that if you're the teacher grading those papers, then you get 30 papers all about dragons.
All about dragons. And you're like, finally something that's not so lame.
Yeah.
If I had to grade one more paper about the Crucible or Edith Wharton, I mean, golly.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I can't because I forgot all those things.
I don't know anything that happens inside of the Crucible. I don't think I can name a single character.
It's so funny because you know what the Crucible is about.
What?
Like witch burnings.
Oh, wow. Where is Florian Fortescue when you need him?
I know. You're talking about the Crucible boys.
Oh man, it's his favorite book, probably. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So where we're picking up though is we're coming out of chapter 35, where Barty Crouch has just been administered the Veritaserum and has pretty much just deluged his entire plan in how he came to work for Voldemort, how he took over Mad-Eye Moody for the entire year, and pretty much everything that he had to do to get to the events in the graveyard at Godric's Hollow. And so as we're like leaving that scene, it's sort of like, okay, time to walk away from Barty Crouch Jr. and time to go and do other stuff now.
Right.
Other important conversations.
Other important things. He leaves McGonagall in charge. Minerva, can I ask you to stand guard here while I take Harry upstairs? And it's too bad he didn't say it more. Like, Minerva, can I ask you to stand guard here while I take Harry upstairs? And by stand guard, I mean like literally anyone, no matter what credentials they have, don't let them in the room. Use whatever force is necessary. Do you understand?
Yes. Yeah. It really is funny that like this. It's especially funny that it's given to McGonagall of all people, because it almost seems shocking that this piece of this assignment doesn't go better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like totally let's fudge in,
I know. But I mean, it's difficult. Like, if like the president walks in and is just sort of like, I'm the president, move. You're sort of like, well, I mean, that is true.
The principal said not to let anyone in. So.
And we are in a high school.
So
I'm pretty sure he has jurisdiction.
Supersedes your authority, minister.
He's also the head of the Wizengamot, which I think is always one of those things that doesn't come up nearly often
Especially
enough.
when you get more context for the Wizengamot in like the Secrets of Dumbledore movie.
Right, yeah. It's like, it basically means he runs the world.
Right. And he's like, you might run the world, but I run Britain.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Minister for Magic of Britain would be a demotion for Dumbledore.
Right.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes.
Exactly. And yet he's not. It's like how being the head of the UN doesn't make you in charge of America, though. You know,
You're right. I mean, that's exactly what it is. But it seems like the power is very powerful.
It seems like it.
In the context of Secrets of Dumbledore. But
Yeah.
anyway, so McGonagall, of course, is I do kind of like this little scene because I feel like it's very representative. I feel like of McGonagall, who is like, for someone who is so very strict and to the point and like very analytical, it's like you can see the balance though of like her character, which is that like this is someone who can both have emotional range but also like be dutifully like fulfilling her task, because basically it's like she looks slightly nauseous, as though she wanted as though she had just watched someone being sick. However, when she drew out her wand and pointed at a Barty Crouch, her hand was quite steady.
Yes.
Like that to me, I feel like is like a great representation of like who McGonagall is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like it also, I feel like when you imagine her going into like the Battle of Hogwarts here in a few books, it's like, that's the same woman who is going to like, you know, like put all the defenses into motion. Like this is like she is a warrior in addition to everything else.
Pier totem locomotor.
I've always wanted to use that spell.
Oh, I know. If only she'd used it when Fudge walks up. And what I didn't realize this either. It says his other instruction is the Snape, and he says, Snape, then go down to the grounds and find Cornelius Fudge and bring him up to this office. He will undoubtedly want to question Crouch himself. Tell him I will be in the hospital wing in half an hour's time if he needs me. And it's like, it's like if only you told him to go wait in your office, not to bring him up here to just do as he wishes by himself.
Well, and I think that's exactly it too. And I mean, so yeah, we were just kind of like saying like how we're surprised that like McGonagall basically like fails in her mission to stop anybody from interacting with Barty Crouch Jr. But like that's probably it. Like McGonagall's standing right there. She just heard Dumbledore say like Fudge will surely want to question him.
Right.
And so sure enough, like when Fudge arrives, it's sort of like, well, you know, he did say to let you question him. And then the Dementor just sort of acts of its own accord once it gets there. So.
I know. But it's like, even that, it's like later on, Dumbledore is going to say something like Fudge's attitude, though not unexpected, it changes everything. And it's like, oh, if it's not unexpected, then why weren't you there?
I know.
Yeah.
Yes. It's like, and there's a scene later on that I think is going to be very interesting because I think it really demonstrates the extent to which Dumbledore weighs his priorities. And I'll come back to it when I get there, but I had never really noticed it before. And it's one of those details where it's like, that's fascinating that like that was important enough to merit that response, but I'll come back to that. So,
Okay.
so kind of keep that in the back of your mind and I'll let you know when we get there.
Okay.
But now, yeah, so of course we've got Dumbledore kind of shifting gears from this like sort of very intense, very power emanating mode that Harry just witnessed him in, kind of like the like now Harry finally understood why he was the only one that Voldemort ever feared, that sentiment. And then it's sort of like, Harry, Dumbledore said gently, and this is where he's basically going to be like, I want you to come to my office. You know, Sirius is waiting for us there. It's like he has gone from this very intense mode to like very protective mode.
Yes.
Over Harry.
Yeah, he switches gears a bunch in this chapter to different like moods and attitudes given the situation. So you get a lot of Dumbledore in this one. I think it's interesting that also as Harry stands up, it says he also realized that he was shaking because you just got that sentence we talked about where McGonagall's hand was quite steady. So like in contrast, like McGonagall's like nervous, but she's like still steadfast, whereas Harry is starting to be like just like he's starting to crumble a little. He's starting to crumble, yeah.
Yeah. I think even that's kind of interesting based on like how Harry is going to grow in the books to come, where it's like he is still just the 14-year-old right now, and it's like there's so much growth that we're going to see out of him in the time it takes for him to get to the Battle of Hogwarts, like, you know, to where he will have the steady hand.
This is like contrasted then when like he says he realized he was shaking. This is like very different from when he like walks into the forest.
Oh yes,
you know, head held high, just like walking in to accept his fate, admiring what miracle life is at all, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Oh gosh, I wish I like the line is flirting in
Oh,
my
I
head a little
know.
bit.
He's like, what a miracle he was, like beating chest and nerve and muscle or something.
yeah, exactly that. That's the one I was thinking of. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so Sirius is waiting for, and then this is an interesting description. It says, a kind of numbness and a sense of complete unreality were upon him, but he did not care. He was even glad of it. That description sounds a lot like how the Imperious Curse feels, I think, you know?
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you're almost not experiencing anything. And like in this case, it's almost like that blissful, like, yeah, I don't have to deal with all the things that happen in the present.
Yeah.
And that's real. Like, I mean, I know that I'm sure that anybody who's, and maybe not always, but I know that people who have gone through traumatic situations, I know when I have gone through difficult situations, like there has been an instance in my life where it was almost like I remember like hearing this terrible news, and I remember like walking into an elevator and like walking through a parking lot through like puddles, and I remember just sort of like kind of taking like a jump step to like avoid a puddle, and it was almost like, why did I do that? Why didn't I just like walk through the puddle? Like,
right.
It was like weird, you know. It was like the puddle was the least of my worries in that moment, and yet I still like made this like hop over it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So what he's experiencing is just shock.
You're right. Yeah, exactly.
Which is like such a real phenomenon, not like, I guess, phenomenon. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's like, it's weird to think like, you know, when people say you're like in shock, you're not like, it's not like, oh, I was shocked to hear that. It's like a real mental state. It's like a physical reaction to trauma.
Right.
That has just happened.
Yes. Yeah. Right. You're right. Because it's like, oh my gosh, it was so shocking. Like that can sound as though like you would like gasp,
like surprised.
Yes. Like, oh, my stars.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, but no, shock. Yeah. Being in shock is much more just almost like completely subdued, like just, numb.
Yeah. He's like thinking about how much he does not want to think about anything that's just happened. And then as ever, he then thinks of all the things he doesn't want to think about. Moody inside the trunk, Wormtail with his, stump of an arm, Voldemort rising, Cedric dead. And the Cedric thing's going to keep coming up because it's like, he hasn't quite reached it yet, but like what his brain is processing is like, he's blaming himself for Cedric's death, which he kind of gets to at the end of the chapter.
He does a little bit. Yeah. And you're exactly right. Like it ends up being like the situation with the gold, which is just like, I mean, it's like, it even feels like poor form on Fudge's part, like, which we'll get to obviously in more detail.
Everything henceforth will be poor form on Fudge's part.
Exactly. Yep. But then you got a kind of a similar situation to McGonagall happening with Dumbledore as well. And Harry's going to ask, Professor, where are Mr. and Mrs. Diggory? And Dumbledore will say, they are with Professor Sprout, said Dumbledore.
For once.
Yeah, right.
Way to do your job, Pomona.
She has been weirdly absent.
Yeah.
But it does say his voice, which had been so calm throughout the interrogation of Barty Crouch, shook very slightly for the first time. She was head of Cedric's house and knew him best.
Yeah, not that you'd ever know it.
Yeah, because there are all these instances where like everybody else is present, notably Snape half the time, who has no business being in all these rooms, and he's always there.
Right. He's like, no, Sprout, I'll go. You stay. It's fine. You want me to go? I'll tell you. I'll take notes. Cool.
Right. Yeah.
You sit here. It's fine.
You sit here.
Yeah.
Think of herbology things.
Right. Mind the plants. Why don't you?
Mind the plants.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway.
Let's see. So then we get up to Dumbledore's office where we meet Sirius again, back in human form, his face white and as gaunt as it had been when he had escaped Azkaban. So he's just been worried sick basically since Harry's gotten into the maze, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. And he's like, yeah, Harry, are you all right? I knew something like this. What happened? His hands shook. So now we've got yet another character who is just sort of like in the grips of it, which I even while I was reading this, I've highlighted each instance of this happening. I don't think I put together that like you've got McGonagall seeming off her center, Harry obviously off his center, Dumbledore's voice cracking, and now Sirius's hand shaking. Like, it's like, everyone's terrified because Voldemort's back, and these people are going to be the ones who are going to grasp it the quickest.
Yeah, like they were there,
right? But you're talking about some of the strongest, the most powerful characters that we have in the whole series.
Yeah,
all of whom are like shaken to their core over the information and what's happened on this particular evening.
Yeah. So let's see. So Dumbledore, then he sits down and he basically is going to have to tell everyone, retell the story. He says he's so tired. Every bone in his body was aching. He wanted nothing more than to sit here undisturbed for hours and hours until he fell asleep and didn't have to think or feel anymore. And it's like that. He's like, that is what Dumbledore will eventually let him do. And he'll even like magically put him in that sleep.
Right.
He's like, but not yet. First, we have some work to do.
I know.
Yeah.
But it seems like Dumbledore knows and understands like why Harry needs to do exactly what he needs to do. Like there is like a method to the madness. Like this is not like the full scale cruelty of like Dumbledore's big plan as you can occasionally perceive it as. It's like, I do think he's got Harry's best interest at heart here. And realistically, I think even what we'll end up seeing in Order of the Phoenix is like Harry's going to be having that conversation with, I think it's Bill, Sirius, and Lupin about how Harry returns from the graveyard. And the first thing Harry's like, well, how did that help? And he's like, how did it help? It made all the difference in the world. You told the number one person Voldemort didn't want to know.
Yeah.
Like, so the tactical advantage that Harry is giving the Order of the Phoenix over the course of this chapter is massive.
Yeah.
Like everything that happens is all like, it really pays massive dividends.
Yeah.
But anyway, as we go to the next, couple paragraphs here, I thought this was funny because I'm pretty sure you brought this up as like a commentary on Jim Dale's delivery of Harry in a previous instance saying, hello, Fox.
Yeah.
And you were like, I hate the delivery because it sounds like he says, "Low Fox."
Low Fox.
And here it is.
Here it is,
where
spelled out.
He has removed the first syllable of hello and just goes with "Low Fox."
Yeah, right. There you go.
As the soft rush of wings indicates the phoenix landing on his knee.
I like the description of Fox being on him. It says there was something comforting about his warm weight on him. So if you don't know, if you are in shock, one of the things you're supposed to do for those people is like literally just put a blanket around them, like a shock blanket.
Oh, wow.
Like that is like a real thing that helps people like get out of it. So what you basically have here is Fox is acting as the shock blanket.
As the shock blanket. That's very interesting. You know, and I've always noticed that in like all the, various movies and TV shows and stuff where there's like a crime scene and the ambulance and the firefighters and everybody show up and they're, inevitably having a conversation in the back of the ambulance and they always have like a wool looking blanket wrapped around them. So that's actually like, it's not just like, hey, you're probably cold because it's like a Midsummer's Eve.
Right.
It's
it's not just like, let me warm you up. It is like, those are shock blankets. That's what that's for.
Okay. I didn't know that. That's really cool. Let's see here. Dumbledore stopped talking. He sat down opposite Harry behind his desk. He was looking at Harry, who avoided his eyes. Dumbledore was going to question him. He was going to make Harry relive everything.
Yep.
And that is literally the next sentence. I need to know what happened after you touched the port key in the maze, Harry, said Dumbledore. And this is where I think Sirius is like absolutely there, almost as like I think even from like the narrative standpoint, you needed somebody to say what Sirius is about to say. You need somebody to advocate for Harry on Harry's behalf and say the obvious thing. Like, we need to wait. Like, he's been through too much. And so that's exactly what Sirius says is like, we can leave that till morning, can't we, Dumbledore? Said Sirius harshly. Like Sirius is absolutely just purely looking out for Harry.
Very good looking out right here. And I love the next line says Harry felt a rush of gratitude towards Sirius. It's like, I bet he does. I bet he's just like, yes, please. Thank you. Thank you so much for understanding
exactly
what is going on right here. And then this next, so many things Dumbledore says in this chapter are like so important, but he says, if I thought I could help you by putting you into an enchanted sleep and allowing you to postpone the moment when you'd have to think about what happened tonight, I would do it, but I know better. That is such an interesting line because it's like, how do you know better? It's like when he says, but I know better, that what that means is because I did that. I did that and it's worse. So what did he do?
Well, I mean, it has to be Ariana.
It has to be
right?
Ariana.
Yeah. Like, I mean, because he says, but I know better. Numbing the pain for a while will make it worse when you finally feel it. And I also think that is a thing that is true.
Yeah, I mean, it's very wise.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and it probably, I'm sure that even like biologically speaking on shock, the reason that shock happens, I imagine, is because it gives you a way to like give your body is basically judging how you're reacting to the moment and like giving you enough time to like start to like ebb off, like as the shock ebbs off or whatever, so that you can start to feel the gravity of the situation.
I feel like it not to switch books or anything, but like in there's a good description, I feel like, in the Name of the Wind,
our other favorite series,
which, boy, let me tell you, if we ever start a podcast about that one, they talk about how there's like doors in your mind or whatever, and it's like behind this door, like there's like the sleeping door, and like that's where you put like hard to process memories or whatever.
Right.
And there's a moment where like the main character is like, suffered through his parents' death. It's very Harry Potter-esque in that way. But it's like he goes years before he like reopens the door, and then when he does, sure enough, it's just as Dumbledore says, it's like it is like horribly painful, and he has to like really deal with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. I think it's a really good way to describe exactly what's happening, which also, just for another accolade to Name of the Wind, just does a lot of good like observational type stuff about like the world. I feel like I reference it all the time. So anyway, we would recommend that book if you haven't read it already, and maybe we'll do a podcast on it one day.
Yeah.
But in true fashion though, it feels like you've really got like a collaborative effort going on between Fawkes and Dumbledore in this particular situation, which also kind of fits like that, like a phoenix will always come to a Dumbledore in need. Like Dumbledore is able to work hand in hand with Fawkes over the course of this conversation, basically to like help facilitate the conversation that needs to happen next.
Yeah.
So first you've got Fawkes showing up and being kind of like the shock blanket, as you've already pointed out. And pretty much what Dumbledore is saying now, like, you have shown bravery beyond anything I could have expected of you. I ask you to demonstrate your courage one more time. I ask you to tell us what happened. And then Fawkes is going to let out one soft, quavering note. And it says that Harry felt as though a drop of hot liquid had slipped down his throat into his stomach, warming him and strengthening him.
Does something else he drinks have that description? Is it like fire whiskey?
It could be.
I think it is.
I think it might be fire whiskey when he is at the Burrow after the Battle of the Seven Potters.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would. Yeah. Maybe have to go check on that at some other point. But yeah, that is what it reminds me of.
That would be interesting if fire whiskey was somehow a Phoenix product.
Even fire. Like fire,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be so fascinating.
That would be.
How about that?
Yeah.
So there's flu powder you could make with Phoenix, and
that
then
we think,
fire whiskey.
There you go.
These are both unconfirmed, but observations that we firmly plant our flag in. I guess.
Boom.
Anyway, so
okay, so we speaking on Dumbledore's big plan though. Which we'll do an episode about here in a couple weeks. But it says the line, "You have shown bravery beyond anything I could have expected of you." That feels very Dumbledore's big plan. It's like, why would Dumbledore like be expecting stuff, from Harry? It's like he's saying, you've shown bravery beyond what I could have expected from you. And the truth is, I have been expecting bravery from you,
Right. Well, and I think that's really like, what is, I think when you go back and you read the tea leaves, so to speak, it's like Sirius clearly is looking at them. He's seeing all the signs, he's seeing all the indicators. Like, he wants to be close to Harry because he feels like something is in the works. It seems like Dumbledore is also like he's combing through the pensive memories. Like he kind of also seems to know that something is the foot, and Sirius and Dumbledore are in direct correspondence about this very thing. So it kind of is like the year one situation over again, where maybe Dumbledore doesn't know quite as exactly what is going to have to happen for Harry, but he certainly is like, Harry's name got entered into the tournament. Like, that's no coincidence.
Yeah.
It's Harry Potter, like the subject of the prophecy, the one who Voldemort at the same time.
Right. There was the other prophecy. Yeah.
Right. Yes. So it's like, he must know, like, I don't know what's coming. I don't know the extent to which Voldemort could come back. And that's probably where like Voldemort is actively inventing new brands of magic in order to recover to the extent that he is able to. So like maybe even Dumbledore's like, well, he's going to make another play, but I don't know what it could be. And probably the least he expected was like a full-fledged, fully reborn Voldemort.
Right.
Like having to go actually head to head with him. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Like Dumbledore is almost maybe permitting Harry just to continue forward because like, it's like, it needs to happen. It's going to happen. And there's not much we can do to stop it.
Yeah, they've delayed him a few times, but here he is back in the flesh. And then so the Phoenix song gives him the strength to kind of start telling the story again. And there's some just nice wisdom here. It says, Harry's shoulder, but Dumbledore raised his hand to stop him, and Harry was glad of this because it was easier to keep going. Now he started. It was costing him every bit of determination he had to keep talking, yet he sensed that once he had finished, he would feel better. It's like, that is like such a true thing sometimes. Like sometimes like it feels so bad, but once you start talking about it, it's like you go through it, but in the act of talking about it, it like just like helps you process it. And then like once it's out there, it's like you are now sharing the burden rather than carrying it all on yourself.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Did you read the line about like poison being extracted? Yeah, like he felt almost as though something poisonous was being extracted from him, and it's like, yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. Like, and I think that that's a big thing that Dumbledore, like, that's why he's like, you need to do this. Like, you need to do it, and you need to do it now, and it's not going to be comfortable, but like, that's where we're at. Then, so we get this is the next really like we're going towards what you and I regard as the single most important sentence in all of Harry Potter.
Yeah.
So it's about to happen. And it says, when Harry told of Wormtail piercing his arm with the dagger, however, Sirius let out a vehement exclamation, and Dumbledore stood up so quickly that Harry started. Dumbledore walked around the desk and told Harry to stretch out his arm. This is the moment that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. So it's like you leave Minerva in charge of watching Barty Crouch Jr., you're willing to permit a situation where it's like, this is a very valuable asset, but I trust someone else to be able to do it. Even on the basis of all the information that Harry is telling him, he is willing to take Harry at his word. Like, he is just like, I am listening to your story. I don't think you're making anything up. I trust you. You're telling the truth.
Right.
But when he talks about the blood, this is the thing that Dumbledore is like, I have to see it. Because my whole knowledge about everything that I do going forward is going to hinge on this.
Yeah.
Because this is the moment that leads to the gleam of something like triumph in Dumbledore's eyes.
Yeah.
Which that is the moment that Dumbledore's big plan changes entirely from raising Harry like a pig for slaughter to knowing that Harry can survive the final sacrifice.
Right.
And it's so massive. It's so important that like Dumbledore is unwilling to even just take Harry's word for it. It's like, maybe you believe Wormtail took your blood. I need to see the cut.
I need to look at the cut and know what's going on. And then, but what also, it feels like there could even be another layer to it where it's like, Harry told of Wormtail piercing his arm with a dagger. However, Sirius let out a vehement exclamation. So I feel like Sirius's reaction is interesting too, because he doesn't know anything about like the sacrifice and the blood magic and all that stuff.
That's where I just think Sirius hates Wormtail.
Well, Sirius hates Wormtail, yes, and the idea that he like physically harmed Harry is just like abhorrent to him.
Right.
But it's like, and then Dumbledore wants to come inspect it and look at it too. But it's like, it feels like they're like, oh, like they're, I don't know. There seems to me also like both of them are like, wait, blood magic is in play kind of thing.
Oh, yes.
Like that could mean a whole number of things.
Right.
Like that is bad news.
we have just entered into, like a whole new arena of, oh goodness.
Yeah. Yes. However, for Dumbledore inspecting it, you're right. It does lead to. We made a whole video about this one little paragraph right here, which is kind of the most important, or one of the most important lines, at least in terms of like the turning point of Dumbledore's attitude, the foreshadowing for the reader. For a fleeting instant, Harry thought he saw a gleam of something like triumph in Dumbledore's eyes, but next second, Harry was sure he had imagined it. For when Dumbledore had returned to his seat behind the desk, he looked as old and as weary as Harry had ever seen him. Yeah.
And the really crazy thing, and I'm glad that you brought up the fact that this is so important for the reader's experience themselves, is because like we as readers, so often it's like we're engulfed in the story. We want to go page after page. We want to hear what happens next. So it's like, certainly it's almost like you could tuck in sentences that don't even fit inside of the paragraph. And it's like, how much would you really even be like, why did it say that?
Yeah.
Like, chances are you would just like move right on by, turn the page again, and it's like it's put in the rear view, nowhere to be seen again.
Right.
And that's what's crazy about this line in particular, because it's a night of woe. It's a night of loss. Like, so many bad things have happened. And it's like, for you, the reader, it's like there's this moment where like the leader, the guy who knows everything, the Dumbledore character has a gleam of triumph. We don't get a payoff for this in this book. We don't know why.
We don't get a payoff until King's Cross Station.
Yes, we are 3 full books away from knowing why this happened.
Yeah,
and,
what the Gleam of Triumph was.
Right. And this is the moment where, like, it's even the first thing that they talk about in King's Cross Station. Like, Dumbledore pushes Harry to try to understand what happened. And Harry goes, he took my blood. And Dumbledore's like, precisely.
You know,
it's
Harry figures it out.
Right.
At long last. But it's like, I think part of the reason Dumbledore is like, let me see, is because like you're up until this point, it is like what Severus says is like, you've been raising him like a pig for slaughter. Like Dumbledore already knows Harry is a Horcrux. And he's like, I don't like you're going to have to die like that. Like, there's no way around it. Like Voldemort can't die as long as you're alive. And I don't know what to do about it. And he's like, it's like, you can tell Dumbledore just been like hoping, like some solution has got to present itself to me at some point. And he's like, oh my God, what? Oh, do we have a way out? Whew, okay, we got a long way to go. A lot of things still have to go right, but wow, okay. There's hope.
Yes, and I think that's the thing, is that's why he immediately goes back to looking old and weary as Harry had ever seen him, is because, and that's exactly, I wrote it in my book, because there's a long way to go. But like, the thing that you still have to realize is that the young boy in front of you who shouldn't have to live this life in the first place and shouldn't have this type of responsibility thrust upon him is still absolutely going to have to be the boy who grows into the man who can walk into the woods and face death intentionally.
Right.
He has to mean to die.
Yes.
And that is like, you don't want to ask that of anyone.
Yeah.
You know?
And the thing is, he can't tell him about it, because once if you tell him that, then there's no way. It's like, it almost becomes impossible to go in there. Like, if you think you can survive,
you won't.
Right. Exactly.
You have to think you're sacrificing yourself.
You have to like know you're sacrificing yourself. So it's like, then Dumbledore is like, the answer's there, but I super can't tell you, because if I tell you that you're okay, you'll stop being okay.
Yes. This is like buying your loved one like the perfect Christmas gift too far in advance, and you're like, I got you something, and I can't wait for you to open it. I can't wait for the experience of watching you open it, but I can't tell you.
Yeah.
It's like, but it's good.
I know. But this is also like, it's like someone sent you the package and you're holding it and you're like, I'm pretty sure it's in there.
Yeah, right.
There's like it's probably there. I think it's gonna work.
Right. Yeah, but I like the next line. He says, "Very well," he said, sitting down again. "Voldemort has overcome that particular barrier." Harry,
even
continue. Please, yeah,
just moved it around.
Right, exactly. Yep. And he's barely overcome it.
Yeah, barely.
Yeah. Let's see here. Then the next thing that we kind of get that I think is really powerful is it says, "But when he reached the part where the golden beam of light had connected his and Voldemort's wand, he found his throat obstructed. He tried to keep talking, but the memories of what had come out of Voldemort's wand were flooding into his mind. He could see Cedric emerging, see the old man, Bertha Jorkins, his father, his mother."
Bam.
And then Sirius breaks the silence there, and it's sort of like, you know, I don't know. This I think that this is a really big deal for Sirius as well. Like, you know, it's very difficult for him to hear all of this is like happening, because as far as Sirius is concerned, is that like his own two best friends kind of materialized.
Yeah. The wand's connected. Why? This is like, it's a sort of, it's a weird answer. And then I like the way Dumbledore answers it. It's priori incantatem. He muttered. Muttered is such an interesting choice of words here, because it sounds to me like he's just like priori incantatem. Like he's like halfway in a memory or something.
That's exactly how I interpret it. Yeah. It's like the usage of the word muttered.
Yeah.
When it's not like more of like a bright, like priori incantatem. Like,
right.
You know, like no way. Like, I mean, because you have to imagine like Dumbledore is somebody who like, you know, witnessing priori incantatem is not even like a once in a lifetime type of thing that you might witness. It's probably like a once every couple generation type thing that seems like it would happen in this capacity.
In this capacity, yes. But so like when he says it, when it says he muttered, to me, it's like, because he's remembering when it happened to him. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. And the big thinking here, and this is where like I almost want to give the credit to everybody involved with the Fantastic Beasts type stuff, because the story was so wayward and confusing and strange and odd and stuff. But there was one detail in particular that ended up being like a really unusual, like I'm not going to quite call it like a leak, but like a modification.
Yeah.
That
a
happened.
telling modification.
A telling modification, which is that when the original promotional image for Crimes of Grindelwald came out, Dumbledore is holding a particular wand.
Right.
Like this is Jude Law Dumbledore.
Yeah.
And we actually have, there are like a couple of like images of what that wand looks like. And it's really, really cool. But they ultimately go on to change his wand in a way that's like very distinct, very specific, and it changes it a lot. But the wand that we saw the first time resembles an Elder Wand.
Right. It's got that like sort of like segmented look to it.
Right.
Yeah.
And the thinking there is almost that like if each of the Peveril brothers potentially made a wand from the same thestral, per Dumbledore's own observation that the Peverils were not, they didn't meet death on a lonely road. They were just simply gifted wizards who succeeded in making those powerful, dangerous objects. The idea there could be then that if the Elder Wand has a brother wand and Grindelwald had the Elder Wand, then Dumbledore was using a brother wand.
Yeah. Yes, to the Elder Wand, and could have experienced Priori, Incantatem. And then if you watch even in Secrets of Dumbledore, like they never address it by name or anything, but like when Grindelwald and Dumbledore are dueling at the top of whatever tower they are where the vote is happening for Wizengamot, that's exactly what happens. Their wands connect, and there's even like a little orb moving back and forth.
Yeah, it's
it is what happens.
It's what happens. And it's like, this is where, it's so frustrating because you just don't know like what the film people know. And
right.
it's like you realize like it's fine to have the wands connect, but you need to know what it means if they connect. And so it's like
did they just make an interesting special effect for like visual flair, or is there plot in those special effects?
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. I mean, that's the question right there. So it's like, we're sitting there thinking like, whoa, Priori Incantatem, like that must mean
right.
what it means. It means that, if he's using the Elder Wand, that Dumbledore has his brother.
Right. But like canonically, it makes sense because he knows exactly what happened.
Right. Yes.
It's like, how could anyone know this?
Right. Right. Yes. Because that's even Sirius's response to it is that like, he says like the reverse spell effect, said Sirius sharply. Like, it's like, Sirius knows it as the spell that was used in the woods outside of the Quidditch World Cup earlier in the same book,
right?
Where they pick up Harry's wand and they're able to use Priori Incantatem
to do a spell check.
To do a spell check. That's good. To do a spell check and see that the last spell that it did cast was in fact the Dark Mark.
Yeah.
And so like as far as Sirius is concerned, he's sort of like the reverse spell effect.
Like
that. That's how I read him saying it.
Well, but like, and you know what? It's like there's a lot of it's so interesting that it works out this way for Harry, but it's like he doesn't really answer why. He says like, well, when two wands are forced to fight each other and they're brothers, they do this, and it's like, yeah, but why do they do that?
True, yeah.
Like, and it's like if you're just two innocent kids, like you had the same wand, like if Fred and George, as twins had wands from the same unicorn or whatever.
Sure.
Like if they did this, it was like, oh, look, they connected. Oh, made your wand fart or something. It's like,
right.
It's like for Harry and Voldemort, it's this like big, crazy, dramatic moment because there's a lot of murder involved and stuff. But if if just two people did this, would it necessarily be so epic and like extraordinary?
Right, like, I mean, exactly. Like it almost seems like there would be, I forget what the rule is, but I want to say it's something like all it takes is maybe like 28 people in the same room for two of the people to have the same birthday. Mm-hmm. And it's like one of those things where it's like, well, that doesn't make sense. Like it seems like it should take 366 people, because then you have one person for every single day of the year and one more person.
Right.
And it surprisingly doesn't take that many people. And so you could almost imagine a world where it's like, surely two people outside of the Hog's Head got into a, slightly drunken duel and just so happened to cause this to happen.
Yeah.
It's like,
right.
Whoa,
that was a weird one. What was that?
It's like, what kind of dragon heartstring do you have? No way. Me too.
Way. You think it was the same dragon?
Did we just become best friends?
Woo!
Yeah. Anyway, all that to be said, it can't happen when it comes to there are no other brother wands to Voldemort and Harry's because Fawkes only gave 2 feathers.
Right.
And they came from, obviously, Fox.
And this is where we learn that fact. And it's like this sentence to me was part of the reason for the entire Fantastic Beasts movie series is this Phoenix, in fact, he added. And it's like because that is a really cool fact that Harry's wand is from Fox.
Right.
It's like that's really cool. But also, so what? It makes no difference that it came from Fox, other than maybe the next sentence, which is Mr. Ollivander wrote to tell me had bought the second wand the moment you left the shop 4 years ago. And it's like, that's the only relevant reason is that Dumbledore knows right away who owns the Fox wands.
Yes.
But like, otherwise, like, it doesn't matter that it's from Fox specifically. It could have come from any Phoenix, you know?
Right.
Like, it just... Even this letter, like Mr. Ollivander wrote to tell me that you brought Voldemort's brother wand. That would also be perfectly believable.
Right.
You know?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's like we needed more information, especially because the timing, and again, we go back to Fantastic Beasts, which I apologize for doing so much. It's just where we have a lot of Dumbledore lore. But like, you know, we know that Tom Riddle was born in 1926, which means that he would be going to school in 1937 when he's 11 years old, which means that by the time 1937 rolls around, 8 full years before his duel with Grindelwald, that Dumbledore will have already come into possession of Fox, because that is when he would have had to have given the feathers to Ollivander to make into wands.
Right.
For Tom Riddle to get it. So it means that Harry's wand, for all intents and purposes, has probably been sitting in that dusty box of shelves for 49 years.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Because I wonder. No, I've got that math wrong because I was thinking of the Chamber of Secrets. But you know what I mean? Like it's been a long time.
It's been since 1937, right? At least.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. So and Harry's born in 1980. So that's going to be, let's see here, 54 years?
43 years?
40, why am I doing this so wrong?
I don't know. 37, 3 to 40 plus 40. Right? No,
because Harry doesn't get
Harry
it.
is, so 54, 43, 54. 44, you got it right.
There we go.
Yeah.
Huzzah.
Hey, yeah, we did it. Math budget not paid this week, y'all. Sorry about that.
Apparently.
54 years that wand sat there. It did. It's waiting.
54 years of it in Ollivander's.
Yeah.
Watching all the other
wands get sold on a dime store shelf.
I was going to say, are we getting that?
We got the Sneaky Pete.
That's a Toy Story 2 reference that 4 people got.
Yep.
I make that joke because last week I made a Goofy movie reference that 4 people got, and a bunch of people wrote in the comments that was like, I was one of the 4.
I was one of those 4.
There we go.
So if you guys got the Sneaky Pete reference, let us know.
That's right. We see you guys, just so you know.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway. So now we got to continue. Okay. 2 wands, brother wands, will not work properly against each other. A very rare effect will take place. One of the wands will force the other to regurgitate spells. It is performed in reverse order. The most recent first, and then those which preceded it. He looked interrogatively at Harry and nodded, which means, said Dumbledore slowly, his eyes upon Harry's face, that some form of Cedric must have reappeared. And then, Diggory came back to life, said Sirius sharply. No spell can reawaken the dead, said Dumbledore heavily. And it's like, that's another one of those, like, Dumbledore's relationship with the Resurrection Stone.
Right.
Is very much sort of like, it's like, even the Resurrection Stone cannot reawaken the dead.
Yeah.
Like, even it has that limit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then he says, all that would have happened is a kind of reverse echo. That's all. That's all that would have happened.
He's like,
I know. It's nothing so serious as that serious. All that would have happened is like a shadow, perhaps, Harry came out, spoke to you from the boy that just got murdered. That's all that happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's all. See, nothing can raise the dead.
Nothing can raise the dead. Yeah. He spoke to me, Harry said.
Well, he spoke to me. That's not all that happened.
The ghost Cedric, or whatever he was, spoke. An echo, said Dumbledore.
Yeah, an echo, Harry, not a ghost, not even a ghost.
Right, yes. Which retained Cedric's appearance and character. I am guessing other such forms appeared. Less recent victims of Voldemort's wand. Yeah. An old man, Bertha Jorkins, and your parents.
Your parents, yeah. Yes. I thought he already said that, but he starts thinking about it. He doesn't actually say it. Yeah, your parents. Yes, said Harry. And then Sirius is like, you saw James? Did he mention me?
Did he mention, how is he?
Did he have to snitch?
Was he doing the stupid thing with his hair?
Oh, yeah. The last murder is the one before it, said Dumbledore, nodding. In reverse order. More would have appeared, of course, had you maintained the connection. Very well, Harry. These echoes, these shadows, what did they do?
Yes. And so Harry goes through and he kind of explains, like the golden web and the way in which Cedric asked to bring his body back to his parents. And this is the point, I think, where like Harry is like, he like the numbness is like sort of, I don't want to say wearing off because that doesn't really feel like the right way to describe the situation, but like he's feeling it. Like at this point, Harry found that he could not continue. He looked around at Sirius and saw that he had his face in his hands. Yeah. So this is the moment I was really referencing before, but like you can only imagine for Sirius, like, and everything that even the way in which Sirius blames himself, like he feels as though he murdered James and Lily. Like he may as well have.
Right.
Because of everything that he did. And so, for him, even Sirius is having to really come, face to ghost,
Echo,
face to Echo.
That's all.
Yeah, with James and Lily.
Actually, you can sort of see, you're right. At this point, Harry felt he could not continue. It is interesting because it's actually relevant for all three characters in the room at this moment, where Dumbledore is like, I think that's going to have to be the end of the story here. Because Harry blames himself. He feels like he probably as good as murdered Cedric.
Right.
Sirius feels he as good as murdered James and Lily, and Dumbledore feels like he as good as murdered his sister.
Right.
So all three of them think Dumbledore and Sirius and Harry, like they are both able to like hear this part of the story and be like, well, I think it's time to change the subject.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. We've reached a point here.
And Harry's like, what? Because it got hard for you two all of a sudden?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but then Dumbledore says like it's interesting what Dumbledore says after this too, where he's sort of like where he realizes Harry has reached like a breaking point. Or maybe Harry hasn't even quite realized that he feels responsible for Cedric's death, which he's not, by the way. But Dumbledore recognizes that's what's happening, perhaps before Harry has reached that conclusion too. And Dumbledore is like going to remind him right now, and I feel like he's maybe even talking to himself a little. He's like, Harry, you have shown bravery beyond anything I could have expected to you. He says it again. You've shown bravery equal to those who died fighting Voldemort at the height of their power. You have shown a grown wizard's burden and found yourself equal to it, and you have now given us all that we have a right to expect. Bam. So it's like he's sort of like, just know that what you have done tonight is extremely brave,
Right.
Like it is not your fault. He's not saying that, but I feel like he's trying, to not say those exact words.
Right. Well, and I'm curious as well, because I sort of mentioned the fact that like Fawkes and Dumbledore kind of playing like a little bit of like a tag team throughout the course of this, where it seems like they're not really working like, based on like a choreographed plan, but it seems like Fawkes kind of keeps like doing the right things at the right time.
Yeah.
But like it's this moment like where Harry can't continue, where Fawkes also basically like leaves his knee, resting its beautiful head against Harry's injured leg, and thick pearly tears were falling from its eyes onto the wound left by the spider. The pain vanished, the skin mended, Harry's leg was repaired. It's like, do you think any part of that is almost sort of like a cue from Dumbledore to Fawkes, or Fawkes reading the room appropriately, that like you have spoken the hard things to speak, like this is when healing occurs? Mm-hmm. Or even if it's like a symbolic, like literary type thing that's happening, is like why wouldn't Fawkes heal Harry's leg right away?
Right.
Or is it even that like Harry has made the Phoenix cry like through his story?
Oh.
Like, and it's almost the type of thing where it's like the Phoenix can't just produce the tears. Like it needs the proper like impetus in order to do so.
Well, I mean, I would say that is an interesting theory, other than that he cries basically on command to heal the basilisk wound.
I mean, also true, except he would be crying because Harry would be otherwise dying.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Yeah.
It's like, whenever I feel like someone's going to die, I cry. That they're better.
They're better. This works out well. It's a very weird. What's the thing with the dogs and the bells and the salivating?
The Pavlovian response.
The Pavlovian response. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm around death, it makes me cry, and then it heals them, and everything's better.
Everything's better. It's great.
I have a very complicated emotional roller coaster at the heart of myself.
That's why Fawkes was bursting into flames.
That's like, it. Yeah.
I just feel too many things.
I feel too much. Poosh.
Yeah.
I'm back. I feel better.
I feel better. Somebody's got to talk it out, You got to burn it out.
Yeah, burn it out. Yep. Anyway, so yes. So Harry, finally, Dumbledore does offer a sleeping potion, which is the thing that basically at the beginning of this conversation that he was just sort of like, if I could put you into an enchanted sleep, I would, but like it would not help. And now he's like, sleeping potion.
Yeah. So, now it will help.
Now it will help. Now we're there. Yeah. So we're learning a lot about trauma, all of us together here.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's okay to talk to someone. Okay. So we make it to the hospital wing. Harry saw Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Ron, and Hermione grouped around a harassed-looking Madame Pomfrey.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what this group of people, especially with Mrs. Weasley at the helm, is like, someone is going to give me answers, and they're going to give them to me now.
Right now. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey is just like, listen. I don't know anything about Harry. That man's been locked in a trunk for 9 months, okay? He really needs attention. Seriously badly.
Right. It's like, he's fine. We saw him earlier today. He's doing okay.
Yeah. It's like I doubt it. I doubt it.
You didn't, though.
Yeah.
Harry. That's I think Molly running towards him. She started to hurry towards him, but Dumbledore moved between them. Molly, he said, holding up a hand, please listen for a moment. Harry has been through a terrible ordeal tonight. He has just had to relive it for me. What he needs now is sleep, peace, and quiet. And I love the way that Mrs. Weasley spins around and she's sort of like, did you hear that? He needs quiet.
Yeah. Like, you lot, shut up.
It's like, Mom, you also only just learned that.
I know. I love she just like, what did Dumbledore say? All right, that's it. Everyone quiet. Yeah, it's very funny, like, turn.
Yes.
For
exactly.
her. You're like, I have some directions now.
Right. And I think even for like the show, when they eventually get to this moment, that has the opportunity to be like a very light moment in what is otherwise going to be a very heavy episode.
Yeah, I think so. But it's also like it's interesting. It's like, this is like that Olaf quote in Frozen 2 where it's like, this is called controlling the things we can't control or something.
Oh,
right?
yeah. This is called controlling what we can control when things feel out of control.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
That's what Mrs. Weasley's doing. She's like, what can I control? That. Okay.
Yes.
Because everything feels pretty wackadoo right now.
Pretty wackadoodle Rex. Yeah. It's like it's like Bill, Ron, Hermione, shut up.
Yeah.
I feel better.
Okay.
I'm helping.
I can do things again. Yes. There we go. And then this is a confusing thing that happens here because he says basically the dog's going to stay here. Don't worry. He's super well trained. Definitely not a person or anything.
Right.
But he says, I will be back to see you as soon as I have met with Fudge, Harry. I would like you to remain here until tomorrow morning until I have spoken to the school. So like these instructions don't feel like they add up because it's like he says I would like you to remain here. I will be back to see you as soon as I have met with Fudge. But he's also going to give him the potion to go to sleep. But then he's also going to leave to go talk to Fudge. But then he's not going to go talk to Fudge because Fudge is going to go talk to Barty Crouch and Harry. So what's going to happen is Harry's going to go to sleep. Dumbledore's going to leave the room. Be gone for a little while Harry sleeps, in which he doesn't talk to Fudge. And in that time, Fudge talks to Barty Crouch Jr. and gets his soul sucked out. And then he comes to the hospital wing to try and find Dumbledore, who is apparently looking for him.
Right.
Like,
yes.
Like, wait, what?
We need like the almost like exploded view of the castle and like where everybody goes for like the next like half hour.
Right.
Because I don't think it's very long that Harry will end up being asleep before the rest of the chapter takes place.
Yes, which also makes me think like, what a worthless potion.
I know.
He wakes up out of this sleep.
Well, and I think it says he drank a few mouthfuls and felt himself become immediately drowsy. Everything around him became hazy. The lamps of the hospital wing seemed to be winking at him in a friendly way through the screen around his bed.
So maybe he just doesn't finish it.
I think he doesn't finish it. Because then they're actually going to like remind him later. It's like, you need to finish the rest of your potion, Harry. But yeah, it's like you can imagine what Harry and Ron what Ron and Hermione are going through in this situation as well, because they are dying to know what happened to their best friend. And normally this is like the Golden Trio has like trust beyond all trust. Like they are the ones who are allowed to know about the Horcruxes. They are the ones who are allowed to know like all of the information. Like they are always included in the plan. Like Dumbledore knows how essential friendships are to Harry being able to enact everything that he needs to enact in order to be successful. And so you can only imagine that they're just sitting there like they're like, what happened? And it's basically like, well, Harry's got to go to sleep now. And it's like,
right back to where we were.
Yes. Well, at least we know where he is now.
Yeah. Yes, and he's alive and okay. And that, but like as Madame Pomfrey's putting him in bed, he notices the real Mad-Eye Moody, and he's like, "Is he okay?" And she's like, "He'll be fine." And I'm like, will he be fine? Because you want to talk about some trauma.
Well, here's one thing about like Moody's character, and I'm dying to know how it looks through the lens of us reading the way that we're reading right now, is I have always felt like as far as Moody is written, like there is one line, I think in Order of the Phoenix that is basically like, it occurred to Harry that he had never actually had a real conversation with him before. Or like, I think Moody says a comment where he's like, didn't get much teaching done, did I? Or something like that. But I always feel like Moody, the way in which the rest of them have a relationship with Moody always assumes as if the experience they had with Barty Crouch Jr. was still somehow like kind of authentic.
Him. Yeah.
Yeah. Like Hermione's like really upset like when he dies, and it's like, Hermione, you didn't really know him.
I didn't really know him that much.
You have not spent almost any time with Mad-Eye Moody at all.
I know, right? So
not that it doesn't make it any less scary when somebody as like powerful like him goes down. But,
yeah.
But still, I always think that's kind of interesting as he does recover.
Yeah.
As Moody does recover.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
There's a line here that says, Ron and Hermione were looking at him almost cautiously as though scared of him. That's an interesting line because it's also like how Harry then feels like everyone's looking at him after the snake attack in the next book.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Harry's afraid that it's him.
Yeah, that he's the one who attacked Mr. Weasley somehow, that he became a snake in the night and attacked Mr. Weasley.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. But that is obviously that I don't think they're scared of him. They are just scared in this moment. Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, Harry does end up taking a little bit of the potion. He's supposed to drift off to dreamless sleep, which honestly sounds kind of amazing the way that like the entire sequence.
I'm like, man, does this potion exist?
I know. It's like, I kind of want some.
That'd be great.
Yeah. But Harry woke up and it says that he had a feeling that he couldn't have been asleep for very long.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of like the key line there, because the room was still dimly lit. It was still definitely nighttime. He heard whispering around him. And this is where I guess like noises are coming from down the hallway, but they're not legible, but they're coming through the door.
Yeah. Says nothing else could have happened, can it? And it's like, oh, if only.
If only.
If only.
It'd be nice if nothing else had happened.
Something else has happened.
Right.
Yep. But so basically Fudge is barging in looking for Dumbledore, who I guess didn't find him.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Now Harry could hear people too. He could hear them too, people shouting and running toward the hospital wing. Regrettable, but all the same, Minerva, Cornelius Fudge was saying loudly.
Right. So he hasn't quite lost. At this moment, he's still saying regrettable.
Right.
So he's not like completely convicted yet, but that's going to change real fast.
It will.
Yep.
You should have never brought it inside the castle, yeah, Professor McGonagall. When Dumbledore finds out.
Yeah, now he's being accused by McGonagall, setting the tone here.
That's exactly it. Yeah. Where's Dumbledore? Fudge demanded of Mrs. Weasley. That's sort of
like she knows.
Yeah, I literally wrote 3 question marks. Like, why are you asking her?
Are you yelling at Molly?
Right, yeah.
First of all, how dare you?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You know how when you're looking for important people in a hospital, you just go and like ask one of the patient's loved ones.
Yeah.
Like, where's the head of this hospital?
Right. But it is a good question because as like we said, when Dumbledore left, he was apparently going to find Fudge.
That's true. Yes. And it's sort of like, this is kind of like the basis more than anything from like a writing standpoint, because it's like you need these characters to all be in the room to have what is otherwise probably an incredibly inappropriate conversation to have with bystanders present.
Yeah. Well, Dumbledore tries to move the conversation and it just sort of like escalates out of his control. And he's like, okay, I guess we're doing this.
I guess we're doing it. Everybody's just, now I don't have to relay it. Now they know. But yeah, so I like the fact that Mrs. Weasley is basically standing up to Fudge in this moment. She basically says like, he's not here. This is a hospital wing, mister. Don't you think you'd do better to... And then Dumbledore basically walks into the room and immediately he's kind of back to like intense mode.
Yeah.
What has happened? Said Dumbledore sharply, looking from Fudge to Professor McGonagall. Why are you disturbing these people? Minerva, I'm surprised at you. I asked you to stand guard over Barty Crouch.
Yeah. He can tell McGonagall. She's like, well, don't look at me.
Yeah, there's no need to stand over him anymore, Dumbledore, she shrieked. The minister has seen to that. When we told Mr. Fudge that we had caught the Death Eater responsible for tonight's event, said Snape, he seemed to feel his personal safety was in question. He insisted on summoning a Dementor to accompany him into the castle. He brought it up to the office where Barty Crouch...
Oh, it's just like, if only he had not done this, you know? What if he'd actually been able to question him? Like, would it have made a difference? Would he have been like, raving mad, you know?
Probably. I mean, he's so determined not to believe it, but I guess we have to assume that it would have made a difference because the fact that he has been given the Dementor's kiss, it changes everything.
Yeah.
So it's just another way in which the Dementors in this particular case are just continuing to aid Voldemort's plan.
Yeah. Yep. And then it's if only he'd waited for Dumbledore. If only, because then they walk in the room. The Dementor swoops down on Crouch and Dementor's kiss. You feel like this was probably the Dementor that was like on duty, when this happened, and he's been made fun of for a while. It's like, wait a minute, what happened to Barty Crouch? Yeah, who was on duty then? Bill? No, Dementor Bill. Okay, bring him into my office.
That's it. Yeah. Dementor Bill.
Dementor Bill. Bill is a bad name for this joke because there's a different Bill in the room.
I was gonna say.
Sorry.
That's okay. How about Chops?
Chops. Oh, where? What's that? Two people have escaped now. Who was it? Because it was Chops on duty when it was. No, it wasn't. No, not Chops again. Chops. Yeah. Then someone's like, "Oh, the minister needs an escort. Send Chops. Who wants to go across the North Sea right now? Oh, I know who we're sending. Chops, get down here.
She's telling
fly
me.
across the ocean right now.
There better be food for me when I get there. I'll tell you what.
Escort the minister through a school. My God, I went to Dementor Yale. I mean, come on.
I went to Dementor Yale. I have this plan to undermine all Dementors by creating what I want to do is a black hoodie with a pink Dementor embroidered on it.
Oh,
yeah. I think I've brought it up before, but I'm pitching the idea once again.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll call it Chops.
The Chops hoodie.
The Chops hoodie. Yeah.
I always felt a little different than the other Dementors.
That's right.
It's the clothes, Chops. We're gonna kind of got this whole like black spooky thing going on,
You are wearing all pink.
Yeah.
It's like
your escape record is 2, and he's like, Chops shows up and he's like, lucky day. I will be redeemed.
This is gonna work out so well. Back home, everybody's gonna think I'm so
then
cool.
He gets home and they're like, yeah, we're not doing the prison thing anymore. He's like, no, wait, what? He's like, yeah, we're joining Big V. He's back. Apparently some Death Eater at the school revived him. Is it gonna be like a big party? I'm like, what? Who was it?
No.
Barty Crouch Jr., the guy you let out. It's like, guess all's forgiven, eh?
Right, yeah.
Guess that worked out for us. It's like,
Yeah, like, Chops, what's that on in your mouth?
Nothing.
Why does it look like you have a little bit of, you been eating some souls?
You been a little soul there, Chops? Poor day for Chops the Dementor.
Oh,
Thought he was doing the right thing.
It's too good. Anyway,
by our accounts, he has no loss. So yeah, Fudge just like what on earth difference does it make? Like he's dead anyway, and he does not see the problem with this at all. He's just like, well, it doesn't even matter if I talk to him. He was a Death Eater, no loss. People died, and Dumbledore's like, yeah, but he can't give testimony. Like why don't you see that as a problem?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
It's like for all, and really this is like almost a thing for like all of next year in like Order of the Phoenix. Harry's like, this is why it would have been helpful to. Mm-hmm. It's like, you didn't think it was like that big of a deal, but now my life is miserable.
Yeah.
And it would have made all the difference in the world.
Yeah. He's like, why he go to them? Well, that's the mystery. He was a raving lunatic. From what Minerva and Severus have told me, you seem to think he's been doing it all, and you know whose instructions. It's like, oh, Cornelius.
Yeah.
Oh, honey.
Lord Voldemort was giving him instructions, yes. Cornelius. Yes. Those people's deaths were merely byproducts of a plan to restore Voldemort to full strength again. The plan succeeded. Voldemort has been restored to his body.
Yeah, this is like bad delivery and timing and circumstances for this news to come out. It's like, like maybe if you could have like sat him aside and be like, so here's the whole story and here's what I've been told so far.
Right.
By these sources at these times. And instead he's just having to like rush it all out. And he's just like, no. Not only are you wrong and not trusting the right people here, but Voldemort's back. Just going to throw that in real quick.
Right. Yeah.
Cornelius just like, wait, what?
Not only
that's quite a claim.
A grave error in allowing the mentor into the school. In the meantime, hey, you know, like the worst wizard who ever lived, he's back too. Yeah, so you're going to have fun with that. You know who returned. Preposterous. Come now, Dumbledore.
Yeah. Cannot stomach this reality. And then this is another one where I don't always love the Jim Dow delivery. It's like, see here, Dumbledore. see here, Dumbledore.
Yes. You can't seriously believe that you know who back come now. Certainly, Crouch may have believed himself acting upon you-know-whose orders, but to take the word of a lunatic like that, Dumbledore?
Yeah, and it's so frustrating. He's really trying to talk himself out of the situation. It's even the way he's phrasing it, it's like, it kind of sounds like he knows it's true, but he's like, I just can't believe it. I can't let myself know that.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. And it's funny because like this happened to me, just last week where, maybe not like being like the head of a nation and, having like the worst person ever returning, but, at like 2:00 in the morning, my daughter woke up and had, gotten sick in her bed. And
oh no.
It's like one of those moments where like you wake up and you're looking at her and she's like, I threw up. And you're like, yeah, okay.
Oh, I guess I'm up. Yeah.
I am up. We are now. I will be doing laundry in the middle of the night. So yeah, that's ooh.
It's a good one.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah. It's like you're like, how bad could it be?
How bad could it be?
Yeah, it's probably fine, right?
Right.
It wasn't fine.
Yeah, you're like, okay, I guess I'm doing laundry. I guess I'm giving somebody a bath.
Yeah, I was up for like an hour and a half after that. So
was that last night?
No.
Oh.
This was like last Thursday.
Okay,
so,
I was like, man, you did not mention this.
No.
Yes, and then let's see. Then Dumbledore tries to. He's like, he realizes like this is not going well. It's like, just let's go up to my office. Let's have some drinks. You want a drink? Go fudge.
Some hot chocolate.
Some hot chocolate. Maybe some butterbeers. Some oak matured mead. Drinking buddy. No. Okay, fine. And then Dumbledore is like, you know what though? But you can't talk to Harry. And Fudge is like, he's like, you're prepared to take Harry's word on this, are you, Dumbledore? And I like this moment right here. It says there was a moment's silence because I think this moment of silence here, and then followed up by certainly I believe Harry, said Dumbledore. That is mirrored by Harry in the next book. I want to say no. Half-Blood Prince in the garden with Scrimgeour.
Right.
And he's like, this is the your Dumbledore's man through and through. But this right here is your Potter's man through and through.
You're exactly right.
This is it. This is where Dumbledore pays it first.
It gave me chills a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so great. It goes exactly back to what I said. It's like out of all the things that Harry said, Dumbledore is like willing to believe. He's like, I believe everything you're telling me. Like, yep. I believe that you were telling me the truth. He's like, I do need to see your arm.
Yeah.
That matters for you reasons. And I need to know.
Yeah. Yes.
For certainly. But yeah, so there is that pause, Sirius growls, and then Dumbledore's like, certainly I believe
I love that Sirius is there. Like, Fudge is like, he can't be back. Also, have you seen Sirius Black? I've got bigger problems. He's like, no.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
He is most certainly not in the room with you right now.
Right now. I did kind of growling.
I knew nothing about it.
Nothing about it. Nothing at all.
But then you also get the line, his eyes were blazing now. And that's like another one of those like Phoenix moments where it's like as like calm and warm and gentle and strong as Dumbledore may be, he also has the heat to him that kind of keeps coming up. But basically he just says like, I heard Crouch's confession and I heard Harry's account of what happened. And it's like the two stories make sense. They explain everything that happens since Bruce Jorkins disappeared last summer.
Yeah.
And then it's funny because it's like Fudge is almost just like on like repeat. It's just like, you are prepared to believe that Lord Voldemort has returned the word of a lunatic murderer and a boy who, well.
I know. And then this is where Rita Skeeter's article from that morning comes into play. And it's like, oh my gosh, if she hadn't written that article, would Fudge have taken this a little bit more seriously?
Right.
Hard to know. It's hard to know.
Yeah, and it's actually Harry who brings it up. It's like, you've been reading Rita Skeeter, Mr. Fudge.
Yes.
And then everybody's like, whoa, you're awake?
Oh!
It's like, oh, man, there's so much information that you probably didn't need to know, but now you do.
Yep.
Well, you probably did need to know, but anyway. Fudge is a little bit embarrassed, but also a little bit defiant and obstinate. And he's like, and if I have, and it's sort of like, you know what it means if you have that you're reading pure chaos,
right? Yeah, it's like you must know that. You must know that. Right. And he said, but then he's like, if I've discovered you've been keeping certain facts about the boy very quiet, and you're like, is it Dumbledore's responsibility to tell Harry's secrets to people?
Yeah, you know? Right. Yes.
Like, excuse me, Dumbledore. Next, you're going to tell me that Ronald Weasley hasn't kissed anyone yet or anything. I need reports on these things.
Right. What are Harry Potter's secret powers? Also, what's Ronald up to?
Yeah, come on,
Has
Dumbledore.
he met Lav yet?
Yes.
They have met. They have not fallen in love yet.
Running a country here, Dumbledore, and you're keeping secrets? I don't know about that.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
I know. It's like it's not Dumbledore's secret to tell, you know?
Right.
Right.
So then we kind of have like the whole thing where Fudge is just basically like, yeah, but his scar is hurting. It's probably just hallucinations.
Yes. And it's like he's really struggling for a way out here. He says, "You'll forgive me, Dumbledore, but I've never heard of a cursed scar acting as an alarm bell before." And it's like, well, if you'll forgive me, Fudge, but I bet you've never heard of someone surviving the killing curse before either, and yet here Harry is. He's a weird one. What can I say?
It's like he is the actual definition of weird. Like,
Yeah.
like not in behavior or character or anything, but like the way that he's here right now, pretty weird.
Yeah.
His circumstances very unique. So it's
Yeah.
like even that, it's like I'm surprised that he even jumps to the curse, like as if. And he calls it a cursed scar. It's like, you don't think there's any chance that there could be like ripple effects from that? None whatsoever.
I know.
Especially from the person who gave it to him.
Especially because part of Rita Skeeter's article was that like cursed scars can like could do things. You know?
Right.
I just didn't read that part, you know, whatever.
Right.
That part I didn't take seriously.
Well, and then Harry immediately chimes in. He's like trying to name Death Eaters. And I can't help but think that starting with Lucius is a bad strategic play because Fudge obviously knows most of the things that go on at Hogwarts. And so when Dumbledore writes his like weekly letters, he's probably like, yeah, Draco and Harry, we're back at it again. You know, as they always are.
Yes, you know.
Right. Draco said something about like, oh, I'm going to tell my father. You know, kids these days.
Right.
But anyway, yeah. So he's like, Lucius Malfoy. And then Snape makes a sudden movement. And he's like, McNair, Avery, Knott, Crabbe, Goyle. And it's like, you know, like all clear, now working for the ministry. You are merely repeating the names of those who were acquitted of being Death Eaters 13 years ago.
Yes, it could have looked them up at the reports of old trials. And it's like, boy, you really think Harry's doing his homework on this lie, don't you?
Right. Although, to be fair, Harry has gone and witnessed the trial where these people's names were named.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
He doesn't name Snape.
He doesn't name Snape. Do you think that that's why Snape makes like a sudden move in that particular moment?
Oh, yes. I think he's like, whoa, wow, hold on a second. Yeah.
He's like, hey, don't bring up my name, okay?
No, don't talk about me right now.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
The boy can talk to snakes, Dumbledore. You still think he's trustworthy?
It's just open bigotry now.
It really is. Yeah. Then McGonagall's like, you fool.
You fool. Yes.
Yeah. It's like, you can just tell she's steamed.
What's so frustrating is how he's going to say, I see no evidence to the contrary, despite mountains of it.
Right.
He's like, my scar has been hurting. I've got 2 eyewitness accounts. I've got names of Death Eaters who were there. Bertha Jorkins is dead. Cedric Diggory is dead. Snape's even going to walk up and be like, I've got the freaking dark mark. What do you got for that?
Oh my gosh. The way in which he can skate past that one is sort of like,
that one's maybe the most annoying.
It really is. It's like, that was a good piece of evidence
I know.
that Snape was willing to share with you just now. Okay.
I know. And especially this one, McGonagall, just like, Cedric Diggory is dead. Like, he's dead. How do you explain that? He's dead.
Right.
It's like, what does Crouch think happened to Cedric Diggory? Not Fudge. What does Fudge think has happened to Cedric Diggory? That, like, Barty Crouch Jr. just murdered him, I guess?
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, what exactly? It's like, why are you not more concerned about that?
Right.
Like, you know, but maybe it's the same thing as like the Bertha Jorkins, where it's like, we'll find her. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, let's not disrupt the chaos. Okay. People are really enjoying Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award.
Right.
Yeah. So, but I mean, that's literally the next thing he says. It seems to me that you all are determined to start a panic that will destabilize everything we have worked for these last 13 years.
Literally Voldemort's goal.
Yes, exactly. And it's like, I have no idea what it is like to be running a government or anything. And so like on some level, it's not that I can't understand like the scenario where it's like, hey, let's not freak everyone out right away, like until we have a plan. But like also it's okay for, I don't even know how I think is the right way to handle that is. Like, I understand not wanting to cause a panic, but it's also like, you should still believe them. You should still vet it.
Yeah.
At bare minimum. Like,
right.
Like give it more attention. Like, these are like prominent people who you are talking to. They're
right.
reliable sources. So anyway.
Yeah, but now Dumbledore, rather than having a nice calm meeting, he's got to jump to the chase here on a bunch of random things. It's like he starts trying to like sell him on his ideas for how to fight Voldemort before he's accepted it, and that is just a bad move, I think, by Dumbledore, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Because he's like, listen, okay, I know you don't believe me, but hear me out. what if you remove the Dementors away from Azkaban? Okay, that's the first thing I think we need to do.
Point number one, hey, let's get rid of prison guards. Point number two, you remember the giants who like most people think are like super dangerous? Everybody was really upset that Hagrid was like a half giant. And like that was a really big deal. We should probably go talk to the giants.
We should go do that. Bring them back, right?
So, I mean, and to be fair, these are the exact plays that Voldemort enacts. And I mean, like he even says when he is like speaking to the Death Eaters after returning is like, the Dementors will join us. They are our natural allies. And so it's like Dumbledore is exactly correct, but it's like he's pushing the buttons that Fudge does not want pushed.
I know.
Yes.
I can't even imagine, like he says, the rest of us, or Dumbledore responds like, the rest of us sleep less soundly in our beds, Cornelius, knowing you have put Lord Voldemort's most dangerous supporters in the care of creatures who will join him the instant he asks them. Like when they first put the Dementors at Azkaban, why didn't people think this? You know?
Oh, why wouldn't it be like a bigger concern?
Right.
Like for them to join the Death Eaters?
I know, because certainly the Dementors were on his side last time. It's like, we rounded him up, and guess who? Guess what? Good news, everyone. The creatures guarding him are going to be Voldemort's other biggest supporter. So, good news.
Right. I know.
We were like, problems. Question about that.
I have an issue.
Here in the front. Right here. Call on me, please.
You.
Yeah. Yes. What if they let them out?
That would be a problem.
That would be a problem.
Yeah. But yeah, so then of course everything that Fudge keeps responding with really has to do like with his own personal image. He's like, if the magical community got wind that I had approached the giants, people hate them, Dumbledore. End of my career. Yeah. And it's sort of like, he's not thinking about, like it's funny because a lot of times the villain will use the argument of the greater good as their basis for enacting their evil plan. Like it's like that's why it was Grindelwald's like mantra.
Right.
And it's so interesting because for the greater good is sometimes associated with villains, but like this is, like Fudge is basically saying like, that's bad for me.
Right.
Like he's saying the exact opposite. Like let's not do things that are better for everybody. Let's do the thing that's best for me.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how he's going to be acting here. And Dumbledore is going to call him out for it big time. I love this entire passage where he says, you are blinded by the love of the office you hold, Cornelius. You place too much importance, and you always have done, on the so-called purity of blood. You fail to recognize that it matters not what someone is born, but what they grow to be. Your Dementor has just destroyed the last remaining member of a pure blood family as old as any, and see what that man chose to make of his life. And it just says, like, if you do what I'm saying, you will be remembered as one of the greatest ministers ever. Fail to act, and history will remember you as the man who stepped aside and allowed Voldemort a second chance to destroy the world we have tried to rebuild. And like that's literally exactly what happens. Like that is how he's remembered. He doesn't listen to Dumbledore. Voldemort does come back stronger than ever.
Yep. I think that like Fudge eventually realizes exactly that Dumbledore was right when he's talking to the other minister, the opening chapters there of Half-Blood Prince, is that he's just basically like, I'm sacked, of course.
Yeah.
And it's also interesting that like the Dementor has just destroyed the last remaining member of the pure blood family, as old as any, because even that I think fits, like it's the hypocrisy of the whole situation. It's the fact that Voldemort himself is the half-blood who has pure blood mania. And here you've got one of his most obvious allies destroying a pure blood wizard. And It's just sort of like, what?
Yeah.
Like everything about the dark side is so convoluted and confused.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like they can't figure out who the enemy is.
Right. And then we get the line that names the chapter. It says, if your determination to shut your eyes will carry you as far as this, Cornelius, we have reached a parting of the ways. You must act as you see fit, and I shall act as I see fit. Which to me, what he's really saying there is, you must act as you like, and I shall act as I see fit. It's like, we all know who's really in charge anyway, which is me.
It's like, head of the Wizengamot.
Right. Yeah. It's like that scene at the end of Infinity War where Thor and Star-Lord are like, we all know who's in charge here. It's like, it's me, right?
Yeah.
Of course. We're like, we all know who's really in charge.
It's Thor. Yeah, but I do like the way in which Dumbledore phrases everything that comes next. It's like he's basically saying like, or Fudge is going to say, like, if you're going to work against me, and Dumbledore's just sort of like, the only person I intend to work against is Voldemort. And it's like, if you are against him, then we remain on the same side. It's sort of like
I don't have anything to say to that.
Exactly. It's like, it's sort of like, like basically all Dumbledore is saying is like, I'm not against you. It's like, you can still do what I'm going to do. I'm going to fight Voldemort. You can either choose to join me or I'm going to fight Voldemort.
Right. Exactly. And Fudge is like, no. See, because here's the thing is that Voldemort's not back. And if you're fighting Voldemort and being public about it, then basically you're fighting me. Because you're causing a panic.
You're going to make me look bad in front of all my friends.
You're make me look bad in front of my friends.
Yeah. Some
of
whom were probably...
Dumbledore's like, you're going to look bad because you're going to be losing a war, Cornelius.
Exactly.
It's like, I can't lose a war that's not being fought because it's not here. And it's like, it is here. It is here, though. But like, he's like, no, he's not back. I'm afraid not.
He can't be back.
Can't be back.
He can't be.
It can't be true because I don't want it to be. Therefore, it's not.
Right.
So.
It sounds like we're on repeat, but it's because he keeps saying it in the chapter as
well.
But yeah, so Snape strode forward past Dumbledore, pulling up the left sleeve of his robe as he went. He stuck out his forearm and showed it to Fudge, who recoiled. There, said Snape harshly. There, the dark mark. Snape the whole time is standing there like, don't make me do it.
Don't make me.
Don't make me do it. I have an ace in the hole. Don't make me do it.
Yeah.
And finally, he's like, see, and he doesn't see.
And this is the worst one because it's like this is the cold hard proof right there.
Right.
He's just like, look, you know I was a Death Eater. This secrets. Look at it. Look. Karkaroff fled. You know that. You were down there. You know he fled. This burned. This is how it works. This is exactly how it works. It wouldn't work if Voldemort wasn't back. Okay? You got it? We good? He's just like, I chose not to hear that.
Right. Yes, exactly. It's like what does Dumbledore say when they're talking in Hagrid's hut? He's sort of like, I have gone temporarily.
Yes, I have gone temporarily deaf.
Yes. Yeah.
Seems to be Fudge in this situation. He's like, I'm going to choose not to see this.
Right. Yes.
So.
Yeah. I don't know what your staff are playing at Dumbledore, but I have heard enough. I have no more to add. I will be in touch with you tomorrow.
Yeah, to discuss the running of this school, which is basically the big Umbridge setup.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yeah, and he's about to leave when he remembers that he has not given Harry your winnings, he said shortly, taking a large bag of gold out of his pocket and dropping it onto Harry's bedside table. 1,000 galleons. There should have been a presentation ceremony, but under the circumstances. To which I wish Harry's like, which circumstances?
Yeah.
Which circumstances? Why isn't there a ceremony for my bag of gold here?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that, dude.
It's like, well, Cedric died. It's like, who killed him? Why is he dead?
Why he dead? He'd be like, it was Barty Croucher Jr. He'd be like, it wasn't. It was Voldemort. Saw him.
Yeah. Well, it was there.
So Fudge leaves and Dumbledore is basically like, okay, well, thought that was maybe going to go a little better. Instead, I have things to do now. I've gone from super powerful mode to caring mode to where on earth is Fudge? Oh no, he didn't. To mad at Fudge to now I'm got to be like Phoenix mode again, and now I'm in charge mode. I got to be big time leader mode. This is like what he does here is like big Captain. So many Marvel references in this episode. It's like it reminds me in the first Avenger movie where he's like, set a perimeter here, get these people out over there, do that. And he's like, why should I listen to you? And then he's like, oh, okay, that's why.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah. So he immediately looks at everybody in the room and he's just sort of like, Molly, can I am I right in assuming that I can count on you and Arthur? And Mrs. Weasley is like, yeah, obviously.
No hesitation.
No hesitation, which is pretty cool because they were not members of the First Order of the Phoenix, notably. Right. However, Molly's two brothers, Fabian and Gideon Pruitt, were.
Yes. And they died.
And so the big thing there is that they were raising like young children, and now they are parents to 7 children, and they're like willing to like join the fray. So it's like, I mean, that's a lot of major bravery to put forth in that particular moment.
Also, a fun fact, if you don't know, the Fred and George are semi-named after Fabian and Gideon. Like that's the F and G.
The F and G. You're exactly right. But yeah, so I like the line. We know what Fudge is. It's Arthur's fondness for muggles that has held him back in the ministry all these years. And I even love that line too, because like, I think that Arthur's whimsicalness is easy to lead you to underestimate him, and he's not to be underestimated. Like, he is a great wizard, and it's sort of like as soon as he has power thrust upon him, he does well with it.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like Harry in that particular way.
Then he basically says, Minerva, I need to get Hagrid in my office, possibly Madame Maxime. That's setting up it's exactly what Dumbledore immediately said to Fudge. He's like, we're going to get rid of the Dementors and the Giants. And he doesn't have much power to change the Dementors, but he's like, Hagrid, Olymp, let's go. We're going to send envoys to the Giants now.
Right.
Yesterday.
Yes. And that's something as well, where like if you're power reading through the series, like you might be able to surmise what Hagrid's up to. Because when you get to Order of the Phoenix, like they get there on the first day and it's like Hagrid's just like missing. And then he continues to be missing for a while.
Yeah.
And then he shows up and he's like super beat up and you're like, what happened?
Right.
So yeah, it's like that's exactly what they're up to. And they're pretty much going to spend the whole summer like kind of traveling there and doing that type of thing. Let's see here. Then Dumbledore directs at Poppy, aka Madame Pomfrey, and says, would you be very kind to go down to Professor Moody's office, where I think you will find a house elf called Winky in considerable distress. This is like one of those things where I also just love Dumbledore, because like there's major things going on, like world ending possible things, and he still has like a moment to spare to like consider the house elf Winky, who is not like, doesn't have a specific role the same way that everybody else does. Like he's just like, can you just go comfort her? Which I suppose, if nothing else, also gets Madame Pomfrey out of the room so that he can speak to Sirius, who can resume his usual form.
Yeah, he says two of our number to recognize each other for what they are. Do you think he means Molly or Snape, though?
I think he means Molly.
Okay.
Yes, because I think Snape knows that. It's almost surprising that Snape has not been like more clued in to who Sirius is in this scene. But it's Mrs. Weasley who screams and sort of like, shrieks like, Sirius Black! And Ron's like, Mom, shut up.
Mom, be cool, dude.
Come on, he's our friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you do have the line from Snape who goes, him, he snarled. What is he doing here? And it's like, you should know. You should know. You've seen parts of this before. He is here at my invitation, said Dumbledore, looking between them. As are you, Severus. I trust you both. It is time for you to lay aside your old differences and trust each other. I will settle in the short term, said Dumbledore with a bite of impatience in his voice, for a lack of open hostility.
That does not last.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. It kind of goes on to be a problem. And really, I think it's a lot of like Snape prodding Sirius that ends up leading him to going to the Ministry of Magic next year.
I know.
Leading to his death. So
that's certainly how Harry reads it.
Yes. Yeah. And I don't think he's wrong.
I don't think he's wrong either. Yeah.
Yes. Now I have work for each of you. Fudge's attitude, though not unexpected, changes everything. Sirius, I need you to set off at once. You need to alert Remus Lupin, Arabella Figg, Mundungus Fletcher, the old crowd. Lie low at Lupin's for a while. I will contact you there.
Woo, Lupin! Coming back. Also, Arabella Figg is, of course, if you're just reading this for the first time, which obviously no one listening to this is, but Arabella Figg is Harry's across the street neighbor, Mrs. Figg with the cats, who, like, if you were like a really careful reader, you might have been able to piece that together.
Absolutely. And again, this is like where, like, if you're power reading through the series and you pick up the next book and you're like a few chapters in, it's like, hey, there's Mrs. Figg. It's like, wait a second.
What the what?
You could figure it out faster.
Also interesting that Dumbledore is going to call Mundungus Fletcher part of the old crowd, because when Moody shows Harry the photo of the other Order of the Phoenix, he doesn't like point out Mundungus in that photo.
He also doesn't like Mundungus.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
So that could be why. But that's a fair point. It's a fair point. But yeah, Mundungus also provides a very specific function where it's almost like having like a criminal on staff to help you do criminal things when you're not a criminal organization.
Yeah, but then his first task is just going to be to watch Harry, which he does such a bad job at that he allows Harry to get attacked by Dementors.
Also true. True. It seems like they probably could have picked anyone else more important.
Yeah.
Harry's kind of an important piece in this whole puzzle.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll see me very soon, Harry, said Sirius, turning to him. I promise you, but I must do what I can. You understand, don't you? And Harry's kind of like, yeah, of course I do.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, don't leave, but
right.
And then this is where you also get the big setup for Snape to go back. It says, Severus, you know what I must ask you to do if you are ready, if you are prepared. I am, said Snape. And so it's just like so vague, and yet it's also kind of like, as we continue to press forward, it's sort of like as much faith as you're willing to place in this moment might lead you to believe like that he's not evil even when he kills Dumbledore.
I know. Well, the fact that he also like he doesn't. There's been a few things here. It's like Snape showed up in the faux glass when they were confronting Barty Crouch Jr. He showed Fudge the dark mark on his arm, and he accepts this job right here. So he has like 3 really good moments in the end of this book.
Yeah, that are all kind of like leading you to believe that like, okay, maybe there is something good to Snape.
Yeah.
But that's all we get, like, so we don't have any more information, and as much information as we've gotten, this is one that's left very, very low, in terms of what everybody else in the room may surmise from it. Just then good luck. And Snape swept wordlessly after Sirius. So the other thing that we're going to ultimately know happens when Snape is ultimately talking to Bellatrix at, oh my gosh. What is Snape's home?
Spinner's End.
Spinner's End, thank you. Is that hours after the Dark Lord's return, Snape showed up to him, thus enabling him to maintain his cover at Hogwarts, where, as far as Voldemort is concerned, he's able to kind of continue to be like a spy for Dumbledore. But that's where the double agent thing comes in as well. Let's see here. And then finally, at long last, Dumbledore says, I must go downstairs. I must see the Diggories. And so he's finally going to go talk to them.
Yes.
So
and then let's see. Molly tells him he basically has to go back to sleep. You have a good long sleep. Try and think about something else for a while. Think about what you're going to buy with your winnings. And Harry's like, I don't want that gold. Anyone can have it. I shouldn't have won it. It should have been Cedric's. And then this is the sentence says, the thing against which he had been fighting on and off ever since he had come out of the maze was threatening to overpower him. He could feel a burning, prickling feeling on the inner corners of his eyes. He blinked and stared up at the ceiling. And so this Harry is finally sort of like coming to terms with whether or not he thinks he is the one responsible for Cedric's death. And he's kind of feeling like he's starting to think, yes, I am.
Yes. Yeah. And because Mrs. Weasley kind of like reads his mind. She's like, it wasn't your fault, Harry. And then Harry's like, I told him to take the cup with me.
Like if I hadn't said that.
Yeah. And he says he wished Ron would look away, which is, it's like, that's so devastating too, that it's just like, he's like, just don't look at me. Like, I'm not proud of what happened. But it sucks too, because it's like, you can understand. I mean, you can understand why Harry might end up in this particular position, but it's like the really when he was like sharing the cup with Cedric, it was like sharing the honor, sharing the glory, doing it together. Hogwarts champions both win. Like, it's like it's so devastating, like the way that it ultimately shakes out, because obviously like both of them taking the cup was not malicious. Like,
right.
There's no way Harry could have known what was going to come next.
Not at all. Not at all.
So
yeah.
And then you kind of get like a really special moment. And this is like one of the things that really has always grown on me a lot, is just the relationship between Harry and Mrs. Weasley, because in this particular moment, Mrs. Weasley's not saying anything. She just hugs him.
I know. God, the sentence, he had no memory of ever being hugged like this, as though by a mother, is like, oh no. I know. Oh, that just like punches you right in the heart. That is whew.
And the thing is that it's like, it's not just like a mother. It's like Mrs. Weasley sees him as a son.
I know.
So it's like, it is as a mother.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's the loud slamming noise, which kind of breaks up the moment a little bit, because Hermione is standing over by the window. She was holding something tight in her hand, and she just goes, sorry.
Yeah. And of course, what she's doing there is catching Rita Skeeter in her beetle form.
Right. Which this is a whole thing that we had to go down, which is, was it okay for Hermione to capture Rita Skeeter in this particular moment? Or would it have been better for Rita Skeeter, who literally just witnessed the entire conversation between Fudge not believing Dumbledore and Dumbledore insisting that Voldemort is bad? Oh my gosh.
Everything Rita just got was just, this giant argument between Dumbledore and Fudge. That's huge news right there.
Right.
She saw Sirius Black return and learned that he's an animagus. Saw Severus Snape reveal the Dark Mark and the rules around it.
Yes.
Like, there is so much juicy stuff she just saw, and her mind is going to be like, nope.
Yep, exactly.
It's like, maybe some of that would have been good. Maybe some of it would have been good. I think in the video we determined it wasn't good.
It doesn't ultimately make the difference. Yeah. So I think so if you'd like the full deep dive on that, you can see our published works.
Yes.
But any which way, now Harry does finish off the rest of the potion. The effect was instantaneous. Heavy, irresistible waves of dreamless sleep broke over him. He fell back onto his pillows and thought no more.
Ooh,
and
boy.
That brings us to the end of chapter 36. Jay, do you have a review for us?
I sure do, Ben. Let's see if I can pull it up for us here. Oh man, I hate it when I don't get the sorry, I don't have your username in here, but perhaps you recognize your own review.
Let's hope so.
Yes.
Let's hope so.
Great podcast. What are the highlights of my week? Very insightful comments. My question is, what if the Dursleys were killed, sheer coincidence, by Voldemort? Who would take Harry in this world if Sirius was still framed? Is there any chance that Dumbledore himself would take Harry? So basically just like, what if the Dursleys weren't around?
What if the Dursleys are around?
Yeah.
And that's in an instance where it's not from Voldemort. Is that what they're saying?
I think it says either by Voldemort or I think either way, it doesn't really matter. Just like maybe in his quest to find the Potters, he kills the Dursleys or something. You know?
Sure enough. So the Dursleys are not the people to accept him. The main thing that we obviously have going on there is the bond of blood charm that Dumbledore is able to invoke on behalf of Harry, and it essentially protects him whenever he is considering the Dursleys' house his home.
Right. And that is his only, it has to be a blood relative for that to work, and there are no other blood relatives for Harry. So
yes. And the really big thing is that that's a really powerful piece of magic. Like it's like as powerful as Voldemort may be, it's literally, or even as powerful or safe as you might be at, Hogwarts or Gringotts or with Dumbledore himself or whatever. It's like Dumbledore sees it as the safest possible outcome for Harry in terms of not being reached by Voldemort. So that's obviously like a super big deal. But then, I mean, there's a lot of things that immediately spring to mind for me. Like obviously if Sirius is still a convicted felon as of, when Harry would be just a baby when this would happen. So like, where does he go that first night if the Dursleys are already gone? I mean, it vaguely reminds me of like the Ron and Hufflepuff series where we sort of like lean on the Weasleys.
It seems they're such the obvious family.
Yeah, because it seems like, like they ultimately see him as a son. Anyway, we know that lots of wizarding families would have offered to accept Harry and take them on as their own.
The other family that comes to mind is potentially like the Longbottoms, I suppose.
Sure.
If they think, because like they would have been in a very similar boat. They also would have been in the order with James and Lily.
Right. Right. Yes. Assuming nothing then ultimately happens to them because they won't be attacked until a few weeks following the death of James and Lily. So
exactly.
That could end up
then that could be bad too. Then right.
Even further devastating.
Right. But then it's like, how then would Harry and Neville be raised by Neville's grandmother, I guess, sort of?
That seems like it would be really bad for Neville.
It could be. I don't know. Maybe it'd be good for them. They'd have each other.
They would have each other. That would make a huge difference. I mean, what Neville needs is like his friends. Like people to empower him.
The Weasleys seem like the answer though.
The answer. It's hard for me to imagine it being Dumbledore because I think that Dumbledore in a lot of ways, I think he does go to great lengths to almost keep Harry, like he loves Harry. And I think that that's something that like McGonagall like goes out of her way to tell Harry after his death in Half-Blood Prince.
Yeah.
I think that's when she says it. But I think that Dumbledore has to be careful because and again, it's the thing we covered in tonight's chapter is like the gleam of triumph. It's like Dumbledore knows what has to happen to Harry. He has to die. And so I think that
he doesn't know when he's a baby.
Well, maybe he doesn't know when he's a baby. That's fair. But either which way, I think that Dumbledore is going to try to keep Harry at a safe distance.
Yeah. Because eventually he's going to say, "Do you see the flaw in my grand plan? I cared for you," or whatever.
Yes.
I cared more about your childhood than you defeating Voldemort or whatever. I guess the Weasleys still make the most sense, I think, or maybe the Longbottoms, and then maybe like as a like in the vein of if Sirius is in Azkaban, but like the Potters had named their best friend his godfather, then like maybe Lupin is the next another person that could be on the list as their other best friend.
Lupin would have been great.
Yeah.
That would be an excellent choice.
Right. I mean, there's the whole he's a werewolfness of it all, but like that doesn't really seem to bother Dumbledore or anything.
No, and obviously it didn't bother his best friends either. Like I think that like Lupin would be like a great situation because like Harry feels so isolated so often. Like, it would be cool to imagine like Harry sort of almost getting to like, I mean, it's not cool that he would have to witness it, but I think that it would prepare him for what's going to come at school if he was growing up with a werewolf, because he would have so much perspective. And Lupin's such a phenomenal teacher that like, I just think that it's not like Lupin would be like running drills with Harry to like prepare him to be like some extraordinary wizard. I just think that Lupin would be a great aid in helping explore Harry's own interests and curiosities.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that would be a good fit.
Yeah. So those are my 3 bets for where Harry likely would have ended up.
Right.
If he couldn't go to the Dursleys.
Yes. But then of course, the big thing is, and really that's what ended up being our catalyst for Ron and Hufflepuff, is that if he goes to the Weasleys, then Ron basically ends up in a situation where he's like, not Gryffindor, because he's already competing with all of his family members. Then when he's also competing with Harry as a brother, it changes the scope of their relationship rather.
Right. And Harry would have been sorted before him.
Harry would have been sorted before him. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's something to look at as well. We do have an entire series that is what if Ron was a Hufflepuff. So
yes.
If you feel like finding out more about what would happen inside of that situation, we do have a massive video series that you can check out on the Super Carlin Brothers video channel as well. But otherwise, the last little announcement that I want to make before we close out today's episode is that we are in the final zip code of time where you can still sign up for the annual membership for the Gumpine pin and to get access to a page.
Yes, we are. Although when will this episode go live? I think actually as of this episode going live, we will have passed the date.
You're right. Okay. Scratch that. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Forget
we said anything.
Never mind. Well, thank you to everyone who did sign up is maybe what we should say, because after the month closes, then we will have our new list and can start sending out pages again.
Yes, we can start sending out pages again, and that's something that we will continue to do. So while the Gumpster Fire pin was only something that we were doing for the promotional event in the month of July, if you sign up for an annual membership for our Patreon at any point in time going forward into the future, we will be sending you a page from one of our books.
Yes.
And what we actually do, in case you're unfamiliar with it or you haven't heard us talk about it in the past, we have a local print shop that we work with that will actually go through, and it sounds terrible every time I say it, but slice the spine off of the edge of our books. And then we have all these pages that are heavily marked up with all the notes and all the details and the things that we discuss in each of the episodes.
On the show.
Yep. So we will send you one of the pieces of the puzzle, so to speak. So you will have like an official piece of the Through the Griffin Door experience.
Yes.
As like your own little hard copy token or trophy or thing to enjoy.
Yeah.
But otherwise,
that is going to do it. Make sure you join us next week for the final chapter of Goblet of Fire, chapter 37, The Beginning, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock, for the last time, the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 37, The Beginning.
The beginning.
The beginning.
Of the end.
Yes, which is also the end of Goblet of Fire.
It's actually really funny because there's going to be a line during Dumbledore's speech to the entire, to the Great Hall, where he will begin the speech by saying, the end.
Yes. Where the beginning of his is the end and the end of this book is the beginning.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's kind of interesting. So I was sort of like, is there a world where you would title, like, it would be so ominous to make this chapter the end.
Right.
Because it's sort of like, well, it's like that makes it seem like nothing good is coming.
I feel like when Dumbledore says that, he's saying the end, and then he goes on to be like, the end of another year at Hogwarts or something.
That's exactly
But it's
it,
like,
yeah.
to me, it's like when Dumbledore says the end, that is like, all right, that is the end of Harry Potter Part 1. You know, like the end of the Harry's introduction into the wizarding world. From this point forward, we have started the battle against Voldemort.
Yes. Yeah. Like everything has everything has been like so central. And I said this at the beginning of this book, but like Goblet represents such a unique cross section, I think, of the kinds of Harry Potter books that we get, where like books 1 through 3 and most of 4 are all about like the immersive world building and kind of like getting to know how magic works and setting particular precedents. And, you know, you sort of know like all the small scale rivalries, but like a lot of it feels like who's going to win on the Quidditch pitch. And like, you know, Voldemort has been there, but he's never truly been there.
Right.
You know, it's like he's in the back of Quirrell's head at the beginning of 1, and then he's like a shadow of himself through the diary in book 2.
Yeah.
And it's like now he's back, like
Right.
in the flesh, for real. Like the protections are gone, you know, like you know what's going on. Harry knows what's going on. Like it's now we're deep in it.
Yeah, we're deep in it. Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, the end of Part 1, the beginning of Part 2. Hope you've got your snacks. Hope the intermission went well, because we're you know, it's about to really start going off the rails.
Yeah,
here.
it is.
That being said, though, before we dive on into the beginning, we of course have to talk about the chapter art.
We sure do. In this chapter art, we have got Rita Skeeter in beetle form.
Yes, and I do love that you can actually see like the little glasses kind of like drawn onto the beetle's face there. So it's kind of like okay. But I could see without context, if you turned the page after everything that's been happening and you're like, the chapter art for the last chapter in the book is a picture of a bug.
Is a picture of a bug. I know. Like I like the artwork. I like how it like clearly looks like Rita Skeeter as a beetle. It does like answer a book-long mystery we've been trying to solve, which is, you know, how is Rita Skeeter listening into these conversations? So I like all of that, but I just feel like it is an odd image to choose for, you know, a chapter as ominous and interestingly sounding as the beginning, which is the last chapter of a book, you know?
Exactly. Like, I feel like you could have had like Dumbledore standing at like a podium before the Great Hall.
Yeah, like
or
raising a goblet, or, you know.
Yes,
Yeah.
Exactly. Like a raised goblet would be such a good one.
Yeah.
You know, or even just like black drapes. You know, I know that would be kind of like simple. But yeah, it really is. It's kind of like, well, okay. Like it almost makes you wonder whether or not like when the book was being written, like different sketches were being made, and it was sort of like, well, I really like this one and I want to use it.
I know.
Somewhere. But where? And
But
it's like,
where?
But it's like, do we use it for the last chapter?
You really can't use it anywhere except the last chapter, because that'd give it away.
Yeah, so it's not bad. It's not a bad drawing. It's not a bad piece of chapter art even. It just seems like an unusual choice for such a momentous occasion.
I know. Such a big launching point for the rest of the series. But
yes.
you know, whatever. All right, there you go. That's the chapter art. Anyway, Rita Skeeter.
Yeah,
hooray.
we're covered.
She has an interesting chapter for sure.
She does.
Yes. So then this is the way this chapter starts. We'll go ahead and it says, when he looked back, even a month later, Harry found he had only scattered memory of the next few days. And then the dragons arrived. It really doesn't work as well this time around.
I was going to say, this was like maybe like the first time that I was ever like, it has been, and it's so funny too, because I was telling Alice all about how like I think it would be fun when we go on tour to have like shirts that say, and then the dragons arrived, as like a cool piece of like tour merch or something. And I was like, and she's like, I don't understand, what does it mean? And I was like, well, so it's this thing like where you like can like read the first chapter of basically like, you know, the first sentence of like any chapter of any book, and then just add, and then the dragons arrived. And it's like, and it's amazing because like it works every single time. And I must have said this like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
And you know, then I got to this one, I was like, oh,
It doesn't really work.
Yeah. It's like, it would be so unfortunate if Harry had gone through everything he went through and then randomly he's just sort of like, I couldn't really think. My brain couldn't fit even one more thought. And then dragons arrived.
I know, right. Yeah. I mean, even if you do the next sentences, it was as though he had been through too much to take in anymore. And then the dragons arrived. Like, that sounds better. It's like, I can't do it anything else. Are you kidding me?
I can't. I'm not prepared. Just take me with you.
But even that first sentence is a very interesting sentence because it says, when he looked back, even a month later, Harry. So it's like, it is giving you the perspective of Harry a few months from now. You know, like it's giving you future Harry's opinion on the moment.
Right.
Like, you know, like we haven't gotten to future Harry yet, but we know what he feels about these moments now.
You know, in that way, it's like when you think about it, it actually is kind of like a hard sentiment to depict the way that it's attempting to, at least, because it's basically just sort of saying that like Harry was in a haze.
Yeah.
And it's like, but that would feel, saying like Harry was in a haze over the next few days, it's like, that's an understatement.
Right.
You know, it's like, that's not like a correct way to signify what he's going through. But then I think plenty of us can remember instances in our life when something, you know, major happened and you do sort of go through that period of time where it's just sort of like, oh, like all the noise, all the other everything just sort of like goes away and you're just like in tunnel vision on like this one thing or the opposite. And it's like, you just can't think about anything.
Right.
You know? And so it's like, I understand the sentiment so well, but you're right. It's strange that it's not a month plus later, I don't think. Right?
No, I don't think it's a month plus later happening. This is like the next day, I think, or at least the start of it. I don't think it's been a month because the task took place, you know, at the end of the school year.
Yeah, and it says, like just on the very next page, Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower the following evening. And from what Hermione and Ron had told him, Dumbledore had spoken to the school that morning at breakfast. And it's like, I think that Harry has not like been in the hospital wing, as far as we know, for some extraordinary amount of time.
No, I think it's really just the next day.
Right.
Yeah. So he's saying like, let's move on here. The worst perhaps was the meeting with the Diggories that took place the following morning. And it's like, ugh, I can only imagine. That would just be so tragic.
It really would be, yeah. So Harry, basically, if you're keeping track now, has basically come back from the maze to discover that one of his most trusted allies, Mad-Eye Moody, is actually, in fact, an undercover agent for Voldemort. And the reason for every single thing that has happened to him over the course of this entire year is singularly because of him.
Yeah.
And then he has had to progress to telling his story to Dumbledore and Sirius.
Yep.
And then had to go through the entire situation with Fudge.
Yep. The entire Ministry of Magic.
Yeah. And then have a sleeping draft, wake up, and then talk to the parents of the person he witnessed die yesterday.
Yeah. It's been a very, very long day for Harry here.
The 14-year-old.
The 14-year-old, yeah. And let's pay very close attention to the next sentence where it says, they did not blame him for what had happened, because there's like an entire Broadway play that contradicts that. If I'm not mistaken.
Well, I think when you're speaking of the cursed child, Delphi is using the Imperious Curse on Amos Diggory.
Oh, is she?
She is.
Okay.
Yeah. So he doesn't blame Harry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Never mind. I take it back.
But I do follow your meaning, where it's like the whole premise is basically the Diggories being like, that Harry Potter.
If you hadn't let Cedric die.
Exactly. But I do really like, especially what we get in this like very brief segment, because we spent a lot of time with Amos and almost no time with Mrs. Diggory.
Yeah.
And it feels like almost beyond a shadow of a doubt, Cedric is getting all of his extreme goodness from his mother.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Because it seems like she is like doing the remarkable thing, which I think is being in some ways comforting towards Harry. Which I think that there is an honest gratitude, you know, in terms of Harry having like put himself at risk to return Cedric's body to them.
Yeah.
You know, so like I think that there's that, but it's an extraordinary demonstration of character, which is exactly what I think we always said about Cedric and like, you know, vis-a-vis the Imperious Curse and his ability to you know, essentially what we believe is withstand it in the same way that Harry can. Just I think that like she is so kind and she handles this exchange with Harry so well.
Yeah, she does. And even like the way she like is able to frame it in her mind, I think is really good. And the way like Harry lets her frame it in her mind, where she says, he suffered very little then, she said. And after all, Amos, he died just when he'd won the tournament. He must have been happy. And it's like Harry could correct her and be like, we actually had no idea what was going on. And then like, we were pretty scared. This guy came out of nowhere,
Right.
Like we weren't sure who'd won,
We had our wands out. It was terrifying.
It was like, are we in a graveyard? Is this supposed to happen? Dead. Ugh.
Yeah.
So like, but it's like, like she's trying to make herself feel like the slightest bit better about the situation. Like he must have died happy because he'd won doing something he wanted to do. And it's like Harry just lets her have that.
Yes. And I mean, and I do think that's a rather gracious way too. It's like that probably brings an amount of comfort.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And then of course he tries to offer them the money, the 1,000 galleon prize. Trying to say like, he even got there first, like we agreed to take it. And of course she's like, oh no, I couldn't take it. And it's like you can tell that both Harry and the Diggers are kind of like, I can't keep this money. I don't want that money. That would be like cursed money or something, It's like
I literally wrote the exact same note. Like I just wonder, like, I mean, as much as I think that this could be interpreted as generosity, which I don't think there's anything selfish about the exchange, but I think it's like, are the Diggories on the exact same page as Harry in this? Like in terms of neither of them wants it for the same reason.
Absolutely. Yes,
okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
They're like, we can't spend that money. That would be like, just like we got a reward for our son dying or something.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like, that's so, it's just
right. But Harry's in the same way. He's like, I can't keep this.
Right.
It shouldn't be mine, like it, at the very least should be split or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're like, nope, it's yours. So yeah, it seems like neither party wants it for the same reason. It's like you couldn't spend it without being like someone had to die for whatever I bought for this or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. That's true. And so I think even then, when you ultimately get to the situation and the way that the galleons are handed over to Fred and George, it's like even Harry's recognition that the world could use a reason to laugh, and it's sort of like, what a great legacy.
Cedric's death, you mean?
Oh no.
Harry gets it. We were being so noble there for like 10 minutes.
We were people are like, okay, the guys finally got it together. Like they're finally not being jerks. Wow. Oh man, I know. The tone you just shifted gears so perfectly, which actually I think is kind of wonderful, because it does then also say that when Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower the following evening, Ron and Hermione lets him know that Dumbledore had spoken to the school that morning at breakfast and merely requested that they leave Harry alone and that nobody ask him questions or, get this, badger, which I would just say too soon, man. Dumbledore.
I like to think he winked when he said it. Nobody question or badger, Harry.
Everybody's like nudging themselves.
We got it.
I understood that reference.
I understood that reference because Cedric was.
He was a Hufflepuff, and they said badgers. Anyway, sorry guys, we are really not doing a great job of being good people here. But let's see here. Most people, Harry noticed, were skirting him in the corridors, avoiding his eyes. Some whispered behind their hands as he passed. Like, I don't know when the students of Hogwarts are going to get bored of this pastime, because they do it about Harry always.
They never get bored of it. Not at all. And it's like, it is good probably for Harry that people aren't coming up and questioning him. But like the end result is that like next year, because Harry is not able to tell anybody himself, like his personal account, like a lot of people still don't believe him. It's
true.
Like, even that's why so many people show up to the DA meeting. They're like, well, what happened though?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. It's sort of like, and that's exactly what's going to be in the Hog's Head, is like Harry sitting there and he's kind of like blown away at how many people came out. And then all of a sudden the gears click into place when I think is it Zachariah Smith who asks, and Harry's sort of like, now I understand why you're all here. It's not that you're interested. You just want to hear my story.
And he's like, well, if that's why you're here, then get out.
Exactly. Yep. But yeah, so then it goes on to say that he guessed that many of them had believed Rita Skeeter's article about how disturbed and possibly dangerous he was.
What a devastating article.
I know. It's like, I mean, even Rita Skeeter, I have to think would have a measure of guilt over that one.
Like, oops.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Too bad somebody won't let her speak for a year.
Yeah. Well, they do. You know, they work something out.
They work something out. We'll come to that in due course. But it basically what he assumes next is basically correct. Perhaps they were formulating their own theories about how Cedric had died. We're gonna have a bit of that, although Dumbledore will take efforts to try to clarify at the end of year feast, but more on that as well in just a few minutes. Let's see here. Then we see that Harry, Ron, and Hermione basically, it seems like, have all just sort of got this like unspoken, like almost like they've been through so much crap at this point in time that they sort of like have a protocol.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, we don't really need to like sit here and like hash all these details out. Like, we don't know what's coming next. We don't know what to plan for. Like, let's just sort of let Harry sit quietly with his thoughts. We'll play chess and pass the time. And when things come, they'll come.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's exactly what Hagrid's going to say to him when they go visit him later on as well.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. But let's see. Then we also find out that Mrs. Weasley went to Dumbledore to see if she could, if Harry could come straight to them this summer. Like, you know, maybe he doesn't have to go back to those terrible Muggles. We'd be happy to see him the whole time. It's clearly, you know. And Dumbledore is like, I do think he needs to go back to the Dursleys. And Harry's like, what? Mrs. Weasley went there on my behalf, and he still said no.
It is. I mean, that's the kind of thing where it's like, that is shocking.
That is shocking.
That is almost like if you're Harry, it's like, hey, Dumbledore, I need to pull your side. Why?
Why? Also, is that really your call? Is it your call? Is it your
Right.
call?
Yeah.
Because I accept.
Yes, I volunteer as tribute.
I volunteer as tribute. Yeah, I know. Even when you frame it like that, it's like, oh, of course, Mrs. Weasley had to ask Dumbledore. And it's like, but why? But why did you have to ask Dumbledore? Why didn't you just have to ask the Dursleys?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it seems like if you went and asked the Dursleys would be like, yeah.
Yeah, they'd be like, yeah, please take him.
Right. Although
Get him out of here.
we saw that whole thing at the beginning of this very book when they get the invitation for the Quidditch World Cup and Vernon can't decide between something that would make Harry happy.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So it'd be the same thing. But of course, the real reason Dumbledore doesn't want Harry to go straight to the Weasleys is because if he's at the Dursleys, then he's protected by the Bond of Blood charm, which stops Voldemort from seeing him or like getting to him at all while he's inside the Dursleys' home.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like, I think at this point in time, and probably more now than ever before, like, because I think Dumbledore and Hagrid both seem to have sort of like the right measure of Voldemort, which is that he was going to come back. Like, he wasn't gone for good.
Yeah.
And so it's like, while Dumbledore may have valued an importance on Harry going back to the Dursleys this whole time, it's like now it's really important.
Yes.
Because otherwise there's almost no reason why Voldemort just doesn't go and continue to try and mount attack after attack after attack on Harry as quickly as he can.
As quickly as he can. Yeah, absolutely.
But he won't be able to.
But he won't be able to. And basically, Dumbledore does allow Harry to come stay, well, not even at the Weasleys, but at the Order of the Phoenix, once they're kind of like set up and established and have a new safe house for him to come to.
Right. But then that's protected by the Fidelius charm,
Exactly.
where Dumbledore himself is the secret keeper.
Right.
That's basically like the most gold standard version of
Exactly.
you know, and any kind of protection you can have other than the bond of blood.
Okay, and then I feel like there's like a mistake here where it says, as there was no longer defense against the dark arts teacher, they had those lessons free. And I'm like, do they still have lessons now? Right? Because weren't they taking exams before? Because it kept saying like, what are you going to do during the exam? Just sit in the back and read books?
You're right.
Right? Like what they don't have lessons anymore, right?
I know, right? Yeah. What are they doing? Like rolling in the old movie cart?
Yeah, right. Like got that VCR and the full screen TV.
That's it. No, that's a very good point. Yeah, because there's not really any, and it's even strange because it seems like we're going out of our way to try to create a scenario where they might have an afternoon to go and visit Hagrid. It's basically like, well, you know, because there was no defense against the dark arts, now they had a chance to visit Hagrid. And it's like,
they just have this whole week off, right?
They could just go.
They could just go do that.
They could just go. Even if they had classes, they visit Hagrid sometimes. It's
Right.
like, you know, we don't really need to invent a reason.
I know, yeah.
I think you're right. I think it's a little bit of an error. Unless there's something to be said for like you take the exams and then still have classes to like go over them.
I don't know. That is never mentioned
Ever.
anywhere else. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just seems like usually there's like this 1 week grace period where it's like exams have been taken and there's still a week before the train comes, which must be the best week of the year.
Dude, I was gonna say, like, if I was like when I was a kid, the idea of going away to like a boarding school or something, I guess that's effectively what these things are, right?
Yeah.
Terrified me.
Yeah.
Like the idea of being away from like home, my family, my parents, my friends, my room, like all those things scared me to death. But the idea of being like a young teenager who doesn't have any responsibilities for 1 week while you're still in the environment where all of your like friends exist sounds so fun.
Yeah, right.
Like I bet there's there'd be no reason for there not to be like an end of year dance or something. Or
there probably should be.
Yeah, like a party.
Yes, partay.
I mean, maybe not given,
this year,
given specific circumstances and how
Right.
that. But anyway, so they make their way down to Hagrid's. Hagrid's like, who's that? Harry.
Nice, solid Hagrid over there.
Yeah, was that okay?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Thanks.
Good to see you, mate. Good to see you.
Hey, good Hagrid.
Thank
Man.
you. Yeah,
Well done. They saw 2 bucket-sized cups and saucers on the wooden table in front of the fireplace.
Bucket-sized.
Yeah. So do you figure whenever they go and like make tea at Hagrid's, they're making like a just absolutely comically large kettle, and it's because Hagrid's drinking like a gallon?
I mean, earlier in the book, he ordered 4 pints of mulled mead.
That's
at
true.
the bar.
Yeah.
So the man, I mean, he's a big guy,
Right. Yeah. If I had 4 pints of mulled mead, I'd probably be out of commission for 3 days.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Mead,
if I had 4, especially mead. Yeah.
I know, mead is like honey
So
turned into
sugary.
alcohol.
Yeah, it's like
just,
honey wine, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it says, been having a cuppa with a limp. She just left.
Everyone's like, who?
Madam Maxine, of course.
Yeah. You two made up, have you?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, massive eye roll.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. Big bones. Wasn't that a whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll show her big bones. Yeah. It says when he made tea and offered him around a plate of doughy cookies, which for once sounds like good Hagrid baking, but I just love that Hagrid loves baking. Like he's constantly making just baked goods.
Right. It's
Not
like,
always good ones.
Not always good ones, but
Yeah.
he's just like always at it. You
Yeah.
know? And there's something like inherently joyous about baking.
Yeah.
It's like I don't think it's like trying to say like bubbles like in an angry voice. Where
Right.
It's like bubbles. Sorry.
Bubbles.
It just seems
You
funny.
can't do it.
You can't do it. It's like you can't be that mad while you're baking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like, Hagrid is a guy who like his job is kind of like free time, like he has responsibilities for sure that he has to do, but a lot of it's just like get your stuff done,
Right.
And so it's like when he has this is what he uses with his free time.
Yeah, exactly.
Is baking cookies.
Right. So Hagrid is sort of like, okay, got all my tasks done, dragged all the Christmas trees up to the castle for the holidays. Time to go back and bake some yummies.
I know, especially when you figure you can just go to any given day at the in the Great Hall and just pick up probably as many cookies as you want.
Probably as many as you want.
Yeah.
Then the next exchange, though, was actually something that it's an exchange that I almost wish happened more often in real life.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's like it's equal parts presumptuous, but also a scenario where like a good friend just understands you. And I think that's like something that like it's almost like I think we as friends should try to like aim to be like a little bit more step over the line in the name of like demonstrating how we do understand our friends.
Right.
So this is it. It says, "You all right?" he said gruffly. "Yeah," said Harry. "No, you're not," said Hagrid. "Course you're not, but you will be."
Right.
And it's like, can you imagine like going through something and, like whatever, your friend walks up and it's like, "Hey, like, how you doing?" It's like, I'm good. It's like, you're not.
Yeah.
You're not good. Like,
yeah.
Nobody says things like that.
I know. It's like, you want to like, try and validate them and not like be too nosy or be too presumptuous. You're right. And it's like, sometimes it's just like, I care enough about you to tell you that like, you know what, let me go ahead and validate the feelings you refuse to admit to. Like,
Exactly.
You don't have to put on a strong face for me, buddy.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just, I don't know. I like that exchange.
Yes.
But yeah,
so do I.
Yeah. So, but then it hails back to the sentiment I kind of expressed earlier, which is just that like Hagrid's kind of reinforcing, like, I knew he was going to come back. And I think he brings it up in the first conversation about Voldemort with Harry.
I literally wrote down, he said he did tell Harry something like this back in book 1, where he's like, he says like, some people think he's out there biding his time or think he's dead. And he says, Codswallop, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Don't know if he had enough human left in him to die. Which just ends up being extremely wise words because that's very true. That is literally the truth. He does not have enough human left in him to die. Even at the end when he dies, he does not die a human death. He gets like stuck in limbo at the end.
Forever and ever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ron and Hermione looked at him shocked. Known it for years, Harry. Knew he was out there biding his time. Yeah, there it is again. Yeah. It had to happen. Well, now it has. We'll just have to get on with it. We'll fight. Might be able to stop him before he gets a good hold. That's Dumbledore's plan anyway. Great man, Dumbledore. So long as we've got him, I'm not too worried.
Oh, there's some foreshadowing right there.
I know.
Or foreboding, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I don't even know if we can quite cross the line into foreshadowing because it's just like one of those where it's like that even gives you a sentiment where it's kind of like we even the reader for all of Order of the Phoenix and for most of Half-Blood Prince, it's like we still have Dumbledore.
Right.
We still have Dumbledore. As long as we have Dumbledore, it's like what can he really do to us?
Right.
And then it's like, oh, we don't have Dumbledore anymore.
Oh no, we don't have Dumbledore anymore.
It's like, oh, boy.
And it's like, yeah, as long as I got him, I'm not too worried. But like ultimately though, what it comes down to, as long as we've got Harry, I'm not too worried,
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Yep. But he's got like an interesting sentiment as well, which is like no good sitting worrying about it. He said, "What'll come will come, and we'll meet it when it does."
Oh, just like words to live by, It's like you can sit here and like worry and worry and worry, or you can just kind of accept that like, yeah, whatever's going to happen is going to happen, and it's what you do about it that matters.
And it's fascinating because it actually reminds me so much of another fellow beast lover from the Harry Potter universe, Newt Scamander's line where he's like, in my opinion, worrying just means you suffer twice.
Yes.
Yes.
That's exactly it.
I've always loved that expression too, because it is true. It's sort of like you can worry as much as you want, but like while you're worrying, you're just worrying.
Right.
And then
I wonder if like it makes sense that comes from two guys who like really love beasts, because like typically animals aren't creatures that spend much time like worrying. They're not like capable of anxiety,
right.
in the way that humans are. It's like, yeah, whatever happens, and you just got to deal with it. And like they're sitting there studying these animals they love all the time. And it's like, yeah, they're just worried about what's happening next. How are they going to feed themselves or whatever.
Right. Well, or I even wonder if there's any amount of this is like sort of the reality of operating with those beasts in particular, where it's like, you can worry that one of them is inevitably going to like bite you or, harm you in some way, breathe fire on you, but it's sort of like, that if it happens, then you treat the wound when it happens. But like, I'm not going to not interact with the beast in the meantime because I'm fascinated by them.
Like,
so
it's not good enough reason. So
right, yeah. So it's like something bad might happen, but until it does, we're just going to keep going.
Exactly.
Anyway, so yeah, Hagrid having a great chapter here.
Yeah, he really does. And then he gives him another compliment and says, "You did as much as your father would have done, and I can't give you no higher praise than that." And it's like, I really wish we had more information about the relationship that Hagrid and James Potter had, because like he is like constantly so complimentary of James and Lily, but they wouldn't have been like, I guess Hagrid would have been around as like the gamekeeper while he was there, but like I guess it would have been the Order of the Phoenix together, but we never see them interact in any way,
Yeah, we don't exactly know why Hagrid has such like a positive affinity. Like it seems like everyone loved Lily.
Yeah.
But like, James would have been like a bit of like a brash, mildly arrogant, if not very talented student during his time at school.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it seems like Snape hated him, but for the most part, despite that, he was still very popular.
Of course. Yeah. But like, so in that regard, though, you wouldn't necessarily think in the same way that like Harry has very specific reasons to like resonate with Hagrid, and even Hermione does in some capacity, where it's like they're very like outsider type characters. But like James isn't really like an outsider. Like he might not be seeking the companionship of sort of what I always sort of like affectionately refer to as like the island for misfit toys, where it's sort of like we don't fit anywhere. So, we're all just sort of coming together in the fact that we're like, we don't necessarily fit in somewhere else, but we fit in with each other.
I mean, James effectively gets to sort of live out the school existence that like Draco thought he was going to get to live out.
It's true.
He's the only child of a pure blood family. His parents absolutely shower him with whatever he wants.
Right.
He arrives at school. He's good at everything. He's got a gang of friends, and he can pick on people without any problems. He's a star Quidditch player. He
gets the girl.
Just like rides into the sunset, gets murdered by Voldemort.
Right.
Yeah.
I know. The other small note that I had here on this particular comment is that we talked about it a little bit with the reversal of the order that James and Lily come out of the Priori Incantatem spell.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because like there's the whole evening Harry does keep thinking about like his father. And I think he says like, he was going to die the way his father had. And, like it keeps bringing that up. And then we know, of course, that the modification happens both for accuracy reasons because Lily like would have, to get the correct order of deaths and everything.
Yeah.
But then also it's sort of like Lily's sacrifice is really the thing that brings about Voldemort's downfall. So this also feels like a slightly like leftover fragment where it's like where it could have said you did as much as your parents would have done, like or your mother or both.
Right.
I have a both is good comment.
Right. Yeah.
But either which way. So nothing to spend too much time being stuck on because it's just a compliment, like, of extreme high praise. And that's the point. Harry does smile back at him, and it was the first time he had smiled in days. And this actually sparks him to be able to ask the question, like, what does Dumbledore ask you to do, Hagrid? He sent Professor McGonagall to ask you and Madame Maxime to meet him that night.
Yeah, and it seems like maybe they could guess based on the context clues of Dumbledore's like, get rid of the Dementors, send envoys to the Giants. Hagrid, Madame Maxime, have a job for you.
Right.
Hey, I wonder what to do. You think you're going to get rid of the Dementors? Or?
Hagrid cast a mean Patronus.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That's a very good point. And this is actually one where it feels like a more mature reader, I think, versus my 5th grade self reading these books, I think probably would have been able to sort what their role was going to be.
Yeah.
But I remember as a kid having no idea. Just being like, oh, top secret mission. How fun. Mission.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out about that right away. And
right.
You won't. But
you won't, yeah.
Yeah, but they're just going to go, try and get the Giants on Dumbledore's side. This is a task I cannot believe that Dumbledore wasn't working on, like, in the downtime.
Like he wasn't just like out there like trying to like make better relations with the Giants.
Yes.
Yeah. It is surprising. It's surprising in so many ways. And like I think this is probably where like the wizarding populace during the particular time that we find them in is existing in such a strange situation because it's like clearly like Grindelwald's whole regime was to like rise above the Muggles and take their rightful place as, the top of the, like, I don't know, food chain seems like the wrong word, top of society.
Right.
And then Voldemort's really is more just like inter-wizardry where he just sort of like wants the wizard camps to be what they are and to rain terror on the Muggles as they see fit.
Right.
But otherwise, it's like the Statues of Secrecy make sense because they're designed for the protection and safety of really everyone. It's like to prevent, it's almost like they know that they're going to be seen as different and that will result in persecution, which, witch burnings effectively, in the real world, in real world history.
Yeah.
Is things that happened. And people just being unsure about how to feel about things that they don't understand. But the end result here is that the whole wizarding world is, even with the best of intentions, is doing things in an odd way. Like they're forcing the Giants out because they want them to be like separate from society. And Voldemort's offering is basically like, we will bring you forward and offer you like more, whatever extent for your powers and abilities or whatever, which also seems shocking for Voldemort to not have prejudice towards the giants.
I mean, as far as he's concerned, they're just like pawns. They're just tools.
They're
he
just
can
soldiers.
use, just soldiers. And he's like, oh yeah, you can do whatever you want. And he's like, but I mean, that's not true. If they did stuff that he didn't like, he would just, either kill them or treat them bad or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all just manipulated. It's not like Voldemort has a point. That's not what I'm trying to say. It's just, it is strange that the wizarding populace has kind of just like forced them to the outskirts.
Yeah. Let's see. Then they're almost on him right away, and it's like he says, "Is it to do with Voldemort?" And he goes, "Might be." It's like, you're so bad at secrets, man. But he does do a quick topic change. He's like, "Now, who'd like to come visit the last of the Scroots with me?" Only joking. Yeah, okay. Before I just go ahead and tell you, let's just change the subject here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we get a little page break here, and it says, it was with a heavy heart that Harry packed his trunk for the up in the dormitory on the night before his return to Privet Drive, which the thing that you have to like get inside of Harry's head here a little bit, but it's like, imagine going through everything you just went through, the imminent danger that lies ahead for the world as you know it, and the fact that you were about to go back to a house where no one is going to greet you with any empathy, any sympathy, anything.
Right.
Like, they don't want to know, they don't want to listen, they're not going to listen. Harry knows better than to even try to tell them.
Right.
Like what's going on. And that means that he's about to have to just go and be like, you understand why he's so frustrated in Order of the Phoenix, because he's about to go be so isolated.
I know, like the worst thing in the world just happened. He's the one who told everyone about it. No one believes him, and he gets sent to go deal with people who don't care and who just like don't like him for existing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a miserable thought to think about that. That's basically like the shadowy existence he's just about to have to go and deal with.
Yeah.
So then it says that he was dreading the leaving feast, which usually was a cause for celebration when the winner of the inter-house championship would be announced. This doesn't happen.
I don't think they announce there's no like House Cup awarded, or at least if it is, it's not on page.
It's not on page. So do we know canonically, like, this is like a trivia question where it's like, how many, house championships does Gryffindor win when Harry's there? It's like, do they win in year 4?
Do they win in year 4? It always, like, to me, it feels like Hufflepuff should win.
It does feel that way. 1,000 points to Cedric Diggory for being awesome.
Exactly. What are the points here? Yeah, Hufflepuff wins.
It's like, Harry, you agree with this, right? You're good.
You're good.
Harry throws a Dumbledore, and you get a little like half moon spectacle wink.
Yeah. That's it. Like, to me, like, Hufflepuff should win. I don't know. I don't know if we know canonically who wins this year or not. But I feel like this sentence also just like is also there to like show you the sharp contrast between like how things have changed from book 1 to book 4.
Yes.
Where it's like, in fact, that is how it is at the end of year 1. It's like this big celebration. Gryffindor wins. Hooray. Slytherin's defeated. The house championship was the most important thing I cared about. Now it's like, how have we have left that sentiment in the dust,
Yes. Yeah. Like it's the dunk at the end of Philosopher's Stone is Gryffindor winning.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, oh yeah. Like,
right.
What could be better?
Right. Now here, Harry has won an even bigger competition, and it is like not what he even cares about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. But then, of course, what ends up happening is that when they enter the Great Hall, they see the usual decorations were missing. Usually it's decorated with the winning house's colors for the leaving feast, but this time there were black drapes on the wall behind even the teacher's table, and Harry knew instantly that they were there as a mark of respect to Cedric.
Good touch.
Yep. Now the real Mad-Eye Moody is at the staff table, which I find to be kind of odd, unless he's just sort of like staying there because he's not healthy enough to like travel home.
I guess so, but it's not like people are like, oh yeah, there's Professor Moody. Good to see you, sir.
Right.
Great year.
Great year. We loved it.
Yeah.
I wonder if they paid him.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. Handsomely.
Dumbledore shows up and he's like, now listen, I know you've been through a lot, Alastor. However, I think you would agree with me that you didn't do a whole lot of teaching.
Didn't really do any work.
It's like, I brought this bag of gold to like demonstrate to you, ching, ching, ching. You see it, right? Like you've like, there's change jingling about in here.
Yeah.
You will not be having this.
Right, yeah. Like, I'm going to be honest, I didn't know that Barty Crouch Jr. was not him, wasn't you. So I've just been paying him the whole time, and like I that was how the budget went, and I don't have the money to pay you, so I don't know what to tell you.
Right.
Thanks. You want to come to the last feast? I can pay you for if you want to like come to the feast. That will count that.
We'll count that. You get a free meal.
Your free meal and like 1 hour's worth of galleons. How's that sound? Anyway, and it's like, extremely twitchy. And it's like, I bet.
Yeah.
Harry couldn't blame him. Moody's fear of attack was bound to have been increased by his 10-month imprisonment in his own truck. And it's like, you don't say. This person is traumatized forever.
I don't think he's ever going to be the same. He already wasn't the same. Yeah, now it's just even worse. Professor Karkaroff's chair was empty, obviously, since he has run away. Harry does wonder to himself where Karkaroff was now and whether Voldemort had ever caught up with him.
I don't think quite yet, but quite soon.
Yes, and I think it takes about a year.
Oh, does it?
I think it's about a year. I think it's the beginning of before Harry's 16th birthday, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the summer of 96, and we're in the summer. No.
Oh, does he talk about it with like Slughorn? Is that what it is?
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, so he will make it for a while, but so he's not been caught quite yet.
Yeah, not yet. But he is eventually killed by either Voldemort or the Death Eaters.
Right.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Then we see Harry makes some light eye contact with Snape. It says his eyes lingered on Harry for a moment as Harry looked at him. His expression was difficult to read, which is sort of Snape's whole thing.
Yes.
Excuse me. He looked sour and unpleasant as ever. Harry continued to watch him long after Snape had looked away. And it's like, for Snape, this is a really interesting time period because he kind of agreed to do whatever Dumbledore said right as the First War kind of ended. So now he's like finally going to have to be put to the test for like the fight for Lily's death like starts now,
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. So I actually really like the line that says his expression was difficult to read because like you have to imagine that Snape inside of this moment is basically like toggling through multitudes because he has already gone and spoken to Voldemort.
Right.
So like even for him, it's like this person is like back proper. And now he's about to have to walk the incredibly difficult line of being a double agent. Like he needs the main, like it's not all pure pettiness anymore. It's not just James Potter's son. It's like now there's like other reason for the facade to include maybe like a hatred towards Harry, but it's also backed up by an amount of real hatred towards Harry, but also everything he's doing is to protect Harry.
Yeah. You know what? So we were talking about like how Rita, what if she wrote the article that she'd overheard? How would that have affected things? And I feel like one of the things that would have been a big deal is that she would have reported that Snape like revealed the dark mark to Cornelius Fudge and like told him word for word, like this is how it works or whatever. Right. And I feel like if she'd reported that would have been it for Snape being a spy.
Yeah.
Like if that had gotten out there, like Voldemort's not going to be like, I don't think he can talk his way out of that, Or like, can't help but notice you told the minister I was back, Snape,
hey, listen, not cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Like no one even knew about the dark marks. So now they all know how they work.
Right.
Come on, bro.
My secret method.
Yeah.
I think you're right because I want to say that when the Death Eaters scene is happening and he's walking through all the empty positions, I'm pretty sure he describes the space where Snape should be and says like he will pay.
Yeah, he's like, there's someone I believe who has left me forever. He will pay. And it's like, he believes that about Snape in that moment, but then Snape's able to convince him otherwise.
Yeah, and it's basically the explanation he will eventually give to Bellatrix and Narcissa at Spinner's End at the beginning of Half-Blood Prince, where he's basically like, I went to him and like basically told him that I had renounced his ways, but also now I was very uniquely positioned in Dumbledore's camp and I could like trade information. So like, my bad for not necessarily being there for you, but also like, look, I'm in a good spot.
I'm back.
Let's use that. I'm here now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course he's lying to him, but
yes, he is.
Yeah.
And then it's like Harry continues to wonder why was Dumbledore so convinced that Snape was truly on their side? And I'm like, to me, it's like, I'm surprised that Snape showing Fudge the dark mark didn't resonate more with Harry either.
Yeah.
Like, that's like a real like look, like he's back. Like you're not listening to us.
Right. Like that's even like Snape's like cutting through all the crap for once and not like letting all the immaturity of his jealousy, his mourning, like whatever Snape seems to be going through to cloud his judgment so horrifically all the time. Yeah, you're right. It's like he actually goes to the length to just be like, I'm showing you the dark mark.
Right.
I have revealed to you an obvious reason. Like that is like a moment where Snape is decidedly on the same side.
Exactly. That's such like an obvious, concrete, tactile thing that like Fudge decides not to see. And then Harry just sort of also decides to be like, well, what, that didn't count.
Well, I know. And so it's always interesting. And I've asked this question a few times as we've been going through the story, but I imagine if we were theorizing with the kind of knowledge that we have about like how to theory craft now, the importance of precedent, the importance of like individual moments, like I think like if we were writing theories about Goblet of Fire going into Order of the Phoenix, we'd be like, but he showed Fudge the dark mark.
Right.
Like it'd be like, it's so hard to ignore that he did that.
Right. And then like he showed up in the faux glass.
Yes. Yeah. It's like there are certain things that happened and it's like either the book isn't that well written or this matters.
Right.
And it's like, and so often when that ends up being the case, it's like, it matters. Like,
right.
And that's really like what it comes down to. So yeah, it's like they're as much as it feels like sometimes it's just like, you please just tell me what's up with Snape. It's like, we're getting like little tidbits.
Little bits. Yeah. Of course, that's like one of the biggest mysteries of the whole series. So of course you're not going to find out.
Right.
And then Harry wonders correctly if, Snape is acting as spy again. It's like, is that the job he'd taken up again? Which, yes, that's what he'd done. But as ever, just, good instincts by Harry that he's like able to just sort of guess immediately what Snape is doing.
Yep. Absolutely. So then Dumbledore stands before everybody in the Great Hall, and he does lead with that, "The end," said Dumbledore, looking around at all of them. "Of another year."
Yes.
And it's like, okay. I think this is just a cool literary sentence because I think I love your description. That's like the end of, part one.
Right.
Yeah.
Intermission. Come back after break.
Go get your popcorn.
Yeah.
Yep. He paused and his eyes fell upon the Hufflepuff table. Theirs had been the most subdued table as he had gotten to his feet, and theirs was still the saddest and palest faces in the hall. So then Dumbledore does go on to acknowledge the loss of a very fine person who should be sitting here. "I would like you all to please stand and raise your glasses to Cedric Diggory."
Yes, and it says they did it, all of them, which means that even the Slytherins stood up to like toast Cedric's death.
Yes, exactly. Which
or
is
Cedric's memory, I guess.
Right. Yeah, Cedric's memory. So Dumbledore finally gets to have a drink with someone.
Yes. Well, sort of. He has to make everyone do it.
No, I know. I'm sorry. I had to just.
Of course. Yeah.
Just a small joke. They did it, all of them. I do like that though, because it's like like I guess one way or another, even the Slytherins are sort of like, okay, yeah, Cedric was a pretty good guy. It's like we can't deny anybody that. I mean,
right.
Like, we don't like Harry. He beat us at Quidditch after all, but like Cedric, I mean, he's fine.
Right. Like Draco is like, I guess I have been wearing this like support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion badge the whole year. I guess I did make these.
And I guess I have been drawing pictures of me and him running off into the sunset into the margins of all my pages for the whole year. So okay, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yes.
So Harry catches a glimpse of Cho through the crowd. There were tears pouring silently down her face.
Where they will remain.
Yes. Yeah. You can only imagine that for Cho. It's got to be so difficult to have just, it's so difficult for everybody. It's just scary.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So Dumbledore just kind of describes Frederick, loyal friend, hard worker, valued fair play, all very true things about him. And then Dumbledore drops the bomb that the Ministry is so hoping he won't, where he says, Cedric Diggory was murdered by Lord Voldemort. Boom. In no uncertain terms.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Love it. Harry be like, it was really technically Peter Pettigrew. He's the one who cast the spell.
Technically-
Voldemort's wand, Voldemort's orders. Peter held the wand. You guys know Peter Pettigrew? Okay. Remember Sirius Black?
Dumbledore, I should probably just come up
Let me get up there. Let me get up there.
Yes. Yeah. This is actually one of the scenes in the movies that I really like Michael Gambon's performance on. He does go very hard with his delivery of Cedric Diggory was murdered when he does it, but he also describes Cedric as a fierce friend, which is not a fierceness is not a word commonly associated with friend. or friendship. But I love that imagery. I love that sentiment, like that this is like, it's like something he did with tenacity.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, that's awesome. But then Dumbledore does go on to explain, and this is the part that I'm surprised doesn't resonate with more students. And maybe it just speaks to the fact that not everybody has like the same relationship with Dumbledore that like the main characters do.
Yeah.
And in fact, we know they don't. But he says, the Ministry of Magic does not wish me to tell you this. It is possible that some of your parents will be horrified that I have done so, either because they will not believe that Lord Voldemort has returned, or because they think I should not tell you, so young as you are. And it's like, it's remarkable that like Seamus's family, like Seamus lives with Harry,
right,
for the better part of 10 months a year.
Yeah, most of the time,
yeah. And it's like I'm just blown away that this is not something that like it's like like Seamus doesn't go to his mom and even say like, well, Dumbledore even said like that the Ministry probably doesn't want us to know this, and like I don't know, like. But I think he was kind of straight shooting up there.
I mean, absolutely. It's hard to believe they don't take it a little bit more seriously. But I mean, you can almost imagine, like, I don't know. It's like, it always feels like everyone you run into in the books is like, Dumbledore's the greatest wizard or whatever. But it's like, maybe that isn't the sentiment of every single person. They're just sort of like, yeah, Dumbledore is like a pretty good wizard.
I mean, he's their headmaster at the end of the day. So it's like, you even if you see him or can know he's like a highly respected individual, it's like he's still sort of this figurehead in an environment that, as many high schools do, just invites its amount of rebellion, whatever. So it's like, not always are you going to like look to your teachers as like the people who you're going to take everything.
Like I'm trying to think like if it was just like the last day of the year and like, whatever, like 9th grade or something, and there was an assembly and your principal came out and was just spat a bunch of political things at you, would you go home and be like, well, my principal said?
Exactly. You're right. Yeah. And it's like, I think it's a very good example. So then if your parents are sort of like, well, that sounds like a whole bunch of malarkey.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, yeah, it probably was, wasn't it?
Right. Like, are you more likely to like listen to them in that situation or go home and be like, listen to what your parents said? It was like, oh my God, of course, of course Dumbledore said that, but like that, don't listen to Dumbledore, listen to me.
Yes. Right. Yeah. That's a good point. But then we get another good line from Dumbledore. It says, it is my belief, however, that the truth is generally preferable to lies, which I have a hard agreement on. I think that's a really great sentiment. And that any attempt to pretend that Cedric died as a result of an accident or some sort of blunder of his own is an insult to his memory.
Yeah. And this is the thing. Everyone just is like so okay with just sort of like, yeah, Cedric's dead. We are excited about that. We're not that curious about the details.
Yeah. It's like,
no.
What probably, I mean,
Feels
Acromantula, blasted its Groot.
Who's to say?
Yeah.
Who's to say? It would have been nice to see what was going on in there, but I don't know.
But none of us know.
The hedges.
Well, we didn't even realize that they had been missing for, like a solid 35 minutes while Harry was apparently like off in Little Hangleton.
Playing gobstones and Harry came back. I was like, oh my God.
Hey, did he win? Cool.
Oh my God, is that Cedric?
Why is he sleeping?
Oh no.
Yeah.
My boy.
Over at the Slytherin table, Harry saw Draco Malfoy muttering something to Crabbe and Goyle. Harry felt a hot, sick swoop of anger in his stomach. He forced himself to look back at Dumbledore. I'm impressed that he's been able to like divert his gaze. I'd be like, I would jinx him right there.
Yeah, well, it happens. Yeah, and then Dumbledore, I feel like maybe he could have warned Harry here, and he's like, I do need to mention somebody else. Harry Potter. Harry's like, what? You just told everyone not to talk to me. No, you're Dumbledore. You're throwing me under the invisible horse carriage here. I'm talking, of course, about Harry Potter. Harry's like, oh God, here we go.
Right. Yeah. Harry Potter managed to escape Lord Voldemort. He risked his own life to return Cedric's body to Hogwarts. He showed in every respect the sort of bravery that few wizards have ever shown in facing Lord Voldemort. And for this, I honor him.
Yep.
Which
And
honestly, kind of, I mean, that just like that whole thing kind of gives me chills. Like,
I know.
people just don't really talk like this.
I know. Oh, well, thank you. I guess. Cool. Of course, everyone now is sort of more like it's not like Cedric where they're like honestly toasting. Like some people are just sort of like, like going through the motions.
Right.
And then you've got some of the Slytherins like, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle over there. They don't even stand up. They are just like defiantly in their seats. And then this is a weird, a dumb sentence. I think it says Dumbledore, who after all possessed no magical eye, did not see them. And I'm like, I'm sure he saw them.
I wrote the exact same thing. I was like, I bet that he did. Like, it's like, this is not the type of thing where Dumbledore is going to, like, inside of this moment, he's not going to be like, hey, stand up.
Stand up.
Toast my favorite boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see that particularly happening. So I don't think that this went over Dumbledore's head.
No.
I think he absolutely knows that they are in some amount of quiet protest of the situation. But then we kind of go on to get like a lot of the underlying sentiment of the Triwizard Tournament, and it's basically to promote magical understanding, and that, these international ties and friendship and everything are more important now than ever, which I think is just a generally great state.
Oh my gosh, I know. Yeah, I love this paragraph right here. It says, in the light of Lord Voldemort's return, we are only as strong as we are united, as weak as we are divided. Lord Voldemort's gifts for spreading discord and enmity is very great. We can fight it only by showing an equally strong bond of friendship and trust. Differences of habit and language are nothing at all if our aims are identical and our hearts are open. It's like, I literally wrote under that, like, I try and remember like that sentiment every day. Like, it's like, because so often when you're having like an argument with anyone about anything, it is like you can sit there and try and like be right and prove them wrong and have the moral high ground or whatever, or assume you do, or position yourself that way. But like being right will never be the correct, like you will never, it is better to build the bridge than it is to like be right about that. Even if you feel like you are correct, like it's not like like yelling at someone that you're more right than they are is never going to yield like a positive result, because eventually, inevitably, what will happen is that you will become addicted to the being rightness of it all, and you will even have to be right against people who already agree with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. I think you're definitely right. And it's like, it can make things unseated so very quickly. And honestly, the line that it reminds me the most of is another one of Dumbledore's when he's talking to Fudge in the very last chapter, where he's sort of like, I think Fudge says something like, "You're against me then." And he's like, and Dumbledore just is like, "I will be directing all of my efforts towards the defeat of Lord Voldemort. If you are with me in that, we stand on the same side."
Right.
And it's sort of like they end up having ultimately the same goal. Yeah, I'm going to read the exact line. "The only one whom I intend to work," said Dumbledore, "is Lord Voldemort. If you are against him, then we remain, Cornelius, on the same side." And it's like, I think this is where I think, it's like when we think about all of us as one, and I know we're kind of stepping outside of the lore right now and probably just speaking more to ideals and values as humans.
Yeah.
But it's almost just sort of like if we can all just, and maybe it's the problem, it's like we just can't agree on what the goal is, but
right.
It's kind of like if you could just think of the general goodness and care for all people as like the first thing we must do, and then work from there.
Right.
It seems like, I don't know. It's like, I'm working for the good of people. Can that just be the goal?
That's a goal.
Yeah.
Well, a goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And as long as you work towards the good of people as well, then we are on the same side.
On the same side, man. Anyway, we'll get back to the plot here.
Sorry for our TED Talk.
Yes. Thank you for coming. So then Dumbledore delivers like the end of his speech here. It says, "Remember, Cedric, remember if the time should come when you have to make a choice between what is right and what is easy. Remember what happened to a boy who was good and kind and brave because he strayed across the path of Lord Voldemort. Remember Cedric Diggory." And so many won't. They'll just sort of be like, "Nah, Voldemort's not back."
I know. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to know really what lies at the hearts of all these people, where it's just sort of like, if you've been through so much, especially because like a lot of the parents of these kids would have been there at the heat of when it was its worst. If it's just like, I can't, my brain can't go back to that level of stress. So it's like, you're choosing to ignore the problem instead of address it. And so it's just kind of like swept under the rug. But you're right. It does. It's so shocking to me that this doesn't just like impact more of the students. Like you would think even like if you went to Hogwarts or if you were one of the Durmstrang or Beauxbaton students, you'd be like, I saw it firsthand. It's real. It's bad.
Right.
Like, you know, like it seems like that's the opportunity you have from having been there for this moment.
Right. It seems like it should be the takeaway, but a lot of people, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like this. It's very interesting when he's thinking about going back to Privet Drive, and he says he supposed it would be hot and leafy, its flower beds a riot of color when he arrived that evening. The thought gave him no pleasure at all. It's like to him, like the idea of this like idyllic, flowery, colorful world that doesn't know about Voldemort is just like what it feels like. He's just like what ignorance, you know?
Yeah.
Like how dare the weather even be ignoring Voldemort's return?
It's true. It's true. And it's funny too, because like, it seems like we're going to have great weather for the rest of the chapter.
Yeah. It feels like his attitude has like a minor shift in it here going forward a little, maybe.
How do you
the
mean?
weather? I don't know. We'll get to it when we get to it.
Oh, okay. We'll get to it. We can get to it. Yeah.
Yes.
In the meantime, though, we do have a couple of brief exchanges that we do need to close out the story with, of course, which is with Fleur Delacour and Victor Crumb. Fleur comes first, and she comes over with, Harry, we will see each other again, I hope. I am open to get a job here to improve my English.
Yeah. And she does.
And she does, yes. And then Ron chimes in, it's very good already. And Hermione scowled. And I love this because it's like the dichotomy in the way that like Hermione feels towards Fleur and Ron feels towards Crumb is like it's like so funny that the two other champions are dividing them in such specific ways.
Well, what's funny is that like I think Ron comes out ahead in this situation because Ron is like, you know, he's talking to Fleur here and Hermione is just like scoffing, but then Crumb's going to come talk to Hermione and Ron is going to be like, can I have your autograph?
You're
like,
right.
You know, he's like, he bridges the gap.
right. Yeah. Ron's made a little bit of progress there.
Yeah.
So that's good. That's good. But yeah, so Fleur turns and goes. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Harry's spirits couldn't help but lift slightly as he watched Fleur hurry back across the lawns towards Madame
You know
Maxime.
how I like it when they walk. I was like, now wait a second here. Is this Vela magic or is this some flower pot action happening?
Some flower pot action.
You know?
Yeah, well, you know, it's a very good question. It's a very good question. I mean, she went all the way out of her way to come and say goodbye to Harry. No one else.
No one else. Yeah. Spirits lifted as you watched Fleur hurry back. And she was like, it was great meeting you. And he's like, that did make me feel better. You know
It did. Yeah, it's like,
wow, that girl is very pretty. Wow.
Right, yeah, starting to notice it, Ron. I see what you're I see what you're on about. But then Ron chimes in. He's like, wonder how the Durmstrang students are getting back. Do you reckon they can steer the ship without Karkaroff? And then Crumb is sort of like, Karkaroff did not steer. He stayed in his cabin and let us do the work.
Yeah. Crumb hates Karkaroff.
He super does.
He does. You get the feeling that maybe he hated him the whole time.
I think so. Yeah. He definitely like I am almost disappointed because we do get more Fleur going forward. I'm almost disappointed we don't get more Crumb.
I know.
Like it's not like a good way to like have like kept him in the fold or had him fight at the Battle of Hogwarts or something.
But most of Crumb's like until we see him again in Deathly Hallows, it's just sort of going to be like the fact that him and Hermione did exchange letters, or like the idea of Crumb will like continue to bother Ron.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But so Crumb obviously does come over and says, could I have a word from Hermione? And Hermione's like, oh, yes. All right.
Right. Yes. And then Ron is like, hey, what are you guys doing? You mean to come?
You better hurry up, Ron called loudly after the carriages will be here in just a minute. And it does seem like they return quite soon. Ron stared at Hermione, but her face was quite impassive. I do like the way that Crumb brings up Cedric to Harry and says, I liked Diggory. He was always polite to me, always, even though I was from Durmstrang with Cockroft.
It's like even Crumb, it's like he has like no illusions about Durmstrang or anything. Or delusions. No. He's like, it is, like I go there, but like it's not great.
It's not great. No, yeah. I mean, and it's what we'll learn also as well in Deathly Hallows, when he's upset with Xenophilius Lovegood for wearing the symbol of the Deathly Hallows, because he's like, when I was at Durmstrang, it was like carved into the wall. Like I think his grandparents possibly were either attacked or killed by by his regime, and so it's like I don't think that Crumb has any affinity for dark magic at all.
Yeah. Then Harry's like, have you got a new headmaster yet? And I'm like, Harry, he definitely is about to graduate. Makes no difference.
It makes no difference.
Makes no difference.
I think he was already 18.
I know.
It was a little surprising he's been here in the first place.
He's like, bro, I'm going to be playing Quidditch. I don't like whatever. I'm not going back to that school.
I'm not going back there.
I'm gonna see if I can transfer here. You guys got a certain girl I want to keep seeing.
I was gonna say. I
might do my graduate school program here at Hogwarts.
Hogwarts University.
Yeah.
I love it. He gets his master's degree.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, let's see here. Ron looked as though he was suffering some sort of painful internal struggle, and you can only imagine where it's sort of like his jealousy towards Crumb has been triumphing over his kind of fanboy nature over him as a Quidditch star.
Yeah.
And finally the fanboy nature wins out and says, "Can I have your autograph?" And Hermione turns away smiling.
I mean, this is absolutely the right call though. It is like it is I think it is so much less about the fanboy and it's so much more about like making amends with Hermione.
Oh, sure.
More than anything. And it's just like this is the right thing to do. If I really like her, this is the right thing to do,
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's even funny from Crumb's perspective, because you can only imagine that Crumb is like maybe I could imagine, he was worried about Harry, so I can imagine he also was probably at least somewhat jealous of Ron being so close to Hermione all the time.
Yeah.
And Ron's been like a little surly towards him as well, especially going back to the Yule Ball. So I can even imagine if you're Crumb in this situation, it's like, okay, he did like me after all.
Yeah, cool.
All's good. He knows I'm famous.
Yeah. Then this is another what feels like mistake. It says Hermione turned away, smiling at the horseless carriages, and I'm like, well, not exactly horseless. All right, we saw some people die, or well, you know what? We didn't see anyone die. Harry didn't see anyone die with his eyes.
Do you mean because the eyes closed situation?
His eyes were closed. And yet, that will be the reason he can see the Thestrals the next year. So either it does count or it doesn't, but I feel like it should count here.
I know.
It should count here.
It seems like the moment has come.
The moment has come.
Yeah. And I don't know if like maybe what we're getting is like Hermione turned towards the horseless carriages. And it's like, I guess as far as like Hermione is concerned, they are horseless carriages.
Yeah. Well, maybe. It does seem like Harry shouldn't be surprised when he sees them next year, though.
Yeah, no, I follow you completely. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like in my heart of hearts, I think Thestrals haven't been invented yet.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not usually my favorite explanation, because I normally, it's like there are no plot holes. It's just opportunities.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Harry hadn't processed the death yet, therefore it doesn't count.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, that's where we're at.
Anyway, yeah. In case you're wondering why there's horseless carriages when there should be Thestrals.
That's
whatever.
I guess that's it. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is where we get to what we were talking about earlier with the weather. So they're on the train, and it says the weather could not have been more different on the journey back to King's Cross than it had been on their way to Hogwarts the previous September. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky at all. And like they have, like they're gonna play Exploding Snap, and Harry's gonna be like, having a good time here. And weirdly, I'm gonna use an example from Name of the Wind here. Okay. So I think this is a good in Name of the Wind, there is a creature called the Cathay, and it is a dangerous creature because if it talks to you, it can see every possible future. So, or that's what we're told. So, if you talk to it, its goal is to say the things to you that will cause the most amount of harm for the entire world after you've talked to it.
Right.
And
because it can see everything, it's like it knows exactly what to say to you.
Exactly what to say to you because it knows how you're going to respond.
Right.
And so, like, when you find out that the main character has talked to it, like, it has this massive effect on another character who's like, everything I'm doing is pointless. You've talked to Cathay. That means everything I'm telling you is part of what it knew would happen, and everything is bad now. Right. But another character comes up to him and he's just like, look, he can't make literally everything bad. He can't make you not be friends. He can't take away the taste of like apple pie or whatever.
Right.
You know, it's like some things could be worse, but he can't literally make every single thing in the world bad. And I feel like that is what this is an example of. But it's like Voldemort's back, but he can't take away a bright sunny day, you know?
Right.
Like he can make things bad, but the sun's still going to shine. Like some things will still be good.
I think that's a very good point. Yeah, because it's and I think it's almost sort of like you need to get that like kind of gentle, very passive reminder through the setting of the story that it's sort of like it's exactly that.
Yes.
Like it's like something's good can still happen. You know, you're about to have fun with your friends. You're about to stand up to the bullies. You're about to play games. You're about to do a nice thing for someone. Like, you know, all of those things are about to happen in the pages to come.
Yes, and I can already hear you guys saying, actually, Voldemort can take away the weather because of the Dementors. And it's like, yes, I guess you're right. But that's not really the point.
Understand what we mean now.
Hear what I mean, okay?
Yeah. Our dad used to say that to us all the time when we were kids, when we were being rambunctious.
Yeah, we'd be like kind of a smart aleck.
Yeah. Let's see here. This is also something I think is very interesting. It says Harry, Ron, and Hermione talked more fully and freely than they had all week as the train sped them southward. Harry felt as though Dumbledore's speech at the leaving feast had unblocked him somehow. And this is interesting because we've talked a lot over the past couple of chapters about how Dumbledore sort of like resembles or is similar to a phoenix. Mm-hmm. And so in some ways, like I almost feel like Dumbledore's speech was like Phoenix song.
A little bit.
Like it's almost like the same thing as like when Fawkes lands and Harry like doesn't really want to like relive everything that happened for Dumbledore. Like Fawkes like lets out like a single quavering note that like fills him like with enough strength to get through it.
Yeah.
And here's a situation where like Dumbledore has basically spoken, and through that speaking, it's like kind of giving him that extra strength again.
Yeah. It also just reminds me of sometimes what it's like going to therapy.
Also true.
It's just like someone like gives you permission to feel that way, or it'd be like, it's okay to like let it out, or like validates the way you're feeling. And then it's like easier to talk about somehow. So it's, it reminds me of that as well. Although, you know, I just, go mental health, take care of it.
Yeah.
We're having a lot of side hustles on this episode.
That's
my hustles. This is not sponsored.
but therapy is good.
Just therapy in general. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, when Hermione returned from the trolley and put her money back into her school bag, this is after getting some lunch, she dislodged a copy of the Daily Prophet that she'd been carrying in there. Again, this is a situation where I feel like great lengths are being gone to set up a scenario where somebody can ask about the Daily Prophet so that Hermione can finally reveal that she has Rita Skeeter caught in a jar.
Yeah.
Harry looked at it, unsure whether he really wanted to know what it might say. But Hermione, seeing him look at it, said calmly, "There's nothing in there. You could look for yourself.
Yeah.
There's nothing at all. I've been checking every day."
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, why are you talking about it, Hermione?
Why are you talking about why
Yeah.
it's so weird? Yeah, just a small. She says just a small piece the day after the third task saying you won the tournament. That didn't even mention Cedric, which to me is crazy.
It is absolutely.
They didn't announce that a student died.
Right. It's
like, are you kidding?
Even without Rita Skeeter, there is some reporter who knows that this is an important enough thing to tell the public about.
Yeah. Yes. But obviously what's happening, they say, is that Fudge is forcing them to keep quiet, which is just like, this is, like so much of Order of the Phoenix is about how the Ministry of Magic is just a very corrupt place.
Yeah.
In general. And when you think about it, it is so corrupt in some ways. It's like you think of the Ministry of Magic as this is sort of like, we're just this little governing body that's trying to keep the Wizarding World a secret. But it's like you have the Minister of Magic, right? But like the Minister of Magic in the Wizarding World is also the head of the Wismagot, or is like the guy, he like acts as judge,
Well, it's a position that I think Dumbledore had previously occupied.
I suppose so.
And he's like forced to step away. So maybe
by who? Fudge?
By Fudge.
By Fudge.
Yeah.
So there's that. Fudge installs himself as the head of that branch of government. So like there's just no checks and balances in the Wizarding world at all.
There's not.
Not only is Fudge basically acting as the executive branch, he also then appoints himself head of the judicial branch, and then is passing laws on a whim, which basically makes him the head of the legislative branch's government as well.
Right.
And like, there's no checks and balances on him whatsoever. Not only that, he can literally lean on the Daily Prophet and tell them not to print stuff he doesn't like, which is like if you're in America, at least, like we have like freedom of press, like that's super duper illegal. Like, you cannot do that. That's like in the Bill of Rights. It's like one of our founding sentiments. And it's just like, it's just all so bad.
It is.
Yeah. Like, it's effectively just like a dictatorship is what's happening.
It's not great.
It's not good.
It's not great. But so then you get the line that we've talked about so much from Harry, who says he'll never keep Rita quiet, not in a story like this. And it's sort of like, you're right, Harry. Unfortunately, someone in your cabin currently has her prisoner.
Yes, I know. Oh boy.
Not that I'm a Rita Skeeter sympathizer or anything like that, but there is the outside chance that because Rita was present for the entire exchange between Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge and Snape revealing the Dark Mark and all of those various other things, that if she was forceful enough as a journalist to make sure that the story was told, then actually she would be contributing to a cause that would align with Harry, Ron, and Hermione's position.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yes. A little unfortunate there, but I think we made a video about it, and I think we determined that even if she'd written it, it wouldn't end up making the difference you think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. So.
But
anyway,
yeah, so we find out but what is crazy to me is that we find out, yes, that she's an animagus. She can turn into a beetle. And then Hermione produces the jar with Rita Skeeter in it, which to me is just the most unhinged thing Hermione does in all 7 books. Hands down, the worst thing. I mean, she is just casually imprisoning a grown witch in a jar.
It's fun, isn't it?
It's fun.
Breaking the rules.
Who
are you and what have you done with Hermione?
Yeah, it's like I've put an unbreakable charm on the jar so she can't transform. It's like, yes, Rita Skeeter sucks, but this does feel a little extreme.
It feels... It feels, yeah, pretty intense. And it's interesting because I do like that Ron, like a couple of times, is sort of like, no. And he says, "You're kidding. You haven't. She's not." "Oh, yes, she is."
Yeah.
"That's never." "You're kidding." Everybody's like, nope.
Yeah.
So we find out that basically that evening where Fudge is in the hospital wing, there's the scene where Hermione like claps her hands together and like breaks the moment between Molly and Harry, who are hugging at the time. And she's like, sorry. But it's like what she's just done is caught Rita Skeeter.
And then put her in a jar for a week.
Yeah. But then the thing that I also find to be unbelievable is that Harry looks at it and he also remembered something. There was a beetle on the statue the night that we heard Hagrid telling Madame Maxine about his mum. And I'm sort of like, that is just an insane detail for you to detail.
Detail,
as
exactly.
I may.
Yes. This is absolutely just for the benefit of the reader to be like, hey, look, all the clues were there.
Right. Yeah. Think of 6 months ago. Think of the bug that was there.
Yeah.
Can you?
What
What did you have for lunch 3 weeks ago? Can you tell me that?
Can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Hermione also remembers like, and there was a water beetle in my hair. And I bet she was buzzing around. So, I mean, it's a pretty good animagus form.
Right.
Whereas,
then the other thing I find to be kind of interesting is that like when we saw Malfoy under that tree, said Ron slowly, he was talking to her in his hands at Hermione. He knew, of course. And I'm like, this was a major liability on the part of Rita Skeeter. Like her whole livelihood as this like, invasive reporter basically relies on this very secret, on this disguise.
Yes.
Like, it's like Draco might be on your side today, but you're not on Draco's side inherently.
I know.
You just happen to be like creating propaganda against Harry.
Yeah.
So it's like at some point in time, it's like, I don't know that I would have revealed that to the Malfoys.
I know. Like, I mean, I suppose she can threaten them back and be like, oh, I know things about Lucius Malfoy that would make you all, skin curl or whatever.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. That's also possibly true.
Yeah. But you're right. And it's like Draco is awful bold to even do this because he's watched, like, if he's paying attention, and we know he is, to articles about Harry, he's got his whole press clippings book where,
Oh, yeah,
his
yeah.
scrapbook of Harry articles and stuff.
Right.
Like he has watched the beginning of the year where Rita Skeeter was all like, Harry Potter is the greatest person in the world. Oh my gosh, Hermione Granger beating up Harry, poor sweet Harry Potter. Like he has watched Rita Skeeter do a 180 on Harry this year. And it's like right now she's writing good things about you, Draco, but like it's just going to take one false turn,
They'll do it for you. They'll do it to you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Rita has like no allegiances.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So the other kind of thing I think is remarkable here in this scene is that Hermione is putting the jar away, and then Draco opens the cabin door and says, "Very clever, Granger."
Eavesdropping as usual.
As usual. It's like, does he have like his own extendable ears? Like, what's going on?
He's just roaming the hallways. He's just like, oh my God, it's Harry's. It's quick. I'm going to get on my journal and write down everything he says. Dear journal, Harry said this today.
Train, 3:15 p.m.
3:15 p.m.
I have my ear to the floor.
Exactly.
Oh man. Yeah. So he even comes in and says, "You caught some pathetic reporter and Potter's Dumbledore's favorite boy again. Big deal."
Big deal. Also, favorite boy again. I was like, first of all, that never changed.
It never changed.
Like,
He was
when
always
does
a
it when was
super
it not a favorite boy?
If anything, next year it's going to be like in question. Like,
Exactly, right.
But that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
It's like trying to pretend it hasn't happened yet. It's like, dude, are you listening or not? No, that's not what we're doing. Come on.
Right. Yeah. Harry's like, get out.
Yeah.
And this is where Draco brings up that first conversation that he had on the train on the way to Hogwarts, where he's just basically like, "I told you not to hang around with riffraff like this."
I told you.
Yeah. "It's too late now, Potter. They'll be the first to go when the Dark Lord's back. Mudblood and Muggle lovers first. Well, second. Diggory was the..." And it's like, he was about to say Diggory was the first.
Yeah. But he doesn't get to. Man, I can't wait to see who gets this page of mine, because I have sworn on the page.
No. Which one? What's it start with?
Here, I'll just show it to you. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
What a good one. Yeah, I was just like, wow, dude, I cannot believe you went there. Like,
I know. I was like, dude.
Even for you, that's low.
It is, even for Draco. So, man.
Yeah, but at that very moment, it was like he definitely like went too far. And I think this is the moment where if you're Harry, Ron, and Hermione, you just sort of know like nobody's going to be mad at me for doing this. Like what he said went too far. It's like that he is justifiably been attacked for the things that he said. So everybody pulls out their wand. They all hex him all at the same time, and Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle are all lying unconscious in the doorway.
Yeah, just all having a bunch of weird combination of hexes. Turns out Fred and George joined in on the fun as well. They were, casually just thought we'd see what you three were up to. Matter of factly, making sure to stepping onto Goyle into the compartment.
Yep.
Yeah, and then a fun trivia question here. What two spells did Crabbe get hit with? It's the Furnunculus curse and the Jelly Legs curse.
Yes. And the other one I think is interesting is who all attacks them, because in my mind I was like, where's Ginny?
Yeah.
Isn't she supposed to be doing like her bat bogey hex or whatever? But it's like, I guess that hasn't really come into the fold yet.
Yeah. Or they kind of turn into like a pile of ooze or something.
Something like that. Yeah. I do love this line. Well, let's not leave them here. They don't add much to the decor.
Yeah.
Nice.
They sure don't. So
they kick, roll, and push the unconscious Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, each of whom looked distinctly worse for the jumble of jinxes from which they had been hit.
There's really no surprise that Malfoy just stomps on Harry's face and breaks his nose at one point.
In the train.
Yeah. In the train.
Lots of antics happening in this train.
Definitely.
Yep. And then Fred, as if nothing happened, is like, exploding snap, anyone? They were halfway through their fifth game when Harry decided to ask them. You want to tell us then, he said to George, who you were blackmailing? So it's like, it's funny he targeted George. It's like, I know Fred's not going to tell me. George, you tell me.
Yeah. Because George is the one who was like, I'm telling you, you put that in that letter. That's blackmail.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, said George darkly. That.
Yes, that.
Right. It doesn't matter, said Fred, shaking his head impatiently. It wasn't anything important. Not now, anyway.
It's kind of important.
Well, it's kind of important, but I also really like the priorities. Like, I think that this is like one of those things where like Fred and George are sort of like looking at it's very classic Weasley in my mind, where it's like this is like a goodness to them, where it's sort of like they had their ambitions, they had their goals, it was like the most important thing to them, but they easily recognize, for one, they fully intend to join the Order of the Phoenix, and they do. And they both suffer major casualty. Fred dies and George loses an ear in the process. So like there's all that. So like I think from their perspective, it's like, well, now there's more important things. than the joke shop.
Yeah.
You know, so I like that. About
Little
them.
do they know that Harry is going to be like, hey, you want to know the best way to fight Voldemort? Laughter. Yeah.
Yes. So we finally get the conclusion, though, as to what the heck Ludo Bagman has been up to for the entire year. It's just like the world's most gigantic red herring character of all time.
Yes.
And so, yeah, they say it was Ludo Bagman. And Harry's like, Bagman? Are you saying he was involved in? And George's like, nah, nothing like that. Stupid git. He wouldn't have the brains. Well, what then? And then we basically get the explanation that the bet from the Quidditch World Cup with the 37 galleons, 15 sickles, and 3 cadets.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Plus a trick wand.
Yeah.
Basically did not actually yield a payout and instead was paid in the form of leprechaun gold,
Yes.
which disappeared by the following morning.
Yes. And he says he ran into some goblins in the woods and they took all the gold he did have. And if you will recall, back in that chapter, we actually saw those goblins in the woods counting said gold. And like Harry, Ron, and Hermione go past them. And then they run into Ludo Bagman, who's looking very nervous. And you think he's looking nervous because of the Death Eaters, but he doesn't even know about them yet.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep. All those things. So it's kind of like, oh, okay, so here's our neat bow where everything's being tied up really well. But yeah, so the other thing I think is really strange about this situation, though, is that what Fred and George are going to ultimately explain is that he has had a bunch of trouble with gambling, and he's in big trouble with the goblins, borrowed loads of gold off of them. And what's interesting is like, a gang of them cornered him in the woods after the World Cup and took all the gold he had. It still wasn't enough to cover his debts. But then he tries to basically make his money back by putting a bet on Harry to win the Triwizard Tournament. But I'm also like, why on earth will the goblins even accept this bet in the first place?
Right. He already can't pay them back. And now he's saying like, okay. But listen here, make this bet with me and I will maybe have to owe you even more money, huh? And they're like, yeah, but you can't pay us the money you do owe us.
Exactly. It's like you don't go double or nothing with someone who doesn't have the first amount.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly.
Like before it's been doubled. And then Harry's like,
double or nothing is for the people who would be winning, you know?
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But like, you know, yes. But then Harry kind of points out, is like, well, I did win, didn't I? And this is where we start to learn a little bit about like the ways in which goblins operate, which is something that Bill is going to bring up later in Deathly Hallows. And it's kind of like the agreement that they ultimately make with Griphook, where Griphook's sort of like, well, I told you I'd get you into the vault. I never said anything about getting out of it.
Right.
And it's sort of like, oh,
yeah, you gotta be very, very clear. Although I feel like the fact that he says that what they're saying here is that like they say Bagman bet that you'd win outright and the goblins say you tied with Diggory. It's like, I feel like regular, like even if you were just on like DraftKings or something, like that would be a delineation that mattered.
No, it absolutely would be.
Yeah.
Like this, we don't really need to hold this against the goblins in this particular case because you're exactly right. A tie is absolutely different from an outright win.
Yeah.
And that is the kind of thing that it's like, you know, if anything, if it was any other like major sport, they would have just like had like Cedric and Harry like duel it out or something.
Right.
Like, see who wins or see who can light a fire the fastest or something.
Yeah. His survivor rules.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. There's also I was going to say it. I had it. I lost it. Okay. Whatever.
God, you had me so concerned that all of our recording devices had turned off.
Oh, no. That's all good. All the recording devices are good. I just lost my train of thought, my Hogwarts Express of thought, as it were.
Nice. I love it. So anyway, they finally make it to King's Cross Station. Mouthful of Crab and Goyle are still just sort of like lumps outside of their their cart there. But Harry, however, stays back, and I really love this part. Fred, George. Wait a moment. And the twins turned. Harry pulled open his trunk and drew out his Triwizard winnings. Take it, he said. What? Said Fred, looking flabbergasted. Take it, Harry repeated firmly. I don't want it. You're mental. No, I'm not. You take it and get inventing. It's for the joke shop. He is mental, Fred said in an almost awed voice. I love the awed voice because it's sort of like it's like Fred is sort of like, wow, he is crazy.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Like respect.
Right. Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Yeah. And I think this is where like Harry really has the measure of Voldemort rather unknowingly in this moment, because he's saying like, you know, listen, I don't want it, but it's like, what the world needs right now is a few laughs. And I got a feeling we're going to need more than usual before long. And it's like, this is the exact, it's how you fight the Dementors, is through laughter.
Right.
It's like, it's the best way to fight darkness is
Right.
through joy and happiness and that type of thing. So I do like the fact that like very inadvertently, Harry is like almost like contributing to a cause that will actively be like at least somewhat working against Voldemort's efforts.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I love that, it's such a good reward too, because like the twins the whole year have been trying to get their money back, or they're trying to get these winnings. They made this crazy bet, it paid off. But even if Bagman had just paid them outright the actual amount they were due, they would, because he gave them 10-1 odds on it. So they would have made back like 370 galleons.
Right.
And so now, like, instead of making 10 times the amount they had, Harry effectively gives them like 30 times the amount.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Three
times what their winnings probably would have been, or maybe like once you account for the sickles and the
sickles and the
trick
nuts and all that. Whatever,
yeah. Maybe double at least. But either way, it's pretty amazing. And then I kind of like this moment from George where it's like, I feel like he's almost got to be like playing a little ignorant or something. He's like, Harry, there's got to be 1,000 galleons in here. And it's like, yeah,
you think
that's the prize.
These
money.
are the winnings, right? This isn't just like money I have.
Right. You knew that.
Right.
You knew that.
You didn't
was the
think
prize.
I was just like, hey, here's 1,000 galleons.
Right. Yes. The twins stared at him. Just don't tell. And it says your mom where you got it, but I crossed out your and wrote our.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yes. Very solid. Very solid.
Just don't tell our mom when we got it.
Yeah. And then I love the stipulation. It's like, here's the only thing is you have to buy Ron different dress robes and say they're from you. But what a day that must have been. Like, hey, Ron, get in here. We bought you something. What? It's just dress robes. You really embarrassed us at the Yule Ball.
These are from us.
People told us they knew we were related, and oh boy.
We wanted to be next door neighbors.
Yeah, we wanted to be next door neighbors in that situation.
Let's see here. So then, the Fred and George do accept it, and it will be the money that they do use to go on and seed the store. They finally make it to back to King's Cross Station, where Uncle Vernon was waiting beyond the barrier. Mrs. Weasley was close by him, and I like to think that underneath her robe, she has her wand pointed right at Uncle Vernon.
I think she's just got her eyes squinted, and she's just like, I don't thank you very much, Senator.
I tried to keep him, and Dumbledore said,
you guys better take good care of my boy.
Right. And then she hugs Harry very tightly in front of Uncle Vernon. And I like to imagine she's like, see, this is how you're supposed to care for children.
See?
Right? Yeah.
Exactly. Then Hermione comes up, says, bye, Harry. And she did something she had never done before and kissed him on the cheek. Well, Hermione action,
Did she kiss her on the cheek?
She kissed her on the cheek. Doesn't say. It doesn't
weird.
sound like it.
It's strange. It's not.
As far as I can tell, Hermione's kissed 2 other boys in this chapter, and you know what I'm saying? And one of them won Ron.
One of them was Ron. That's true. Let's see here. Harry winks at Fred and George as they walk off. Turns to Uncle Vernon and followed him silently from the station. There was no point worrying yet, he told himself as he got in the back of the Dursleys' car. As Hagrid had said, what would come, and he would have to meet it when it did.
Oh, and boy, will he ever. My goodness.
Goodness gracious. And that brings us to the end of not just chapter 37, but Goblet of Fire, the book.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. It feels like we've been in Goblet Fire like forever, and also not at all.
Not at all. I know. Yeah.
It just flew by.
One of the things that I do, actually, I can tell you but I must have not done it on the first chapter of this book, because one of the things that I do on almost every chapter is I will write the day that I read it. So at the very least for chapter 2, I have written read on September 29th, 2024.
Oh, okay. Well, I bet I can almost guarantee you read the first chapter on September 28th, 2024, because that's when I read it.
There you go. Yep.
And it says live in San Diego. Woo!
So unbelievable that this much has happened since we've gone on multiple tours since we started this, which has been so much fun. I also wrote, as you guys all know, if you sign up for an annual membership, you do you get a page from one of our books. Goblet of Fire definitely has the most notes I've ever put in any of my books, but I did write a special note to whoever ends up getting the very last page, which you can see here, but I'm not going to show you too much because I don't want you to be able to read it from afar. What if it's mushy or something? That would be
what if it's mushy, or what if it's got swear words on it?
Right. So if you'd like to check that out and sign up for an annual membership and get a page from one of our books, you can do so at patreon.com/Through the Griffin Door. And yeah, like it doesn't matter which tier, any of them at the annual level will get you that access. But at the $10 tier, you get access to the Owlry, where at the end of each week, Jay and I also answer a question written to us by one of you guys. And so if you watch the show on YouTube, you will actually see some of the letters that have been handwritten by Isabel, the editor, and at least one by me. And they are all from you guys and delivered to us by our lovely owl, Gumpine, who also goes on tour with us.
Yes.
So if you're looking to come on tour and see Gumpine in real life, we bring the official Gumpine with us. So just sort of some fun community-based things for you to keep in the backs of your mind there. But before we close out, and speaking of community-based things, Jay, do you have a review for us?
I do. I will also mention that we were sort of at the anniversary of the launch of the Patreon. So when a lot of people signed up initially for that annual membership to get a page from one of our books, a huge majority of you that clock has just ticked over into the next year.
Yes.
So if you got a page for the first one, be on the lookout because you're now entitled to a second page.
Page number 2.
Page number 2. And yeah, now that it's August, we can start sending them out again.
That's exactly right. Now that we finished Goblet of Fire, we can go cut the spines off these books.
Yeah, that's right. Oh man, it's gonna be a good one. There's so many. Yeah, I feel like the more we do it, the more notes I write. And so like every page is just loaded with all sorts of goodness. But I do have a review for us today. Let me pull it up here. Today's review comes from Matsunami. And they say, love listening while cleaning. Huge fan of all you guys' work. I was talking with my wife about muggles in the wizarding world. Do you think they can use magical artifacts like the Deathly Hallows or the mirror? Can they drink potions, use a time turner? I have so many thoughts about how they fit into the world. Love the show. Keep it up.
So my initial knee-jerk reaction is no, but I think we need to like workshop it a little bit because I think the idea of a magical artifact is that the magic has been like imbibed into it. Yeah. And therefore the user is not like demonstrating magic, like potions, for example. Potions is not just merely adding the ingredients together. There is wand work.
Muggles cannot make potions, but they could take potions.
So they could take potions. Okay. Right. So in that case, maybe I amend my previous thought. Like if Harry were to take his invisibility cloak and throw it on Dudley, would Dudley disappear?
Absolutely.
Okay. In that case, then I think it would work.
Okay. Yes. I think that's right. I think because this is there's a couple of examples you can point to immediately. Like, for example, Merope Gaunt uses a love potion on Tom Riddle.
That's a very good point.
It works.
So we know that works.
Queenie uses one on Jacob in Fantastic Beasts.
Dudley eats the Tung Toffee.
Does what it's supposed to. Then you even have more. There's a lot of Fantastic Beasts stuff just because you spend so much time with Jacob. But Newt makes a medicinal remedy out of a bunch of magical stuff after Jacob gets bit by the thing in the apartment.
Yes, you're right.
He applies that to him, and Jacob also takes the port key with Newt.
He does. Yeah. So I don't see any reason why not. I mean, it's one of those things where you would almost think that magical artifacts would have been discovered by the Muggle populace, and now I'm immediately thinking Founders again, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel like the villain. And the villain of a season maybe must discover a magical artifact. And it's despite what is going to be an absolute hatred towards magic, is going to be using magic to fight magic.
Right.
And it's the type of thing that should have given the Founders the upper hand, but will ultimately level the playing field a little.
Yeah. This is the plot of the first season of Wednesday, by the way.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah. So maybe it's already been properly hashed out.
No, you can do it again. I mean, I guess that is a story about a girl who goes to a school where there's 4 different classes of people, and then there's yeah. It's already drawing some Hogwarts inspiration on it.
That's right. We'll just draw it right back. Yeah, no problem.
Evermore is Hogwarts, guys. Come on, yeah. It's all art imitates life, imitates life. Or something. Circle. Everything's a circle.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think what else was I gonna say about Arthur's job is basically this. Is like dealing with the Muggles who have found the magical artifacts.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. So it's like, you can't lose your keys because of magic if you can't experience magic.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Bless them. Yeah, so I think for sure, like, it is interesting because it's like, like, is it just that they wouldn't come into contact with them? And I think for the most part, that is sort of the situation.
Yeah.
But it's like, like if Hermione put the time turner around like her parents' neck, like would they travel through time? It's like, I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah, what else would happen to them? Would they just like stay right
there?
Where they were?
Right,
and like Hermione would just like disappear?
Yeah.
Which I mean, I guess is possible because like you could certainly witness magic happening. But
yeah. Well, the other thing that is like weird or could be interesting, it's like the Mirror of Erised, like if a Muggle looked into it, would they see their heart's desire or would they just see themselves? Right.
And that's an interesting one too, because it's like, it almost seems like the operator of the mirror, so to speak, the person looking into it, it's like, are they engaging in some type of magical behavior by using it, even if they're not really summoning any conscious magic to the table?
Yeah. It's like, I feel like the mirror would still work unless it's how like Muggles can't become ghosts.
Right.
Like that's a thing. So it's like you can take that into consideration. So unless the mirror operates using the same mechanics as whatever lets you like become a ghost, then I don't see why it wouldn't work.
Well, it's interesting. Like I always forget the exact inscription, but I know that it's something like I show you not your reflection, but your heart's truest desire.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But I think it uses the word heart rather than soul.
Right. Yes. Which makes me think it would work then.
Which makes me think it would work. Yeah. Because you can have a heart's truest desire, but like the magical soul is what feels like is like really, really differentiating.
Okay.
Because you can go ahead.
Okay. So then do you think this person is specifically asked about the Deathly Hallows. So obviously the Elder Wand would do nothing in the hands of a Muggle at all. The invisibility cloak would cover them, but could they use the Resurrection Stone? Does that interact with your soul? Is the Resurrection Stone is it interacting with your soul or the soul of the deceased person you're trying to retrieve? Because no, I don't think that matters.
No,
because Frank Bryce comes out of the wand.
It does come out of the wand. You're right.
Well, it's whether you think that the echoes that come out of Priori and Incantatem are the same. I've always thought they were kind of the same as the Resurrection Stone.
You're right. I mean, there's a lot of phrasing that seems to go into things, and then we eventually get introduced to the veil at the Department of Mysteries, where it's like the usage or the choice of the word veil is specific to the description we get of the second brother bringing back his fiance effectively. And it's like as though she was like behind a veil. Mm-hmm. And I've always sort of assumed that like those two things were synonymous directly. Like it's like they still live on the other side of the veil of death.
Yeah. But the veil would kill a Muggle.
The veil would kill a Muggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I think the Resurrection Stone would work for a Muggle because you don't have to enact magic. You just have to flip the stone over a bunch of times.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think for the most part, most magical artifacts would work for Muggles, like the Deluminator or something. I don't see why that wouldn't
still do.
That would still put the lights out. You couldn't do the teleporting thing.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny too because we do talk a lot about our other favorite fantasy series, which is called The Name of the Wind. But there is a oh my goodness, and I know what's going to clean out of my brain as I'm saying it out loud. What is the process that Quoth goes through when he's creating like a magical object in that series where he's like making it out of? metal.
Oh, God. If you hadn't asked me, I know, with Master Kelvin.
Yes.
Yes. My God. It's like the name of a whole class. It's a whole field of study. This would be like forgetting Transfiguration.
It would be.
Or something.
It's like, this is pure
Yes.
silliness that we can't think of it.
I know.
Anyway, the rough way that it works is effectively you can artificing. Thank you for getting there. Oh my gosh, it was going to bother me knowing that this episode was going to go out. We didn't say it.
Yeah.
There's something called artificing, which basically is just taking the magic that the arcanists are capable of doing, which is effectively like writing in a form of like runes and combining it with a form of craftsmanship. But like if you combine all the runes in the right way, then the object will just continue to do its bidding. And then you can sell it to everyday people who are not arcanists. But in that particular capacity, being able to do magic is through intelligence and learning. And basically like practice.
Well, there's some like bindings. There's like some magic words.
There are magic words, but they're learnable things.
They're learnable things.
Like Quoth is not
anyone
like,
could technically do it.
yes, like Quoth is not like a wizard, unlike how other people are muggles.
Right.
Like he just formerly was someone who didn't know how to do it and then learned how to do it.
Yes.
But then anybody who doesn't know how to do it can keep using the artifice object.
Yes. But then even inside of that, there are like extra magical objects like the warding stones or whatever.
Which
like,
are?
we don't know how they were made or where they came from. They're unique, and they have powerful properties, but we can't recreate them.
Yes.
But we can use them.
So anyway,
Yeah.
just another.
That's just another reason to read Name of the Wind, Just go for it.
We can't ever recommend it enough times.
I know.
Yeah. So, y'all, all of our recommendations, read Name of the Wind. You want to check out our Patreon, you can do so at patreon.com/ Through the Griffin Door. Wrong show. My apologies. And last, but certainly not least, we are, of course, going on tour in the Midwest in the month of September to, we have 8 shows that we're going to be doing out there. It is already far and away. I think it is coming up close on being 2 times as big as our last biggest tour.
Yes.
Which is just absolutely unbelievable. I don't know what it is going to be like to see that many of you in real life, but we desperately want to meet you in person. So if you'd like to come, be sure to go and check that out. Links in all of the obvious places.
Yes. Otherwise, that is going to do it for us today for this episode. Make sure you join us next week where we'll be doing our Dumbledore's Big Plan episode of Goblet of Fire. And then the week after that, we'll be right back in it to Book 5, Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 1, Dudley Demented, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.